Crawley gets a leading edge, but he gets a single away on the offside, and there's his 100, second England 100 of the day. Mouchy bowls down the leg side, Pope gets after it and hits it out towards deep back with square leg. This might have gone for 6, let's wait for the signal from the umpire. It has. There was a fielder scrambling down there.
Well, it was a trio of centuries on day one of this one-off Rothesay Test match against Zimbabwe at a sun-drenched Trent Bridge today. Prospects of more runs in store for England before they look to move the game on later on day 2. A very warm welcome to Nottingham. Alison Mitchell with you just on the edge of the outfield, which is parched and a bit patchy here from the dry weather that we have had, but it is a clear blue sky up above us, and it's really jackets off day so far for the start of day 2 of this test match. I can see a number of the Zimbabwe players doing some final stretching before they go back into the field after a long day yesterday. England will resume with the bat on 498 for 3. It's the first time in 101 years that a team has scored that many in a day of test cricket in England. Ollie Pope is 31 runs away from what would be the second double 100 of his career, and he'll be resuming the innings alongside Harry Brook, who was 9 not out overnight. It was England dominance. I've got Henry Olonga alongside me, former Zimbabwe fast bowler, who we're loving having part of our team, Henry, and our audience are loving having you as well, and Michael Vaughan, former England captain as well. Morning to you both. Well, Michael, let's just start with you, because Ben Stokes has used the word domination, and England absolutely fitted the bill yesterday.
Yeah, they did exactly what was required. I mean, it was a nice day for batting. Zimbabwe winning the toss, decided to bowl. Understandably, I think England were going to do it exactly the same. Probably expected a bit more movement. The consistency wasn't quite there from the Zimbabwe quicks, and England have got 2 players at the top of the order in particular, in Zach Crawley and Ollie Pope, who desperately needed a few runs, and yesterday was the perfect chance for them to go out there, bat long, play nicely, play just within themselves. I mean, scoring 498 is a lot of runs, but I never felt that England went out of third gear. It wasn't one of those days where they were dancing down the wicket, hitting the ball in the air. It was just good cricket strokes, utilising the gaps that were there because the field had to be spread because the scoring rate was too high early. And both those players played really nicely. I mean, Zach Crawley is such a good player when he's playing like he did yesterday. When he's playing with control, he's allowing the ball to come to him. There was a bit of TV that I saw last night with the interception point of how closely he was letting the ball get to him. Now, if he carries on in that fashion when a bigger challenge will arrive in a few weeks' time, the likes of Bumrah and Shami and Siraj, if he can play with that same technical thought process, he'll have a better chance of getting runs against that quality. Yesterday, the quality wasn't quite there, but he still had to do the job. And in Ollie Pope, the talk the day before with Jacob Bethel have come straight back into this side. So there was pressure on him in terms of, he knew that he could score runs yesterday against this attack, but it's a mindset change that you require when you go out to the middle. And he had such positivity, he played with such fluency, and he played a wonderful innings. And don't be surprised if he goes and gets over 200, 250, because that's pretty much what Ollie Pope does. When he gets a chance to go big, he takes that opportunity. So a perfect day for England. Zimbabwe, they're just lacking in experience, and they kind of shone throughout the whole day. The fielding wasn't quite up to scratch, and the consistency of all the bowlers just wasn't quite with them.
And Zimbabwe knew they came here as the second best team on the park. Do you think they quite expected it would be that one-sided?
Well, I'm not sure. I think, first of all, I think they're glad they're back in the thick of playing top-flight cricket. It's been a really, really long time. They've sort of played in the bottom of the barrel, if you will, and I don't mean any disrespect to any of the other countries, but it's sort of been Ireland, Afghanistan, Bangladesh here and there. And they've done okay, but this is really a reality check for them. They realise now what the top countries are doing, and there was just a gulf in ability and experience. But I guess they've got a large calendar ahead of them this year, so that experience we talk of that they lack, they can gain by trying to up their game in the coming days. In fact, today they've got an opportunity. The wicket's going to be just as good for the Zimbabweans. I'm sure the bowlers from England will bowl with much more disciplined line and lengths. But there's an opportunity for legends to be made. So I guess there's some positives to be taken for Zimbabwe in that they can start to look forward to an amazing calendar year. But it was a tough day at the office.
Yeah, looking at who they've played since that readmittance to Test cricket again after a ICC suspension. They came back in 2020. The Test opponents over that time have been restricted to Ireland, Afghanistan, Bangladesh. 2 tests against Sri Lanka in that 2020 year when they first came back. 2 against Pakistan and 2 against West Indies thrown in there. But yeah, so it is a big step up, isn't it, to suddenly be facing this England team on their home ground. It is a 4-day test because it's against Zimbabwe. Teams have the option to do that outside of the World Test Championship. There's been a lot of talk about the weather because today it's absolutely beautiful. We've been a little bit worried about day 3, but Simon King is at the BBC Weather Centre for us. Simon, what about today and the rest of the match?
Yeah, Ali, lovely day today. Sunny spells, light winds, temperatures up to 20 degrees Celsius, no issues whatsoever. You mentioned day 3 and the rain that we were predicting, and it looks like actually that's going to come in overnight tonight. So the groundsman will be happy with that much needed rain. Most of it is going to fall overnight tonight. So it means that for tomorrow morning, early on, it will still probably be raining, but it is going to clear away to the east. Now, there's a chance it could linger around a little bit into the mid-morning, but it should mostly clear away. It will be a cloudy day on Saturday, some brighter spells later in the day. Higher humidity tomorrow as well, so it will feel muggier with temperatures of 19 or 20 degrees. But then by the time we get to Sunday, we're left with sunny spells again, much windier on Sunday, blustery conditions, feeling fresher at 16 or 17 Celsius.
Oh, okay, so it's deteriorating a bit, but it sounds more positive for tomorrow, I have to say. Thank you very much, Simon. I mean, England's game plan is clear, isn't it, Michael? They've got more time to bat today, and then they'll come out and look to enforce a follow-on. Yeah,
that's what they'll do. I mean, I'm not too sure how long they're thinking of batting. I guess Ben Stokes coming in next. He could do with a hit out there in the middle. Harry Brook's not played a great deal of cricket, so you've got players that could do with a run out. It's just a case of how much do England kind of put on this contest in terms of are the players gaining a huge amount by being out there for a long period of time batting, or is it better off to get to 600, pull out and try and win the game quickly? I would go for that option, just try and win the game quickly. You know, we've spoken about Ollie Pope, Jacob Bethel. I just wonder if there's another player in this England side that we've not really mentioned yet, and that's Shoaib Bashir. You know, Shoaib Bashir will be bowling on a flat wicket. He hasn't been bowling a great deal. He's not been getting in his county team. He went on loan to play for Glamorgan, didn't get too many wickets. He's not had a great time of it in the England side in the last few Test matches. You look at that first Test match against India at Headingley. Is there a possibility that Jacob Bethel could actually come in for Shoaib Bashir?
That's an interesting thought.
Maybe we've missed a trick here. Maybe England are thinking we'll just pack our bat and we'll use Joe Root and Jacob Bethel. What would India like to face at Headingley? Possibly an off spinner. You know, what wouldn't they like to see in an England team? Probably the quick bowlers and a batting unit that bats down to pretty much number 10. If you could say that Bryden Carson, Gus Atkinson could be number 9 and 10, and then there's another batting 11. You know, how they put the batting order together, I've no idea. But I just wonder whether that's in the thought process of the England side, that Jacob Bethel could potentially come in to replace Shoaib Bashir. So, as much as we're talking, it's been a big week for Zach Crawley, Ollie Pope, we kind of not mentioned it's a really big week for Shoaib Bashir. He needs to bowl well here.
Well, just to recap what Crawley, Duckett and Pope managed to do yesterday. Crawley 124, his third highest Test score. His place in the team more assured. It's always felt as if there's been more open backing from McCullum and Stokes towards Crawley. Ben Duckett 114. His innings just seemed calm, effortless. He sort of looked at the scoreboard suddenly, Henry, and he'd rocketed, hadn't he? Better than a run of ball. And then Ollie Pope 169 not out overnight from 163 balls. In terms of the Zimbabwe attack, they were a bowler light as well. You saw the team a bit in the hotel last night. They're staying the same place as we are. So Richard Ungarava, is he likely to bowl? Because he had that back spasm, went off, came back on and really looked ginger in the field still, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right, Ellie. We weren't even sure what happened, but it turns out he tried to pick the ball up. It had already gone for a 4, hit the boundary sideboards, and when he went to pick it up, something twisted in his lower back, and he got a back spasm. So they're not sure how serious it is, but they're going to have scans around about midday, so he obviously won't take to the field this morning. And then based on the results of the scans, that'll determine how serious it is. Obviously, if he's done something really bad, he'll have to sit out for quite a significant amount of time. But if it's not too serious, he'll get down on the physio's bed and they'll fix it.
Yeah, and the Zimbabwe bowlers, some unwelcome centuries for them, because it's never good when you clock up 3 figures in the runs column of your bowling figures, is it? And that was the case for both Blessing Muzarabani and for Victor Nyauchi, who, and of course everyone ended up bowling a bit more, and they lent on the spinners a little bit to fill up some of those overs as well without Ungarava on the field. I did meet Blessing in the hotel last night, by the way, and he actually had to stoop just to walk down the corridor of the hotel. The ceiling is not high enough for him. So I thought, goodness, the physio is going to be kept busy working on his neck if that's if that's the way he has to go about things. But yeah, we enjoyed watching him bowl, that's for sure. There's obviously a big gulf between these sides, but had a chat with Ollie Pope this morning. He was looking pretty relaxed when he came out, and of course, unbeaten overnight on a big score, and the prospect of more to come today in the sunshine. And it's always, it can be tricky if guys before you have come in and scored big. He was particularly pleased with the way he batted when he got his chance to bat.
Biggest challenge for me was when you watch a partnership last kind of 2.5 sessions. It's trying not to tire yourself out before you get out there and play the innings before. So I was happy with how I kind of switched on when I got out there and got into my innings quickly. But no, I felt in good rhythm out there.
Is there something about when you've seen those before you make hundreds that you think, gosh, I don't want to miss out here?
A little bit, yeah. I think had it in Pakistan where I think we made 800 and I got a duck. So there's always a part of you saying just get off the mark. But no, I think it was obviously a really good pitch, and it's a place I love batting. So there's always pressures when you go into bat. So that was something that I knew was coming, and yeah, I felt really good at it.
What's it like going to bed on such a big overnight score?
I'm not a very good sleeper when I'm overnight, not out on a good score. So I think, yeah, for me, it's always a nice feeling. But yeah, you just kind of toss and turn a little bit and just want to get going again.
It couldn't have been easy for you in the days leading up to the match, and the headlines around Ben Stokes hinting that Jacob Bethell could come straight back into the England side. We understand he's sought to clarify his comments, but how did all that play out from your perspective?
To be fair, I didn't see it, but it's conversations that I've had sort of before I even heard about it with the skipper. So no, I mean, look, there's always going to be pressure for places in the England side. It's a good place for us to be, and I think obviously the way Jacob played in New Zealand, obviously he played really nicely. But for me, it's trying to sort of buy into the team as much as I can, try and score as many runs as I can, and do my job as the vice captain as well. So yeah, there's always a lot of noise. I've kind of learned to live with that and just try and not let it affect me going into, especially into a test match. So I try and shut myself off from the outside noise just in the lead up to a game.
And so what is the batting mindset when you come back overnight and you know that a double 100 is within your sights?
Yeah, I think you've obviously got it's always nice rocking up on a score, but you kind of got to start again. And yeah, I think just try and play each ball as it comes. I know what the conditions are like, so if I can kind of execute what I do well, and yeah, hopefully add a few more to the tally.
And in terms of the time in the match, it's a 4-day game, big score on the board now, but how could the next sort of day and a bit play out?
Yeah, I think fingers crossed there's not too much weather around, but it's something that we got our eye on over the weekend, and it's a game that we want to give ourselves the best chance of winning. So I think we'll see how it pans out in the first session or so today.
Okay, a lot of batting still to come from England, but fabulous innings so far from Ollie Pope. Well, that's Ollie speaking to me just a little earlier. And just to recap on that situation with Bethell, Stokes was asked during the written press conference in the lead up to the match if Bethell comes straight back in at 3 from the IPL. And the quote was that, well, if you're smart enough, the series Beth had in New Zealand, obviously he's going to be back in the UK for that India series. So I think you put 2 and 2 together, you probably know what's going to happen. So that was the quote which made the headlines, and the understanding of Stokes then since then has wanted to rein back on that, and he really meant the squad, he said, rather than the 11. But Michael, I mean, if Ollie Pope was aware of those headlines, and it's hard to believe that he wasn't, he did manage to block it out.
Yeah, I mean, you can only do what's in front of you as an individual player, and he coped with that brilliantly. From his first ball where he cut it for 4 off the off spinner, he just looked in a real good state of mind, and that's all you can control as an individual, is to go out there, control your mind. Whatever happens then, you know you've given it your best shot. If you start reading the media, or if you start reading quotes and you start worrying about Jacob Bethell coming back and your position in the side, well, you're actually not focusing on the here and now. So what he managed to do yesterday was just focus on every ball. He got into a rhythm. He got some nice juicy ones to hit. You know, it wasn't a challenge in terms of the technical aspect of his batting. There was never a time when the bowlers really bowled a maiden, then another. They didn't try too much. They fed that cut shot, which he plays so well. So it was a perfect day and a perfect attack for Ollie Pope to face, but you've still got to do it. And the only thing you can do as a player when, and he knows he's not daft. He knows that his position's he's not concrete in the side. All you can do is get a big number. And all you can ask of the selectors then is, you've got a hard job. And that's what he's done yesterday. He's now got an opportunity with the sun blazing down here at Trent Bridge to go and get a 200, a 250. And then the selectors have got a decision to make. Do they bring back a young player that's only played a couple of test matches, very talented, never got a first class 100, been in the IPL? Do they say to Jacob Bethell, by the way, you've gone and played a bit of white ball cricket, which is great for your brand, and it's great to be a part of the IPL at such a young age, and we're going to throw you straight back into a test match against an Indian attack on the back of someone getting a double 100, all right, against Zimbabwe, but it's still a double 100 in test match cricket, and all Ollie Pope can do is what he's just done, get a big number.
And not everybody got 100, did they? Joe Root came in past the 13,000 test run mark, which is just another brilliant milestone for him, but was out for 34. Henry, final word before you guys go up, and you're then joining the TV commentary for the highlights before we'll hear from you both on Test Match Special throughout the day as well. What are Zimbabwe learning, gaining from this Test match when it is such a mismatch at the moment?
Well, first of all, they're learning that Test cricket against top-flight teams is tough. It's really, really difficult. They did something similar to the Gambia in a T20 match. They got 334, which is the world record for in a T20 international, and they're getting a taste of their own medicine. But they have opportunity today. We've got some experienced players. We've got Williams, we've got Craig Irvin, and we have Sikandar Raza. We want big numbers. They have to emulate what the England players have done. We want big numbers from them. In fact, for those three players, it's possibly their last tour of England ever. So they'll want to leave it all on the park and give their best effort and hopefully make a game of it.
It's definitely a massive occasion for them. The stage is set. I mean, batting conditions, whenever that chance comes for New Zealand, it couldn't be set fair at this stage. They've got an England attack to contend with. Michael and Henry, thank you for now. You'll pop upstairs today at the Test. Remember, the TV highlights programme available from 7 p.m. on, it goes out on BBC Two, and then it's there on the iPlayer for you to watch at your leisure. Vic Marks has joined me from England off spinner. Vic, good morning to you.
Good morning. It's lovely down here, isn't it?
It's some warmth, isn't it? I've got the jacket off and sleeveless at the moment. It's absolutely glorious. Are you expecting, well, tell me what sort of approach you think England will take with the bat this morning, given it's day two?
I think they'll be quite forthright. I mean, Ollie Pope could get 250. I don't know how long they'll bat, but they could easily bat until lunchtime, and by which time they'd get close to, well, not that far off 700, 650. That would be my guess, but it's up to them. I don't think they're going to get bowled out that quickly. And then comes the interesting bit, I think, actually. We've sort of established that England are going to get a big score. I don't quite know how many, but they're going to get lots. What we don't really know that much about is what constitutes England's best bowling lineup. There's lovely batting conditions. It'll be a good test for them in that sense this afternoon sometime. You've got Gus Atkinson, who is sort of established as England's probably number one seamer at the moment, or fast bowler, because he had such a great start. So that's okay. Josh Tongue, back in after injury.
So many injuries, hasn't he?
I know. So he's a kind of unknown quantity. Sam Cook hadn't had so many injuries, but he's suddenly playing in his first Test match. Conditions not really that helpful to them, but this is the sort of stuff they're going to come across in Test cricket. So that's your three seamers plus Ben Stokes. How much is he going to bowl? How fast is he going to bowl? We'll wait and see. And then Shoaib. I mean, Shoaib is an enigma. The most experienced in terms of Test matches of the bowling attack of the,
which is remarkable, isn't it?
I know, it's crazy, really.
And he's been away on loan in Glamorgan and struggling to pick up wickets there.
Yeah. He's played more Test matches than he has county championship matches in his life, with an infinitely better record in Test cricket. So there's a peculiarity about that. How's he going to go? They've obviously gone for Shoaib, come what may. He's the man we want, particularly looking ahead to Australia, which is always a bit dangerous if you do that too early. And it's a trial for him. It must be a trial. He's a lovely guy. We've got him down in Taunton. We love him, but we don't pick him very often. Not this time of year. So it's intriguing to see how he's going to go about his business.
Well, interestingly, Michael Vaughan just threw in the idea that this sort of Jacob Bethel conundrum, they could be thinking about, well, actually, everyone thinks Bethel for a batter, but could Bethel actually be putting Shoaib Bashir's position under threat? Would England dare to go into a Test match against India without a specialist spinner, but could they play Bethel, who also will bowl?
I mean, generally that doesn't work. I'm so old.
Not that old.
Good. But I remember actually when I started as a journalist, the beginning of the 90s, it's just come back to me. There was this same sort of problem. Do we have a spinner? Do we want to play him or not? And then there was this brainwave. Hick and Atherton. Hick bowled quite good off breaks. Atherton at the time, before he got the yips, where is he? He did get them, and he's back. Bowled his leg breaks and was one season the leading wicket taker, he's probably told you this as well, for Lancashire in the County Championship. And they thought it's going to be Hick and Atherton. It never really came to pass. In this case, actually, it wouldn't just be Bethel, it would be Bethel and Root, who is actually a part-timer, but he has done some work. Long term, I don't think it works, because they get found out and their main role is as a you're just plastering over. Short term, they might do it if they, particularly if you're on tour and you've only got Shoaib there as your alternative, and he doesn't get any runs. He's not a great fielder, but I don't think that would work on a long-term basis, and you certainly don't. I don't see it working necessarily if we have an English summer like we've had so far, where you'll need your best spinner to bowl quite a few overs on dryish pitches, which might perhaps turn.
Well, speaking of spinners, Zimbabwe turned quite a lot yesterday to Sikandar Raza, their Pakistan-born all-rounder. I had a chance to chat with him about yesterday's day's play. I'm just looking at the stands now, because there was so much really vibrant pockets of Zimbabwe support all around Trent Bridge yesterday. So I had a chat with Raza and asked him if the team needs some lifting after that first day's play.
To be honest with you, I don't think so anybody has to rally us. I think we need to rally ourselves. We are incredibly delighted to be here and want to send a positive message as well, and also try and improve our relations that were at a standstill for a long time. So this is our first test match in 20 odd years. So, nobody has to rally me, nobody has to rally anybody in the team. We have to rally one another because we want to be here and we want to play a good brand of cricket. I know it's a tough day, but it's just day one. We'll see what happens tomorrow and try and put the best foot forward, whether we have ball in hand or bat in hand, and try and make a proper game and showcase our skills and the talent that this country has. So these are the things we have to look forward to tomorrow.
Are there things that you learn from a day like today against opposition like this?
Yeah, certainly. I think the Test cricket certainly has moved forward. It is not the traditional way of Test cricket that England plays, which is really exciting to watch and also to be part of. So I think that is something that we can learn, and of course to be part of a test like this will certainly improve our skills and the mindset and the way Test cricket needs to go forward. And rightly so, the Test cricket needs to be a bit more exciting, and I think England's doing a great job by doing that.
You got the wicket of Zach Crawley. What were your plans to him?
Try and get him out. Took me 20 odd overs to get him out, but I thought Zach played really well. From the little knowledge that we have, Trent Bridge is a good batting wicket, but suddenly the first 20 overs possess a bit of a challenge as well. So I thought Ben and Zach played really well. I think this is the beauty of Test cricket as well. If you just keep grafting and keep trying to do the simple things for a longer period of time, reward comes here and there as well. So yeah, pretty excited to get his wicket, but I thought he batted fantastically well.
And you're a bowler light as well, Richard Ngarava picking up that injury. How is he now? Is he going to be all right to bowl on day two?
Yeah, we initially thought he's going to be fine, but he came on and he felt soreness lower back again. So I think we've got a scan for him tomorrow. We are hoping and praying that it's going to be okay. But I know we're a bowler down, but that's why the rest of the four bowlers needs to take a bit more load for him as well, and also the fact that he's gone down trying to do the right things for the country, so we have to rally behind him as well, and hoping that it's nothing serious.
Your own personal story is quite an intriguing one. A Zimbabwe cricketer born in Pakistan via Glasgow, and you wanted to be a fighter pilot, didn't you, when you were young?
Yeah, certainly. I was part of the Pakistan Air Force when I was young. I did 3.5 years with the Air Force. Unfortunately, I failed an eye test, which was mandatory to be a fighter pilot. And when I was offered to be a commercial pilot or aeronautical engineer or be part of aviation or any other ground branch, unfortunately or fortunately and respectfully, I said no to that offer, and I moved forward, and then I wanted to be a software engineer, and that brought me to Glasgow. I graduated in 2009 with as a software engineer. I was at Glasgow Caledonian University, so I've got a lot of good memories in this part of the world as well. I've spent 8-9 years in UK, so yeah, it's nice to be back in white. My previous experience in UK for the first time was with county cricket at Northants, and then I got picked for Manchester Original for 100. But certainly playing Test cricket in England is a lot more valuable than any other format.
So do you have a lot of friends in the stands who might be English but could have been cheering you on personally today?
I think there were, to be honest. There were a lot of good vibe going on. But the beauty of Zimbabwe crowd is that they can create their own buzz and vibe as well. And it was lovely to see a lot of our Zimbabwean fans coming out tonight in numbers and created that buzz that lifted us. Because looking at the scorecard, it looks like it was a tough day, but because of our fans, it didn't feel that way.
And you get a lot of opportunity in franchise cricket. You just mentioned Manchester Originals around the world as well, though. A lot of focus now on Test cricket for Zimbabwe in these the rest of this calendar year in particular. Do you see yourself playing a lot of those Tests? How do you manage and see your future?
I think it's going to be really tough. We have an understanding with Zimbabwe cricket that we also got to remember that this is a year where we play T20 World Cup qualifiers, Africa region in Zimbabwe as well. Also, we have a 2027 ODI World Cup as well. So there is, as much as we have 11 or 12 test matches this year, there's also 18 to 20 white ball games as well. And my focus is there mainly. But I personally don't think this body and the workload that I have as an all-rounder can play all the test matches. So we have an understanding with Zimbabwe cricket where I can play one and miss one, or play two and miss two, and things like that. So we have a very respectful and honest relationship with one another. But telling you honestly, I personally don't think that I can play all of them, but try and be available for as many as I can and give my best. But if I'm not 100%, then I just do not want to be part of a test match, because I will not be able to give my 100%. So the opportunity must fall on someone else. This test match is a historic one. I remember I was at Pakistan and I got myself a few Duke's ball, and I ended up bowling 45 overs in 3 days just to get used to the Duke ball after my T20 training. Lahore Calendar provided me with that, so it was nice. So I prepared well for this as a bowler and as a batter. So today, yeah, it was tough, but alhamdulillah, I think I did okay. Hopefully do better tomorrow and then hold myself and the team with a bat as well.
Best of luck for the rest of the game. Great to chat.
Thank you very much for your time.
Well, that was Zimbabwe off-spinning all-rounder Sikandar Raza. Really engaging chat with him, and it's one of the challenges Zimbabwe will face with these test matches coming up is which players might be away at franchise. But they've got another big day ahead of them here. The England team will be heading out shortly. The two batters who are not out, including Ollie Pope, but here's Zimbabwe, been in their huddle on the edge of the outfield. They're following the umpires out to the middle, to the Strains of Jerusalem, which means it's time to hand up to the TMS commentary box. And Tuffers, I believe, is up alongside you, Jonathan Agnew. Morning, Aggers.
Yes, hello, Alison. Morning to you. What a glorious day it really is, gazing out here on the third floor of the Ratcliffe Road stand. There's blue sky, there's one or two clouds bubbling up, but this really is beautiful. The wind has dropped a little bit, much warmer day. So a good crowd is gathering, and I think they're going to enjoy themselves here, but there's some rather stiff-looking Zimbabweans going out there. They had a long day yesterday, crikey. And who knows how long they'll have today. I mean, England, I guess, will have come up with some sort of plan of what they're going to do today. Well, they've got two plans, really, haven't they? They can either bat for a little while, with a view to having maybe a second innings, giving those who haven't batted a knock before putting Zimbabwe in again, or they go really big and just say, right, we're going to bowl them out twice, make them follow on. So that's kind of the choices, I reckon. Tufters, good morning to you.
Morning, Aggers. Morning, everyone. No, yes, there were a few stiff bodies in the hotel. A few of the guys were.
Oh, they're in there, are they?
Yes, in our hotel we're staying at, creaking around.
Yes,
the lobby.
Okay.
Looked a bit tired.
Well, they've got to come out and do it again. I mean, Test cricket's tough, isn't it?
It is indeed.
I think the weather tomorrow's good, by the way. I mean, it's looked horrible, hasn't it, most of the week?
Yeah.
Actually, we're going to be all right tomorrow, and I know a lot of my friends have got tickets to come. I think it'll be okay.
Yeah. But I'm going with the 6:50 or something, or 6:30 or something, and then bowl them out twice.
Are you? You're going big?
Yeah, I'm going to go. It's not fashionable nowadays, is it? Really, you want to give the bowlers a little bit of a breather, but.
Yeah, once you're committed, especially in a 4-day game.
Yeah,
it makes it slightly more different, doesn't it?
Well, we keep hearing about Ben Stokes wanting to be positive, and that is a real positive move.
But if it doesn't quite work out in a 5-day game, there's still time to rejig things, isn't there? But in a 4-dayer, you've got to commit yourself really, haven't you, to one of those two plans.
You have.
I was thinking about today, 4-day cricket and so on. I think it's fine for Zimbabwe, but if you lose time, if you lose an early day in a 4-day match,
tough.
What's the point in playing?
Yeah, no.
Anyway, here's the first ball of the second day, and it's bowled by Musrabani. The ball's turned away by Ollie Pope, out into the leg side, and there's England's first run of the day. They're nearly at 500. They're 499 for 3, which is a Highest score in a day home for a long time, 100 years or something.
He would have slept well, Ollie Pope, under a bit of pressure yesterday,
Yes,
wasn't he?
I think he would have slept well.
Yeah, and gone out and got a biggie.
Big smile on his face this morning. I caught
Yeah.
up with him.
Nice.
Gave him a little handshake, so well done.
Yeah. When he gets going, he does get big ones, you know.
He does.
He does.
Yeah.
He doesn't mess about.
I just love the variety of the traditional play, so the old and the new. He brings it all to it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Lovely drives, but clever ramps,
Dinks and
fiddly shots,
squirts.
Yeah, yeah. Very strong, of course, out there on the offside. Well, let's see how Harry Brook gets on. He's on 9. He's waiting now, slightly crouched at the knee. Masrabani comes in, bowls, and Brook defends that delivery, puts it away 82 miles an hour. So he's just loosening up, rather, the 6'8" fast bowler.
A lot of him to loosen, haven't there?
Well, there he is. But at least it's warmer today.
Yeah.
There was that
it was cold yesterday.
biting wind.
Yeah, I
yes.
got cold. I had to have a bath when I got home.
Did you?
Sat in the bath for half an hour, yeah, just to warm up a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah, it just got into me a bit.
Yeah. 4.99 for 3. Masrabani walks slowly back to his mark again. The ball's thrown in his direction. Brook settles over his bat. A few taps at the crease. Now he stands up back. Very, very raised indeed as Masrabani comes in. Bowls to him, hits him on the pad, looking to punch that away through mid-wicket. There's an appeal, which doesn't interest umpire Dharmasena in the least. There at the far end, a tall figure. Good crowd coming in, actually. It's just a beautiful day for watching cricket.
Yes. Lovely ground.
Well, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
And when that pavilion is finished, refurbished, redone, rebuilt, it'll look great.
Yeah, it's a nice walk from the old car park as well. Everyone's sitting there talking and having a chat, you know.
Yes.
Walk down with
my old friend's still there. My space that I've had 30 odd years.
Yes,
yeah, gives a little touch of the nose. In you go, Jonathan. Thank you very much.
Mr. Agnew, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. As Masrabani moves in bowls and Brook drives and misses. And there's that ball that lifted. We saw a few of those yesterday.
Yeah.
Just didn't see enough from Zimbabwe's perspective, but that's right in the slot. And it did bounce.
Well, it must be dry. It must be dry under there. Did that take a little piece or something? I'm not quite sure. There's an even covering of ground, but that absolutely bounced and fizzed through, keeper taking it above his head.
Yeah. Wasn't
from a good
shot
leg
from Brook. It was a bit loose, that.
Yeah.
It didn't actually move.
No.
But, that front foot wasn't really anywhere near the ball. 4.99 for 3. Masrabani runs in, bowls, Brook squared up, finds Gully, pushing that away. Well, I say parked there every time for 30 odd years, but actually there was one time I didn't.
Right.
And there's this black car in there.
What?
And I said to my friend, he always wears shorts down there, the old boy.
Yeah.
So what's happened there? He said, said that's Alistair Cook. I said, Alistair Cook?
What?
Parking in my spot? He said, yeah. Asked him for his autograph.
All right.
So he had it, yeah.
Sir Alistair.
Yeah,
He
so-
trumped you, did he?
Yeah, so he gave him my spot for his autograph. He traded it.
Hey,
I know. I wasn't having that.
just because you got knighted.
It was an exchange of words.
Oh.
The Cook is in Pakistan doing the PSL.
Yeah, I do. He's doing the
Yeah.
PSL, is he?
Yeah. 4.99 for 3 then. Here's the last ball of the first over of the day. Masrabani runs in bowls and Brook pushes that away. Wants a single. Pope says no. I think probably correctly. So, Brook goes back into his ground again, runs his bat in, end of the over.
Can I just send out a little SOS
Yes.
to anyone listening?
Is this a really serious
Well,
match?
it's quite serious. I've lost one of my muffers.
Oh no.
No, I know. One of
I
the
thought you looked a bit lopsided.
Yeah, I did. Because I don't. The plastic on the earphones sort of irritates my skin a little bit. So a very kind lady a few years, well, more than a few years ago, made me some muffers which sort of are made of cotton.
Yeah.
Sort of like some elastic round. They fit over the ear thing.
Yes.
I'll put a picture on. I'll put a picture on the website. So if anyone has got a spare hour or two,
knock you up some muffers.
Could they rustle me up?
Do we know the dimensions of your muffers?
Well, I'm not sure. Well, what are they? What would they be? 3 inches. The circumference. What's the circumference and what's the diameter?
A thumb is nowhere, and it's 1.
2.
I think 2.5 inches.
2.5 sort of thumbs.
Round. Do you think that's about right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. But anyway, if anyone's listening and who's a dab hand at a bit of stitching and a bit of sewing.
Like 2.5. It needs to go round.
Yes,
and
that's
have the
right.
elastic inside it.
Correct. Yes.
Shivanga's bowling the second over. He bowls to Pope, and that's played away out to mid wicket for a single. Big gap there. 500 up. The loss of 3 wickets.
Well played, England. Yes, I was a bit heartbroken, actually.
So do you want the design? I mean, you've got some sort of design in mind?
Well, I mean, listen, whatever you fancy. You know, these ones are red with stars on.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, which are quite fetching.
It looks quite well worn, that one.
Well, no, I've done it for about 10 or 15 years. And
so what happened?
Well, I've mislaid it somewhere.
So you look after your own muffers?
Well, I don't want to drop Adam in it.
So Adam lost
He came very sheepish yesterday.
How can you lose one muffin?
I know.
Chivanga bowls, and Brook gets rather tangled up there. Ball that lifts and hits him on the thigh pad. Chivanga, heavily built, goes jogging through and picks the ball up, and there is no run. Well, what would you like? What colour would you like?
Listen, I'm not going to be picky. I'm not going to be picky. Anything you fancy. Right. But a nice, what's that?
Circular.
That sort of, circular, about sort of size of a jam, jam lid or something, like a jam top.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a little bit of plastic, sort of elastic, to sort of clip it over.
Yes.
And hug it on the other side.
As a cunning design.
Ruched, yes, ruched. Is it ruched?
I don't know.
It would be ruched at the back, yeah.
Ruched, I've no idea.
Yeah.
Chivanga runs up bowls, and Brook struck on the pad.
Well, that would be lovely.
For a leg bite, right. Okay, well, that is very serious, isn't it?
Well, it is. I mean, my right ear now, I can feel it just sort of like starting to sort of...
Strange, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm very sensitive, got very sensitive skin.
Yes.
After all those hours in the field.
Yeah, that was a no ball, a belated call.
Well, I could have, yeah, but cotton.
You want cotton?
Yeah, that nice cotton sort of.
You
don't want
leatherette or Draylon or velvet.
Well, that might get a bit hot.
Oh,
it could do, yeah, sort of leopard skin.
And also the sound has to come through.
Yes, that's right.
So it can't be permeable, is it?
Yes, that's right. So nice sort of breathable cotton. So if there's anyone out there, please, I'd be so grateful.
Chivanga bowls, and is that caught behind? I think it is. There's a drive. Yes, he's been given out. A little bit of movement there. Again, that full length, and Pope's innings comes to an end. I think he's wandering up to say something to Harry Brook, as if, I'm not sure I nicked that, but certainly they all went up, and he's going to review it.
He's enjoying himself too much. He didn't want to nick it. Full ball outside off stump, just a little bit of a way shape. Went after the drive, and it just looked nailed on that he nicked that. But he's having a look.
He clearly doesn't think that he has.
No.
So he wandered up there to Harry Brook, rather shrugged his shoulders. I suspect there's part of him saying, ought to give some others a bat. But let's have a look. We're looking at the replay first of all, which doesn't tell us very much. What's his reaction? Well, he doesn't look behind him, but the wicketkeeper is just that's out sort of reaction from him. Let's have a look. Ultra edge. There's a spike, Ollie. There's a spike. They're out. On your way.
Yeah.
So they heard it.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's the end of a very good innings. Nice delivery, all full swinging, and it was a shame. I think when you come for a second day of a game, say, and you see somebody who's got 170 dismissed because he missed the best bit of it yesterday, but they'll have caught up with it, I'm sure. 171 from only 166 balls, and someone who, as we talked a lot yesterday, had some pressure on him, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Well, he's come out and he's responded, and he's getting a lovely ovation here from the Trent Bridge crowd. It does mean that Ben Stokes will be coming out and having his first innings for a very long time. Out he comes, England's captain, kicking up his heels. Let's see how he plays. He can often be quite circumspect early on, can't he? He plays himself in. But he's marching out. But well bowled, Chivanga.
Yeah.
He went for a few yesterday, but he kept running in.
Perhaps just a touch of lack of concentration. You know, you've had a big knock yesterday, and there's one up there, and you see it, and you fancy going after it. It just moved on him a bit and got the outside edge, but he'll be delighted with that. It's weight of runs. Runs is currency, isn't it?
It is.
Doesn't matter whether you're under pressure, that's all you can do. It doesn't matter who your opposition is. Go out there and get yourself a big one and get your summer off to a good start, and he's done that.
You dropped me now.
Absolutely. Sorry, Andy, you were lurking.
I was just going to give the final numbers. 171 from 166 balls, as you said, 2 sixes and 24 fours. His third consecutive century in tests at Trent Bridge. And yesterday, between tee and stumps, he scored 120 in a session, which is the most a player has scored in a session of Test cricket in England since Matt Pryor scored 1 run more, 121 against West Indies in a session at Lord's in 2007. And in all, it's the 5th most a player scored in a session of Test cricket in England, and 2 of those above him were on this ground. Dennis Compton in 1954, 173 in a session against Pakistan. Wow. And Stan McCabe in 1938.
73 by himself.
That's Ponga.
Stokes' first ball is full, swinging in, and he clips the rail off his toes for his first run to deep square leg. Easy as you like. Nicely played, but just swinging onto his bat there, rather. And the captain away. But at least he's in early. So as far as sort of the game planning is concerned, they want him to have a hit. They want Smith to have a hit.
Yes.
503 for 4. Chavanga wearing 28 in bright red numbers, lettering, bowls, and that's driven back at it. He scrambles around with his left hand.
Just struggled with his line, hasn't it? I mean, that was a good line that got Ollie Pope, wasn't it? It was just, 4th, 5th stump. It's been a bit too straight yesterday, wasn't he? He was getting it both sides of the track.
Yeah.
Has that sort of action where he leans in as well, and if you don't get any of that away movement, it just keeps on going on the leg stump.
Yeah. Chavanga looks at the ball, wraps his fingers round it. Turns round below us. I think he's got the longest run of all the quicker bowlers in the Zimbabwe side, but he's on his way now. 2 slips are there, and he bowls to Brook. Again, he's struck up on the pad. He hasn't really settled in today. But, he's just floundering round a little bit. So that bounced and hit him up on the thigh pad. 503 for 4. 90 overs now completed. Another thing, while we're talking about 4-day tests and things, I mean, to not bowl 90 overs in a day in a 4-day test when he bowled 30 overs of spin is not great, is it? I mean, if they could seriously consider 4-day cricket, test cricket, they're going to have to do something about these over rates. You can't play it at that.
Well, it just never happens, does it?
No.
We rattle on about it every year, and there doesn't seem to be any way of chivying it along. Everyone used to, did we? We used to get through, didn't we?
Yes, they did. It just wasn't considered. But as soon as they added the extra half hour on, well, that became the excuse to bowl them more slowly. Muz Rabbani then is waiting for Stokes to settle in. There's 2 slips and a gully, and a deep point, a deep square leg. There'll be a long leg down to our right, but we can't see him. Hidden by the balcony that's below us here. Muz Rabbani from the far end runs towards us, bowls to Stokes, who has a look at that, lets it go through, which it does at a decent pace, and collected by the keeper, and there's no run. .503 for 4. Sunrise, a bit of cloud suddenly.
Yeah. What did you get up to last night, John? You went back to the Beaver?
Very quiet, yes.
Yeah.
Hop next door, and there's Muz Rabbani bowls, and that's driven out.
Oh, look at that. Showing his intent there.
Yeah. It was a half volley, but put away just effortlessly, really. Just driving very nicely, leaning into it, bent right knee. I got sent a letter the other day. Maybe I go in our pub too often or talk about it because
the pub next door to you?
Yeah. As it was addressed to Jonathan Agnew.
Right.
Somewhere near the pub inn, and then the name of my village.
Really?
Leicestershire. And it popped through the letterbox first class.
That's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. You're not getting phone calls there as well, are you?
Muz Rabbani bowls to Stokes. He's been for tangle there. I think he thought a shorter one was coming. Taken by the keeper. No. But it's not about address, is it, Jonathan? Somewhere near the pub in my village name, Leicestershire.
Yeah. It turned up.
Yes. Well, Andy, our postman's a star, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oh, we are. We live next door to the pub. That's the thing.
Well, I know. I've been in it.
Yeah. Morning Tuffers is from John Baird.
Yeah.
My wonderful daughter-in-law, Dara Graham, makes covers for earphones.
Oh, I knew.
Well, there you go.
Oh, fabulous.
There you go. There's Mozarabani bowling, and Stokes had nothing to do with it. Let him go through.
I knew the faithful would come to my aid.
I'll have a word, a request of Saltire covers.
Saltire?
For your hearing assisters.
Yeah.
Being of a northern origin, hence the Saltire covers.
Right. Well, if you could knock me up some.
But people make them all, so they have them anyway.
Oh, do they?
Well, it sounds like it. She makes them for a living, by the sounds of it.
Oh, okay then. I'll have to get on the website.
Well, some of us are quite happy, aren't we, Andrew, with what we've got? We don't complain about our headphones.
Well, no, but it makes my ears all scratchy.
Oh. Mozarabani bowls to Stokes. Oh, he's really heaved at this and missed it, but that would have drilled a hole somewhere in the stand over to the left if he connected with that.
These showbiz divas.
Well, I know.
I'm becoming a diva.
Not about any of this sort of thing. Covers on his headphones.
Well, no, listen. I've got very sensitive skin, and it makes
a very sensitive soul as well, Tony.
Yes, I have, and it just makes them a little bit sort of rashy.
We can't have that.
No, we can't, because we got them on all day.
You don't want rashes in here, right?
No, we don't.
There's enough problems in here. 507 for 4. Mozarabani bowls to Stokes. Get on the back foot. Doesn't hit it very hard, but to cover points left. So he takes a run, and that is called over by Mr. Damascena. 508-4.
Breaking news. Duffers Muffers appeal calls
National
for national
emergency response. Wow.
Someone sent me something.
National emergency response. Well, look, there's going to be boxes of...
Well, yes. Where are we next?
I don't know where you are next.
Well, where am I next?
I'm at Lord's.
I'll be at
World
Headingley
final. Oh, Headingley.
I'm not doing that. Unfortunately.
What we could have.
Yeah.
We could have some sort of unveiling ceremony.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you're going to have to choose.
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, there might be thousands turning up.
There might. On the other hand, there might only be one.
Yeah, there you go.
Prefer to read out that message.
But if you could send it, if anyone could do that, I'd be much appreciated.
Well, that's the next question.
Yeah.
Shivanga bowls Stokes with
well,
width, slices the ball to backward point.
Yeah.
Well, they got away with that. Where do they send them to?
Well,
how do they deliver them?
I'm going to go for Headingley. I think I'm at Headingley against India.
So just send them to Headingley Cricket?
Yeah, a bit like your pub, just Phil Tufnell's somewhere in Headingley.
Phil Tufnell leads. Right. Stephen Pickles says, why does not adapt the cotton covers that you get for jam jars? Very good point, and you could actually have an elastic band as well to go with it, but you don't need the elastic.
Are they cotton covers?
A rubber band.
Yes.
Yeah. On top, let the keep the flies off.
Oh, okay. All right.
Shivanga over the wicket, bowls, goes wide, and Stokes didn't get hold of that. He's sliced it to backward point.
Oh, they look nice. Gingham.
No run.
There's loads out there.
So they're just...
Are they the jam jar ones?
Looks like it. Jam jar covers.
Where are they sold? Sort of like in posh jam shops?
I suspect on a
sort of
shopping site near you.
You've got to know the right people, I think, together.
You got black market. Got any jam jar covers?
That's farm shop. That sort of
farm shop. That's that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah. Shivanga bowling a low full toss. Surely he's going to get this one away, but he's got one down to backward point out on the boundary. But Stokes rather missed out there on 3 opportunities. 509 for 4. Well, you've set out a national alert.
Well, I did.
All people need to do, all you need to do, is go online and buy yourself some jam jar covers.
Well, I might well do that.
Well,
but if someone wants, a little bit of hand.
You'd like handcraft?
Well, absolutely. I only want the good stuff.
Yes, that's fair. Oh, I understand that.
Embroidered from pure silk.
Yes, absolutely.
People could go to town with this.
Well, I need them, and I need a spare as well. I mean, these have lasted me very well.
Yeah.
A little bit threadbare now, and one down.
Yeah. 509 for 4. Shivanga runs in heavily, bowls outside the off stumps, hit hard by Brook. Oh, that's more like it. That's the first one he's really hit out of the middle of the bat today. In fact, I think it's his first runs of the day. Short, wide, bang. 4 runs.
Nice. Got himself into position early. Good feet, good hands. Look.
Yeah.
He looked a little bit leaden-footed when he came out. Then he was just wafting a bit, wasn't he? But he's got his feet going a bit now.
That was worthy of a blower's kicking horse.
Yes. Have you seen blowers lately?
I spoke to him on the phone the other day.
Is he all right, is he?
Very well, yes.
Good if you're listening.
He's on good form.
Blowers, hi.
I think he's working on another book.
Oh, is he?
I think so.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be.
That is on good form.
Yeah, good.
513 for 4, Chivanga again. Brook waits for his only one slip now. He bowls. Oh, he's charged him.
Oh,
Charged him, hit him over mid-off. Dancing down the pitch. Chivanga isn't very pleased about that at all. He's giving Brook the eye. But he danced down the pitch and he's slapped him over mid-off. As a fast bowler, you don't like that. I'm sorry.
We might be getting one, you reckon, a little short one. But it's become a shot of his. I can remember, where was it? New Zealand. He kept dancing down the pitch and just whacking them over mid-off.
You don't like that. I mean, you're aching. You've had a full day in the field. You try and get best and he comes down. Richard Hingston, as a trainee airline pilot, I'm trying to also find a solution for sweaty and scratchy ears.
I told you, I'm not the only one who has trouble with this. Yes, and this is a very, very posh pilot.
Last ball of the over. What's Brook going to do now? It's short, and he's flogged him out into the leg side this time. Didn't quite time it.
Oh, we might have found
a deep square leg. Tough as you
might have found a little business here.
There's going to be a mountain of muffers in the Headingley commentary box. 518 for 4. Pope has been dismissed. Tuffers, Andy's have thoughts of you, and then I think, is it Isha coming in here? It is.
I just got a quick stat on England's 500, which came up in the 90th over, the first ball of the 90th over. Only the third time in Test history that a team has reached 500 before 90 overs have passed, and the other two were also this Baz Bailey and England team in Rawalpindi. They reached 500 in the 75th over against Pakistan in the 2022 series, and then against Ireland at Lords in 2023, a match in which Pope made a double 100, and Duckett also had a big 100. They reached 500 in the 80th over.
Good morning to you, Zoltz. Good morning, Tuffers.
Morning, Ish.
518 for 4. They're mounting on a mammoth total here, England. The bright sunshine here on day 2 at Trent Bridge. Mr. Rabbani, 117 of his 22 overs, picked up the 1 wicket. And Brook will resume on 18, but he's looking to be a little bit more positive than he was last night. I think he was just trying to get through to the end of the play, wasn't he, Tuffers?
Yep.
And hoping to make the most of the batting conditions in the sun here.
Yeah, if these two get in and start motoring, Zimbabwe could be in a bit of trouble because they don't mess about.
Muzarabani coming in on an angle to Brook, who, beats the bat in the channel, bit of nibble off the pitch of a good length. He had a little flirt at the ball, but then just held his line.
England won't mind seeing that, actually, because they're going to have a bowl it eventually, and it was flat yesterday, but a couple have just done a little bit this morning.
So, talk me through your sweaty ears.
Well, not sweaty. I mean, it's the plastic on them, you know. It's that sort of horrible sort of plastic, you know, leatherette, plasticette, whatever it's called. I just like a nice bit of cotton.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
Brook pulls the ball, it's short,
Blimey.
and that has gone the distance. Harry Brook slams that for 6 into the stands. It went flat, it went hard. 524 for 4.
Got every piece of that, didn't it? Wasn't that short for Muzarabani. I mean, just about sort of chest height, but saw it all the way and was only hitting that for 6. Made up his mind that was going for the maximum. Great shot. He's looking in the mood this morning, Mr. Brook. Great position for England. Obviously, no pressure on him. Just go out there and bat freely.
Bat raised high for Brook, who again hoists it over leg side. The shorter boundary. It's gone up and over fine leg for another 6.
Oh dear! Wow.
It's Harry Brook time here at Trent Bridge.
It is indeed. He's scratching his head, Muzarabani. That's back-to-back 6s, and none of them have been that short. I think that one was even fuller, and it was more of a pickup, wasn't it? Let's have a look. That one's only got to about waist high, going down the leg side, but just followed it round and just helped it into the stands. Watch your beers.
Craig Irvine has now wandered over to his bowler.
Yeah.
To have a little chat. What's this next one going to be? And they've just sent another fielder out onto the boundary on the leg side at deep mid-wicket. There's a deep square and a fine leg. So will he go again? Brook on 30. It's a good length delivery that he just pats back down the pitch. No run. Almost falls over in the process, Harry Brook. 530 for 4 then, England.
What, you thinking he's 650? And then have a bowl a couple of times at him?
Yeah, maybe just before tea. It might just be a case of what
Before
can we
tea?
get before tea?
Crikey,
Before lunch?
Yeah, just because they're about 800
Well, yeah,
before
because,
tea.
because of the rain tomorrow as well. So
Yes, it's
they
cleared
want
up.
the
I think it's
time.
clearing, which is
Well, the only reason I said before tea, as Brooke sets up and advances into the ground, slapped into Muzarabani, who tries to take the ball cleanly, but it pops out of his hands in front of him. No run. Because it's the first Test match of the summer, and it's got a very... the feeling I get from this team at the moment is that they just want to get some time out in the middle.
Oh, yes, could be that.
And
Let everyone have a bit of a knock.
have a bit of a knock ahead of the India series. That's the feeling I get,
Yeah.
and that's not...
They might have a few by tea, though.
They could quite easily get 1,000 by tea. Toughest. Brooke. Still in his crease. Back and across. It's a full Yorker that he manages to squeeze out. They'll come through for a singles. It heads towards square leg. Keeper running around.
No one's ever got 1,000, have they?
531 for 4.
Not in Test cricket.
No.
First class cricket, the
What's the
highest
highest?
was 1,107.
Was it? Really?
In Australia in the 1920s, I can get up the scorecard for that. In Test cricket, I think 952 for 6 was the highest. That's Sri Lanka against India. 1997. England made 903 for 7 at the Oval in 1938.
Wow.
And then Len Hutton made 364.
Crikey. It's a lot.
Imagine bowling.
Oh, well, you'd never...
Go for 930.
Yeah.
Oh, who bowled the most overs?
Might have to be
in
a
that
few,
game?
Might have to be a few pints in the
Ouch.
bar after that.
What was the most overs you bowled in a
60
Test
odd.
match?
50, 60.
In an
odd.
innings?
I think it was at Wellington.
Ouch.
Yeah, cool.
40 for me.
Yeah, well, ouch, even ouchier. You had to run a little bit further, mate.
Shivanga is into Brooke, turning it around the corner out to deep backward square for a single. Just a bit of extra bounce off the pitch. It's a bit more beige today here at Trent Bridge.
That would be an awkward phone call back, wouldn't it? Hello, love, how's it going? How did it go? Well, not too bad. Yeah, they got 1,000. Oh, okay, well, unlucky. Keep going. See you in a couple of weeks.
532 for 4 on the board.
Got 1,000. Wow. Anyway, I don't think they'll be getting that.
But do you see what I mean? In
Yeah,
the
no,
sense of
yeah.
just wanting to have a bit of a hit.
Yeah.
And that's not to dismiss the opposition, but it does. It's got a net feel to it at the moment.
Yes. Well, they definitely want Smith to have a bat.
Yes. Ben Stokes pulls the ball. It's short out to deep backward square along the floor. He'll come through for 1. He moves to 8. 533 for 4.
Got some bowling figures from the
God.
1,107 all out.
It's all pretty
Victoria against New South Wales in the Sheffield Shield.
Yeah.
A match that spanned Christmas 1926. It's going to ruin your Christmas, isn't it?
Christmas.
1,000.
Yeah. Big
How many-
runs
how
for the
many
top
overs
4.
was it, by the way?
Well, quite 190.7 8-ball overs. So
right.
at 5.8 per 8-ball over, which
Yeah.
is very quick for those days. Arthur Maley was a very good leg spinner for Australia. 4 for 362 from 64.
Ouch.
At least he got 4.
Shivanga's got a slip in place
Oh, lovely.
as
Oh.
the short one is bowled into the pitch and Brooke allows it to pass.
What? Give us the worst one. Give us the worst.
That was signalled a wide. 533 for 4.
Actually, the rest,
Not
kind
too
of
bad.
noughts and ones for 120, 130.
Oh.
Maley really took the brunt of it with his 64 overs for 362. In the when England made 903 for 7 against Australia, it was the final test of the 38 Ashes. Australia retained the Ashes 1-0 up going into that game.
Looking at the number of overs bowled here.
This was
That is...
in the innings 335.2 overs England batted.
Wow.
Brooke
Cruel.
132. Looking to swat the ball away again, leg side, along the floor. It's the longer part of the ground, and it's been collected in front of the stand there. Throw sent in, Stokes having to sprint back. They'll come through for 2, 536 for 4. Brooks at 34, that'll test out his hamstring. Ben Stokes. It was out the back of the hand from Chavanga.
It was a timeless game because the series, although Australia retaining the Ashes, wasn't decided, and they used to play the final test in England as a timeless game in the 30s. So they batted 335 overs.
Brooke just having another look leg side as Chavanga is past the stumps. Again short, this time guided down to third man. It's in the air and it's been dropped. Running around to his left, dropped in front of the rope, and I think it's bounced into the rope as well to rub salt into the wound.
Bit of an uppercut, wasn't it? Not a bad bit of pace, actually. Short, wide, outside, off stump. Harry Brook went for it, uppercut it, and it did make it down to third man, but he had to make some ground. Difficult catch. He got there, though. Bright sunshine, all straight through the hands, 4, I think.
I think they're just checking, actually, whether it was flush into the boundary cushion or whether it bounced in front. I think it's bounced in front.
Not sure.
Hard to tell from that angle.
Yeah. 4.
It's been signalled 4. 540 for 4. Brooke to 38.
I think I might have made sure, if I was playing in those days, I might have had a little injury for the time this test. Just gone on for days. Wow.
So Kadza, the substitute down there. Brooke cuts firmly, and there's a deep cover. He has not moved an inch. In fact, he's just watched it go past him for 4. He slapped that away. Moves to 42, 544 for 4.
Oh, he's got every bit of that short and wide outside off stump, and you're right. The boundary rider on the offside just gave that up as soon as it left the bat. Timing, power, everything. Had everything that shot.
Well, there's not been much in his half in this over so far. Did he even see it?
I don't think he saw it.
That's probably, I reckon that might be one of the most embarrassing things to happen on a cricket pitch, when you're stood in the deep and you have not seen it.
It's coming your way.
The worst is when it's about a metre away from you. Brooke on 42, guides this one on the floor, this time down to third. For 1, 545 for 4, Brooke to 43 at the end of the over. He will continue the strike. And a reminder, you can watch the best clips of today's action as normal on the BBC Sport website and app. You can go to the live page and you'll find the clips as part of the text commentary. And Today at the Test is on BBC 2 and BBC iPlayer from 7 o'clock this evening. Plus, remember, we have 2 England sides in action today. Following play here at 6:30, we'll take you to Hove for the second women's T20 match against the West Indies. Hayley Matthews outstanding with a fabulous century in the first one, but then England able to chase it down in pretty quick time at the start of the Charlotte Edwards, Nat Sciver-Brunt era. There was a band on earlier, Tuffers.
What, here?
Yeah, playing Oasis covers.
Oh, nice.
You got your tickets this summer?
To Oasis? No. Where are they playing? I don't really.
Really? I thought you were an Oasis fan.
Well, I might. Is there a box or something? Bit of VIP?
Are you fishing now?
Well, I've got some muff.
Rook on 43. Pushes at the ball in front of him, no run.
Anyone got a box? Oh, right, I'm off. Thank you very much for all the people who are thinking about sending me some mufflers. Much appreciated.
And Oasis tickets. 3 men in the deep on the leg side for Harry Brook. Muzarabani looking rather forlorn, actually, as he's walking back to the top of his mark. He looks very, very tired and fatigued. But he's only bowled 23 overs. In that match, Andy, who bowled the most overs in the innings? As Brook drives the ball to Wider-Schmidt off for a single, moves to 44. 546 for 4.
So this is the 903 for 7 that England made at the Oval in 1938. Australia picked a team with only 2 specialist bowlers. and then some sort of bits and pieces, all rounders. The two specialist bowlers, both wrist spinners. Bill O'Reilly, 85 overs, 3 for 178, one of the great leg spinners of Test history. And Chuck Fleetwood Smith, who was a left-arm wrist spinner, who had a lot of success against England in the previous Ashes in Australia. He went 1 for 298 off 87. That's a lot of overs.
I'm surprised his wrist hadn't turned in his hand by the end of the day. Stokes then assessing the field. There's a man at deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and fine deep cover at a third. So one-day mode is Stokes onto the back foot, punching the ball out to deep cover for a single. He'll go to 9, 547 for 4. Welcome, Henry.
Good morning, Isha. Good morning, listeners. It's tough going for Zimbabwe, to say the least. Dropped catches don't help, but my gosh, these two are playing with authority and with power, aren't they? Harry Brook. I haven't seen a cricket ball travel quicker. And that last 4 that he cut to the point boundary. But Test cricket is tough. It's going to make these Zimbabweans develop some character.
Brook on 44, tucking the ball to the leg side. Loads of space as Stokes sprints for the first one, searching for the second before mid-on comes around to cut it off. So they'll just settle for 1, 548 for 4. But this is good news. This is good signs for England and Ben Stokes, that he is happy to put in the sprints and just test out his body.
He's looking good though, isn't he? Really slimmed down, looking really strong, but work in the gym after his operation on that hamstring.
Open stance to Muzarabani as he pulls the ball. He gets uncomfortable there. It's gone up in the air. And there's a catch on. It has been taken. It was a threatening delivery from Muzarabani. Short into the pitch. He didn't get into the right position, Ben Stokes. And that was taken down at fine leg by Ben Curran. 548 for 5.
It got a bit big on him, did this Ben Stokes. As you can see, he's very uncomfortable as he played the shot. Didn't quite roll his wrists. Got a thick top edge. Curran, well, the sun was in his eyes and he shielded his eyes and created some shade. But what an innings from Stokes. Probably not the result he wanted on a batting strip that everyone's got hundreds on just about, apart from Root. But it was very, very breezy. His 9. But England well in control anyway, Isha.
Yeah, at 548 for 5. But just looking at the replay there, he looked down at the pitch as if it just came off a little bit quicker. And I think it has quickened up a bit today, this Trent Bridge pitch. Certainly a bit more zip in it as Jamie Smith emerges now.
Muzarabani's bowled a few balls today that showed us what he's capable of. He's tall, 6'8", and he does surprise you with the odd ball. We were actually talking about this, Vorney and I, and the other combox, about how if he got a good coach to help him brace that front knee, which is normally bent at delivery, and maybe cock his wrist a bit more, he could get a bit more pace and a bit more control. And he's a bowler with great potential, so he's one to watch. He's now got 2 wickets in the innings.
Yeah, and the important one of Ben Stokes, because when he gets going, he can be very dangerous, especially in partnership with Harry Brook. But Jamie Smith now out in the middle. His last Test match was in Rawalpindi back in October. Missed the New Zealand tour, becoming a father, averaging 42 in his 10 Test matches with a century and 4 50s. And an opportunity for him. And you probably think that there is a bit of pressure on him as well, with Ollie Pope getting the runs that he did. So Muzarabani is going to continue. Final ball of the over. 2 slips in the gully in position for Jamie Smith, who sets himself up. Nice, lovely looking drive to mid-off. Off a good length. So good start from him. 548 for 5. No run at the end of the over.
Andy, this may be too soon to have this type of conversation, but with the kind of mood that Harry Brook is in, what's the fastest Test century scored?
By anyone, from memory, I think it was 56, but I think McCullum might have done 54. I'll get the full list up. The England fastest we talk about a lot was the 76 balls by Gilbert Jessup in 1902 that we've mentioned a lot since Stokes and McCullum took over. But whether it was exactly 76 balls or not, some dispute, as Simon Wilde, press box colleague, is exploring in a forthcoming book.
Right.
A few more words from you, Henry, on how Zimbabwe can try and extract a few more here, and then it will be Simon Mann as Chivanga is running into bowl past the stumps, and Brook guiding that down to third, but Jamie Smith has sent him back, thinking he could take the single. Welcome, Simon.
Good morning, Isha. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Henry, as well.
Morning,
Simon.
Simon.
For Zimbabwe today. Could have done with this before 20 to 12 yesterday morning, really.
Absolutely.
Playing a few shots, so well, that was a good one to get rid of Ollie Popes. It just looked so out, didn't it? Surprised he reviewed it. He didn't seem to know whether he'd nicked it or not. 5.48 for 5. As that one is swatted away by Brook into the onside towards deep forward square leg. And they're coming back for a second. Throw comes into Jamie Smith's end, so he's running to the non-striker's end, makes his ground, and England's 550 is up. Harry Brook has been hitting the ball hard today. 47 not out from 46 balls. Don't tell me you're into Gilbert Jessup territory.
Henry's just asked. Right. It's going to have to go. So yeah, 76 is what is generally accepted, but it might be a few balls fewer than that.
Right, but
you don't have the full score.
For all intents and purposes, it is 76 balls, isn't it? That's
what
official
we've been looking at
verdict. Yeah. Anyway, Brook's playing plenty of shots. Here's Chivanga into bowl to him, and Brook dabs that away down towards deep third. That's his 48th run. Look, someone who gets it, and you feel someone will eventually. They'll have to play lots of shots very quickly. So, but this is the perfect situation in a way, because that's what England are trying to do here.
That's right.
5.51 for 5.
Yes, Simon, it's not often you get to play with absolute reckless abandon where there's nothing in the form of pressure on your shoulders. I mean, 550 is plenty already, I think. Anything from here on in is a bonus. So we know he's capable, Harry Brook. Triple centurion.
Jamie Smith on strike, a slip and a deep gully in. Chivanga bowls on his pads and he lifts that away into the leg side, and that's going out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. That's gone away for 4, and that was a very poor delivery from Chivanga. It was a leg stump half volley. Just what you want when you've just come in. Smith said thank you very much. It was angled in onto the pads. I mean, you could not get a more perfect delivery really to get off the mark.
Absolutely. And I think that's been the problem for the Zimbabweans pretty much all of yesterday, is they did bowl good balls in patches, but they didn't string together a cluster of balls that put pressure on the England batters.
Chivanga into bowl to Smith, wide of off stump, very wide, almost a wide. It's not given as such as by umpire Palakar. On its way through to Tsiga. 5.55 for 5. I wonder if that has ever happened before in Test cricket. No, Doz, it's fine. Don't worry.
Off 95.5. There's lots of 5s.
Oh, yeah, there are, yeah. 5.55 for 5. It's a kind of a Richie, isn't it? I bet Richie had never had a 5.55 for 5.
And Chivanga's bowled 15.5
So he has. Here's Chivanga running away from us at the Ratcliffe Road end to bowl to Smith. Smith gets him outside the off stump and he's dropped. He's dropped by the keeper. He's pushed at it, it's swung away. He nicked it. It would have been a catch to first slip. Seager dived across and put it down. It's a lovely piece of bowling, actually. Smith followed it, nicked it, dropped. 5.55 for 5. Chivanga's so close to his second wicket. Frustration for him.
I'd mentioned in the other com box that Chivanga was the one bowler from Zimbabwe who had a beautiful seam presentation. He's been swinging it all match. It's just been the fact that he hasn't had the luck and he hasn't had the consistency, but this was a peach of a delivery. It's a perfect ball, actually. And Seager, well, I think there's a little bit of a technical deficiency in the way he tried to catch that, going with one hand to the right rather than both hands under the ball.
Craig Ervin was just waiting to catch it at slip as well.
Oh,
nice height for him, just fractionally to his left. Anyway, down it went.
Would that have put Chivanga on 3 wickets if it had been caught, Andy?
Well, he's had 2 drops. He's got 1 wicket.
Oh boy, he's had 2 drops. That's what it was. Yes.
Muzarabani bowls to Brook. Brook swings him away into the leg side, and that's going over the rope, I think, or was it just bounced in front? Just waiting for the signal from the umpire. It's 6. Helping it on its way to deep backward square leg, and that's a half century for Harry Brook. He's on to 54 from 48 balls. It's 561 for 5. Is that his 3rd 6 of the morning? 3 6s this morning from Harry Brook. Very similar shots as well. It's helping Muzarabani on his way. It's a remarkable stroke, taking it actually outside off stump and lifting it over the rope at deep backward square leg. There are 2 fielders back for the catch. It went between them. 561 for 5. Now, Brook 54 not out. In the mood. Muzarabani bowls to him. He's down the pitch, hitting this over mid-on. This is going out towards the boundary. He's not hit that perfectly, but he's muscled it away. Is it going to go for 4? Yes, it does, because the fielder who was running back there, Ervin, he got to it and then tried to knock it back, but in doing so, he knocked it sideways and it rolled into the rope. So an inelegant 4 for Harry Brook, but just as effective. Coming down the pitch, and was just a huge swat really in a miscue. So Brook is on the charge. He's on to 58. 565 for 5. He's got 58 off 49 balls.
He's in the territory and he's in the mood.
Muzarabani bowls. He's bowled. Played on. He swats the air in frustration. Probably a bit too close to play the shot he was looking to play. Kind of dabbed down, inside edge, onto his off stump. England have lost another wicket, and that looks like the declaration. Jamie Smith's walking off with him. England have declared, with Harry Brook dismissed for 58, 565 for 6 declared after 96.3 overs. So England play a few shots this morning. They've lost some wickets, and the declaration has come. So Zimbabwe will need to score to avoid the follow-on. 400 and, help me out, results.
16, I think. So the follow-on is 150.
Yeah, 416 to avoid the follow-on.
Harry Brook's final numbers there, 58 from 50 balls, with 3 sixes. And just disappeared off my screen. I think it was 6 fours. 3 sixes and 6 fours. He reaches 50 from 48 balls. His 1950 plus score in Test cricket, 8 of which he's converted into centuries. And this is only his 25th Test match.
Some wickets for Muzarabani. Reward for his perseverance at 3 for 143 in 24 and a half overs. But it's a sorry looking bowling card really for Zimbabwe. 3 players have raised their 100, but 3 England batters have done it as well.
Spare a thought for Chivanga, Simon, because he could have had a couple more to his tally. He could have had 3 as well. But yeah, it was a hard day at the office for all of the Zimbabwean players yesterday and today. Well, today was a bit of a dart, so expensive figures because there were lots. It was raining 6s here at Trent Bridge, but Muzarabani, he'll be going to the IPL. He'll have to look at his skill set and figure out if he can handle the kind of pressure that he's been put under today. But all in all, I think there's one equation for the Zimbabweans. They've got to get as close to that follow-on mark as they possibly can and hope for rain tomorrow. Lots of it.
The forecast has improved, hasn't it?
It has.
Tomorrow there is going to be some rain apparently, but it's going to be sort of very early morning rain and possibly stopping by about 7 or 8 o'clock, and then a dry day and then possibly a bit more rain in the evening, almost as if the weather gods are very happy that there's cricket tomorrow at Trent Bridge. It's like bookending the day's play. Anyway, we'll see how it plays out. It's a lovely day here today at Trent Bridge. Decent-sized crowd in as well for the Friday, and they've seen England back for a bit, and now they're going to see them bowl. They're going to see a debutant as well in Sam Cook. The heavy roller is going up and down the pitch. I mean, in theory, these are very good batting conditions. The sun is out, plenty of blue sky, a bit warmer than it was yesterday, a breeze. But of course, Zimbabwe are facing a huge task to make 416 to avoid being asked to follow on.
Well, I think they can take heart from the fact that the batting surface has been excellent. We haven't seen any demons in the pitch, as they say. We haven't seen any balls stay low, or the odd balls hit the seam and bounced a little bit more. But I think that's really all that's been on offer now. Albeit, I have one caveat, which is to suggest that the England bowling attack will be much more consistent than the Zimbabwean bowlers. They will put the ball in good areas for a lot longer periods with more consistency, and will challenge the outside edge of the bat and of course the stumps a lot more. And they've got a bucket of runs behind them. They have license. I think Ben Stokes will be setting really attacking fields. He can do it for an extended period of time, come what may. And they've also got a specialist spinner as well, which allows him to maneuver and manipulate his bowling as he wants, so he can have them in shorter spells and hold up an end with a spin as well.
Yeah, you can see whether and how much Ben Stokes bowls. He's not bowled since pulling his hamstring in that test match in Hamilton. That was before Christmas, and then he had the operation in early January. He's had the long road back, and this presumably we're going to see him bowled at some point today. He was saying yesterday in the interview with Jonathan about how Brendan McCullum, he'll kind of liaise with McCullum, will say, okay, time to stop bowling now, because he likes to bowl these really long spells, and probably bowls too much in one spell. So you might see him bowl in 4 or 5 over spells, something like that. Anyway.
And Simon, he looks really, really fit. He looks like an elite athlete, actually.
Yeah, he's got himself so fit in the last 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
Not just the test match we're bringing you today. Following coverage from here, we will have commentary on the second women's T20 at Hove from 6:30, and on the new streams on BBC Sounds. You go to BBC Sounds app, you'll find Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3, where it means we can bring lots more cricket. There's county cricket today. Kevin Howells is at Worcestershire against Warwickshire, and that's on Sports Extra 2. And on Sports Extra 3, it's Yorkshire against the leaders Nottinghamshire. So Nottinghamshire have a 3-point lead going into this current round of matches over Surrey at the top of the table. So bags of cricket to bring you. We are just switching on today to Test Match Special. Zimbabwe, well, they'll need 416 to avoid being asked to follow on. Mind you, if they get 380, it'll probably take them a long time, and you think, well, would England even enforce the follow on, because that would be a lot of toil for their bowlers. But they've kind of gone down the road of thinking about follow on, because they batted in this way and scored the number of runs they have, because it is a 4-day game. 5-day game, you might well have batted on a bit more, wouldn't you? You know, got 650 or something like that, possibly. But they pulled out 565 for 6. So you can see that perhaps a follow-on for once is in England's mind. I mean, it's not always the best way to go, and probably the last time they asked a team to follow on was the game they lost in Wellington against New Zealand. They lost by 1 run in Wellington, one of the great test matches, but it was kind of created by England's decision to, I think, ill-advisedly ask New Zealand to follow on. I didn't quite understand that decision, because they got an ageing bowling attack, and they'd been out there for a while. The pitch was flattening out. You think, just bat again, get a lead of 500 and say, chase that if you can, rather than doing it the other way. And anyway, it led to a fantastic game of cricket, a fantastic finish, dramatic, but they did lose the game. Right, so let's tell you what's happened this morning. If you are just switching on for the first time, Ollie Pope was caught behind off Chavanga for 171. That was 502 for 4. Stokes was caught by Curran at fine leg off the top edge from a short ball from Muzarabani for 9. That was 548 for 5. Harry Brook, he made 58. He was really on the charge. You could just sense that England century record in his mind. He was going to give it a go anyway. He was going to play lots of shots, but then he played on to Muzarabani, and he was bowled for 58 from 50 balls with 3 6s and 6 4s. Jamie Smith was 4 not out. He was dropped as well. and England 565 for 6 declared from 96.5 overs. I'll give you the bowling figures. Nigarava, who has gone for a scan on that back injury picked up yesterday. Remember, he went off, came back on eventually, but he looked as though he was really struggling in the field. I described him as fielding like Michael Vaughan in 15 years' time, and that was what it was like. Anyway, 9 overs, 1. Good morning, Michael, by the way. Yeah, nice to see you.
Yeah, morning, Simon.
9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 42. Musa Rabbani, 24.5 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 143. Chivanga, 16 overs, no maidens, 1 for 117. Naochi, 18 overs, no maidens, 0 for 103. Sekunda Raza, 24 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 93. Madaveri, he picked up that wicket in his first over after lots of toil elsewhere. 3 overs, 1 for 34. And Bennett bowled a couple of overs, 2 overs for 17. So, Zimbabwe are about to reply to England's 565 for 6 declared results.
Just a couple of quick little things. Musa Rabbani's last spell, the last 5 overs he bowled yesterday and 4.5 overs today. Rather extraordinary figures for a spell. 3 for 77 from 9.5 overs. And Brooke, he was 9 of 27 balls and scored 49 off his next 22 before the ball dismissed him.
Yeah, so if he continued that in that vein, I mean, it's like, sport is so full of ifs, isn't it? But anyway, there we go. It was not to be, played on, and they looked as if they were just giving him the opportunity. Anyway, look, here's about another 4 or 5 overs. Have a go at it, see what happens. And he played on, and England immediately declared. Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I've liked what England have done actually. Just get on with the game. I guess people will say James Smith could have done with it or not, but I'm not too sure how much you're gaining when you're so far ahead of the game.
He's played 3 championship matches this summer. He's made some runs. He's made a few runs here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. But I guess Ben Stokes could have done with a bit more time out in the middle. But I like the fact that England are getting on with it, and the ball's actually done a bit more today. Whether it's that Zimbabwe bowled a bit better and they kind of released it out of the hand with a little bit more rhythm. The ball was carrying through to the keeper nicely, so I'll be interested to see what the likes of Gus Atkinson, Sam Cook, obviously on his debut, he's going to bowl the first ball by the looks of it. Josh Tong is, I think he's a tremendous comeback for England. I think having Josh Tong, that point of difference that England desperately require, you have that with Jofra Archer when he's fit, Mark Wood. I think Josh Tong offers that point of difference as well because of his action, that front on action, he bowls quickly, and he's been bowling beautifully for Notts, so it's good to see him back. But it's the number 86 on the back of his shirt, Sam Cook, that is about to start proceedings.
And, well, this is one of those really bizarre things that we've actually got number 86 bowling to number 86 as well.
I wonder why it was.
It's odd, isn't it? Anyway,
why 86? Do we know?
No. So Sam Cook 86 and Brian Bennett is 86 as well for Zimbabwe.
We're waiting for the roller, Simon. It's just trudging off.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah,
on the left-hand side.
Yeah, finally got it. Everyone's ready to go. The roller is making its way off very slowly. So Cook is going to bowl to Bennett. Curran is at the non-striker's end. And here is Cook's first ball in Test cricket. Bowls to Bennett, and it's a straight ball on middle and off, and it's driven nicely straight to mid-on, where it's picked up by Atkinson, and there is no run. Sam Cook, who has got an excellent record in county cricket, an astonishing record, really, taking his wickets over a number of years at around about 20. Not had the best of seasons, had a sort of steady season, 10 wickets at 28, he's played 3 games. It's not been as devastating this season as he has been in previous seasons. But you talk to people and they say he's got a high level of skill. Cook bowls to Bennett outside the off-stump, swinging away. Bennett lets it go by. Right-handed Bennett lets it go through to Jamie Smith. England with 4 slips in, waiting for the outside edge. And there's some swing there from Cook.
Yeah, a little bit of outswing. He can take it either way. I mean, when you've got over 300 Test match wickets at 19 apiece.
Championship wickets.
You earn the right. He's been banging the door down, so it's great to see him get the opportunity. Did well for the Lions in Australia in the games that they played over there in the new year.
Here goes Cook past the umpire, up to the stumps, bowls. Oh, he nearly gets the wicket there, inside edge, past the stumps, down towards fine leg. Bashir runs round, dives, can't get there. Zimbabwe underway. Cheer from their section of supporters. in the stand away to our left-hand side, but he got lucky there, Bennett. Thickish inside edge, that could so easily have been dragged on. The replay to tell you how close it was. Well, it was away from leg stump, but the arms were up. He was anticipating something special in his first over in Test cricket. Sun has just disappeared behind a stand for a moment. The umpire's just signalled 4. I'm not quite sure why. I thought it's obvious that was a boundary. Anyway, all's well, ends well.
I've got something that I've noticed, Simon, that you'll like.
Here is Cook. I'm looking forward to it. Cook into bowl to the right-handed Bennett. It's full. He drives. He gets more runs here. Through forward square leg. 2 fielders after it, including Bashir. He's racing around the boundary. He won't get there. Cook's been hit for 2 fours in his first over. Again, there was a hint of inside edge on that one, but less of the inside edge and more of the middle. 8 for no wicket.
Right, here we go, Simon. Square leg umpires. They generally stand square on to the wicket, yeah? Umpire Dharma Senior. I noticed in the Zimbabwe last few overs, he's standing behind square, look.
So he is.
There you go, he's a good few yards behind square. There you go, Zoltz, there's one for your stat pack. Why is he doing that?
Cook, meanwhile, goes into bowl to Bennett. 4 slips and a gully. That's full, swinging, slashed away on the drive. That's 4 as well. They'll save the follow-on by lunchtime, going on like this. It was full. He gave it a chance to swing, and Bennett was after it. He crashed that through the offside. 12 for no wicket.
Now this is what Sam Cook does. He bowls nice and full, so he gets a number of his wickets. It's such a good pitch. It's great commitment from Bennett. He's off to a flyer.
Last ball of Cook's first over in Test cricket. That's a beauty, absolute beauty. In the channel, swing and bounce, and he pushed at it, he had to play at it, and it went past the outside edge and through to wicketkeeper Jamie Smith. 12 for no wicket after 1 over Zimbabwe, all 12 to Bennett. 3 fours in the over. Zimbabwe need 416 to avoid the follow-on. So yeah, I don't actually study where square leg umpires stand that much.
Do they have tracking devices on umpires now?
Can you give me any explanation?
Well, they don't need to stand directly in line so much because there's the technology now, isn't there?
Yeah, so a run out, they go straight upstairs, don't they?
Yeah.
But why would he stand behind square? What is he gaining from standing behind square?
You need to go away and think.
I don't know.
Let's have a look at Mr. Palakar. Where's he? He's
Square.
right on the line, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's
so
right on the line.
Old school.
Yeah. Sometimes you need to have a look to see where the fielders are. They make sure they're out 3 behind square.
Do you think?
But then you go over to point for that.
Do you
normally,
think
don't
he's
you?
got a better vision of the cordon from just behind square? So in just case, one
It's
of
a
those
low
lower
catch. Could be, yeah. It's going to be Gus Atkinson to bowl the second over. He's got 4 slips and a gully, and he's bowling to Ben Curran, and Curran gets off the mark. First ball, knocking away off his hip down towards backward square leg.
Well, I have to say, Simon, that kind of theory goes out the window because there was a period that Zimbabwe were bowling with no slips and he was still behind
Right,
square.
yeah.
So that theory's gone.
So Curran off the mark. Sam Curran and Tom Curran were here yesterday. Sam Curran had to hot foot down to the Oval for Surrey's championship match against Essex today. I wonder if Tom's still here to watch his young brother bat.
Sam Curran's got a wicket.
Has he?
He's got Dean Elgar out for 31. Essex 77 for 1 after 15.
Atkinson bowls to Bennett. A straight ball outside the off stump. Didn't seem to move at all there. And Bennett allowed it to go through to wicketkeeper Jamie Smith. So Zimbabwe 13 for no wicket. And we've got Bennett on 12 and Curran on 1. And it's, if she's ready, it's time for Alison Mitchell. No, it's not, because she's got the wrong headset on. We'll hear from Alison in just a second. 13 for no wicket, 552 runs behind Zimbabwe. Atkinson bowls, and Bennett is struck on the pad. Big shout for LBW. Close, but not close enough, says umpire Dharmasena. Probably just going down.
Yeah, good decision.
Yeah, England not going to review it, I don't think. The clock's ticking down to 8-7, but there's no inclination to review it. But just a fraction of nip there for Atkinson. 13 for no wicket. Here is Alison.
Thank you, Simon. It's like out of the black and into the red. Again, a bullseye up here with the microphones. Right, Gus Atkinson, sunshine at Trent Bridge. 4 slips and a gully behind the bat. Brian Bennett faces up. Atkinson is in. He allows this one to go through outside the off stump, spilt by Smith as he took it low.
Well, just Sam's just mentioned there's a little bit of nip there. There's certainly more seam movement. And that last ball there, it just died in the surface and bounced through to Jamie Smith. We've seen the odd ball fly through to the keeper this morning. You know, it's a bright skied day. It's a glorious day for cricket. And the pitch is just offering a little bit more. Whether we'll see more because of the extra bit of pace and consistent that we'll see from the England side, I'm sure.
Yeah, different bowlers will extract different things from the same surface. Atkinson is in, some width slashed away. It's gone behind point for 4. Fast hands from Bennett and another crisp shot. 3 boundaries in that opening over off the bowling of Sam Cook. And Bennett now moves on to 16 from the first 10 balls that he's faced.
Yeah, it's a real commitment this from Bennett. You know, he's had 1 or 2 balls to hit, but his mindset's been excellent. You know, he's really staring at the ball, looking for that opportunity. Seen the drive through the offside off Sam Cook, now the cut shot from Gus Atkinson. He's 16 from 10.
Zimbabwe 17 without loss. Here is Atkinson. Last ball of the over. It sits up. He looks to pull it. Bottom edge is into the ground though. And it's a dot ball fielded at mid-wicket. That's an aggressive start from Zimbabwe in the face of a first innings 565 for 6 declared by England. Ollie Pope, just to remind you, added just 2 to his overnight score. So he was out for 171. He was caught behind a thin edge. He asked for the review. Snicko did show the nick. So he was gone. Harry Brook batted really aggressively and entertainingly with a number of sixes as well in his 58 from 50 balls. Ben Stokes' innings was short-lived, out for just 9. Well caught in the deep by, I was going to say Sam Curran, Ben Curran diving well forward in the deep to dismiss the England captain, which meant in the end 3 wickets for Blessing Mazharabani, but 3 for 143 after that punishing day yesterday. Now, Sam Cook again then on Test debut. His first over he saw disappear.
Yeah, he's going to come around the wicket to Curran. 4 slips and a gully. Kind of a short mid-wicket and a wide fine leg. The only 2 fielders on the onside. Interestingly, the square leg umpire has actually squared the wicket to the left-hander.
Oh yes, you were looking at this earlier, weren't you? Around the wicket then, Cook to Curran, allows that to go. A little bit of shape away from that left-hander there, through to Jamie Smith.
Maybe he's just wandering.
Well, my theory was when he was standing behind square, was he just doing it to Brook or was it to all batters? You noticed it when it was Brook.
No, he's just done it now.
Oh, he did it?
Yeah, he did it to Bennett, yeah.
Right. Because my theory was that he was just trying to stand away from the ferocity of a square pull, make sure he's slightly out of the line of what could be a nasty blow.
Slightly just behind the stumps.
So 17 for none. Here is Sam Cook, Essex bowler in, and comes back into Curran, defends into the onside, and there's no run. So Ben Curran, we heard from the 2 brothers yesterday, Sam and Tom, who are in the stands watching. Imagine they're here for the whole match, you'd think they would be.
No, Sam's down playing for Surrey.
Oh, yeah.
We've just had
matches in progress.
A message from Simon Wheeler, who says that maybe he's standing behind square because he's in the way of the run-out cameras on one side. Maybe
okay,
that is the reason.
Good thinking. Cook from around the wicket again, left-hander comes forward, just turns it behind square on the onside, jogs through for a gentle 1, so Bennett back on strike. In moves the umpire.
Well, I'm all over Dharmasena watch. This is my game.
That makes perfect sense though, doesn't it? Because the run-out cameras, I mean, whenever there is a run-out chance, of course, umpires go upstairs these days. You don't see it judged from ground level.
Are the cameras on both sides though?
I wouldn't expect so. That would feel like that's a bit of an extravagance, wouldn't it? You only really need cameras square on one side. Anyway, you keep an eye on him. I'll keep an eye on Sam Cook here to Bennett, who's 16 off 11. Cook switching to over the wicket to the right-hander. Lovely shape away. It's outside the off stump and Bennett doesn't offer a shot. He opens in white ball cricket, doesn't he, Brian Bennett? That's where the aggressive nature comes from, being a top-order striker in the white ball game. 6 tests so far. Morning, Andy.
Morning, Ali. Here's a little record in Test cricket, Brian Bennett, which I'll come to the end of the over. Also, it's a nice stat on that first over in which he hit 12 runs.
Okay, looking forward to this. Cook
Is it a good one, Zoltz?
He's got a little smile on his face, which suggests it is. Cook moves in again under the bright sunshine, straight to delivery and met with a straight defensive bat, angled into the pitch and no run.
Well, the 12 runs he scored in the first over is the joint most a Zimbabwean player has ever hit in the first over of a Test innings. Stuart Carlisle also at 12 off Javagal Srinath in 2002 in Nagpur, but that was Zimbabwe's second innings. And in terms of against England, it's the most by one player in the first over a Test innings since Murali Vijay hit Jimmy Anderson for 3-4s on this ground in 2014 for India.
Oh, those are good stats. Bennett faces up again. Cook moves in, full of delivery, thick outside edge, and it's flown just beyond fourth slip down to the deep third boundary for 4. But Cook did find the edge. Crawley it is who went after it, and he's got long arms for the reach, but it flew at a real pace.
Yeah, he did. He fully committed to the stroke. There's only a small gap because England have got 4 slips in a gully. And it goes, it's low down to his right. It'd been an incredible catch. Can't really put that down as a chance. It's right in between the two fielders there. Ollie Pope to his right. He might have just got a fingertip to it. Out of interest, though, who has scored the highest amount of runs in the
first over
Test innings?
Of a Test, I'll get that. I've got just the players against England. The most was Michael Slater in
Edgbaston.
2001.
How many?
He got 16, 4 4s. There were 2 no balls in it.
Is that Phil de Freitas?
Goff.
Oh, Goffy. Gus Atkinson in, new over. Forward comes Curran. Defends into the onside, and Atkinson picks up in his follow-through. Zimbabwe are 22 without loss in reply to England's 565 for 6 declared. So
Bennett's 12 is the joint 5th most by a player in the first over of an innings against England. That little record he has. In his second Test, he scored a century and took a fifer for Zimbabwe against Afghanistan in the Boxing Day Test last December. The youngest player ever to have 100 and a fifer in the same Test at the age of 21.
That is a good little record to have. Here comes Atkinson again. Neat clip square past the standing umpire here at this end. A chase across the outfield. And the pickup comes just in front of the boundary rope and Jamie Smith does leap to take the throw. I was about to accuse it of being a wild throw from Sam Cook, but gathered 24 for none.
I'm thinking someone like Virender Sehwag could have scored a 20 against England, potentially in that run chase.
Ooh, Chennai, you're thinking?
Yes.
I don't know whether that was the first. Well, it wasn't the first over of.
First over of the innings.
Did you go that
Mark Harmison might have been
off?
bowling. Might have cut him over point a couple of times for 6.
Atkinson in past the stumps, and just a really push drive down through fairly straight mid-off. Chases on to pick up inside the rope, running hard to come back again, and they have run 3. Bennett, who's back on strike, Zimbabwe 27 for none.
A slightly surprising name at the top of the list for most runs in the first over of a Test innings in the CricViz database. Bobby Simpson of Australia, who was not renowned for his flamboyant stroke play, very good player. 18 off an 8-ball over from Wes Hall, Great West Indian fast bowler in the famous 1960-61 Test series.
Well, that gives you an advantage if it's an 8-ball over, isn't it? I mean, that's a bit unfair. Atkinson moves in again. 4 slips behind Bennett, who's been the chief aggressor, angled out towards point. Pope is there to pick up, and there's no run.
Where's Sehwag on that list?
His most, off Mohammad Khalil of Pakistan, he had 13 in the first over innings. There are 4 players who scored 16. This is just individual players rather than team runs in the first over of Test innings. Slater against Goff in 2001. Chris Gale against Chris Martin of New Zealand in 2012.
Atkinson approaches the crease now, slides this away between gully and point, away down towards the deep third boundary. Just an angled bat and finds the boundary as well. Pope and Brooke were both chasing back from that slip cordon. And the 4 signalled by the umpire. And Bennett moves on to 24 from 16. Sprightly start, Zimbabwe 31 for none.
Ashada Fernando of Sri Lanka against Taijul Islam hit 16 in the first over, the second innings for Sri Lanka and Bangladesh in 2022. And Yashasvi Jaiswal, I've made a mess of that. We're going to have a bit of trouble with that this year. Against of Mitchell Stark at the SCG test this year.
Recently,
16,
yes.
The first
I witnessed that, so did you, Michael. Atkinson over the wickets, forward, defence from Bennett to the offside end of another over. So Bennett 24, Curran on 6, Zimbabwe 31 without loss.
I was waiting for Jaya Surya to pop up there. I mean, I just remember playing against Jaya Surya and
I feel like he
flicks through the offside on the floor and in the air.
He's quite high up. He had a 14-run first over against New Zealand off Simon Dool in 1997. Zach Crawley and Royal Pindi had 14 off Nasim Shah's first over of the series in 2022.
That Sam Constas knock against Bumrah, that wasn't the first over of the test innings though, was it?
No.
I've been hit the first over he faced. Well, the first over he faced from Bumrah, potentially.
Where
he went
his first
bang,
over,
bang,
he played and missed, didn't he? A number of
right,
deliveries,
yeah.
and he thought, oh, got to change my way, and he started to ramp, dance down.
That was extraordinary, wasn't it? Well, see whether he gets a run in the Australian side for the World Test Championship final at Lords. Here is Cook again to the left-handed Curran. He takes a stride forward, a shouldering of arms, lets it go through to the keeper. Brian Bennett is a twin as well, I think, isn't he? He's got a twin brother who might have also dabbled in a little bit of cricket. But he plays for the Mountaineers, is the name of the domestic team in Australia that Brian Bennett plays for. They're the reigning champions of the Logan Cup, which is their domestic 4-day competition. He has got a first-class double hundred under his belt from February earlier this year. So he's got some staying power as well as the ability to strike these boundaries that we've seen so far. But he's down at the non-striker's end at the moment. Curran faces up to Cook, pushes this across him leading edge, and it's gone over the head of the bowler and drops just beyond the stumps at the non-striker's end to be picked up. Well, inducing a false stroke. So there's been a couple of sort of half chances created now after Cook went for 12 in his opening over. He's had such a successful time for Essex over a long period. He helped them to win the county championship in 2017. That was the year of his first team debut, and then again in 2019. Cook around the wicket, angled in, edge to second, slip and taken. And there is Cook's first wicket in Test cricket. And he leaps with delight, surrounded by his teammates, performing for club for so many years, and now he's got a Test wicket for his country. And it's Ben Curran who's on his way for 6, Zimbabwe 31 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good ball. The previous ball that he found the leading edge kind of came into Curran. On this occasion, it's just a little bit, just up more on off stump, and it just bounces and leaves the left hand. It squares him up. It's a really good ball. There you go, the extra bounce. And it's a nice, simple catch for Harry Brook. We've seen Cook do this for Essex for many, many years. At the top of the innings, hit that perfect length and find the outside edge, and now he's doing it for England.
Some warm applause for Ben Curran, and no doubt Tom and Sam will be clapping in the stands as well. So he's on his way for 6 from 10 deliveries. First wicket has gone down then, but wonderful to see Sam Cook in amongst the wickets. So I just was looking back at his record, 2019, 32 wickets at just 21. And in 2021, 50 first-class wickets. He reached that mark for the first time. And in 2022, he went one better with 51 wickets at just 16. So he's had to wait in the wings for some time. And 27 years of age. He's spoken about feeling, that he's probably matured more as a cricketer, knows his game better now than if he had received a call-up 3 or 4 years ago. Just to fill you in on what's happening at lunch today at 1 o'clock, we're going to be bringing together Henry Alonga, part of our team here, and Nasser Hussain is popping into the box, and they're going to be talking about the 2003 World Cup. That was famously the World Cup where Henry Alonga and Andy Flower staged a black armband protest against the Robert Mugabe regime. And Nasser Hussain, of course, captain of the England team in that 2003 World Cup, they faced a decision about whether or not to travel and play in Zimbabwe. Of course, they decided not to. That's going to be quite a chat. We've got a leg gully in place here, and forward comes Craig Irvine, the new Zimbabwe batter, the captain, and he's off the mark with a 2. Chasing back towards the boundary is Ben Stokes. And the ball comes in on the bounce to Jamie Smith. 33 for 1. So Irvine off the mark alongside Bennett, 24 from 17. Yeah, very much looking forward to that chat at lunchtime. Don't often hear from Nasser as well here on the Beeb, so it'd be great to get his memories of what was a really tense time for many. Cook, with his first Test wicket under his belt, has 4 slips a gully and a leg gully, beats the bats of Irvine. He pressed forward, past the outside edge. He's getting into a beautiful rhythm here, Cook. 82 miles per hour. You know what his nickname is, Vaughan, don't you? Of course, he grew up at Essex.
Chef.
Well, Chef was Alistair Cook's nickname, of course, so he is the little chef. Essex's little chef. He's turning now. Short crop of dark blonde hair. Around the wicket he goes, past the umpire, turned by Irvine along the ground in the sunshine out towards Shoaib Bashir, who's fielding it deep backward square. He moves in off the boundary and it's the end of the over, so a memorable one for Sam Cook, and then he's taken his first Test wicket now, 1 for 19 off the first 3 overs, and make him feel much better after his first over disappeared. So 34 for 1 Zimbabwe. Michael, a few more words from you, and then Aggers is coming in.
Yeah, just seeing the replay again of the wicket, it's a really good delivery. Curran just getting squared up slightly, but it's that seam movement away and the bounce that does for him. And a great moment for Sam Cook. He's waited a long time and he's been so consistent, the most consistent bowler in the county game for a number of years now.
He could cause problems here for Zimbabwe, couldn't he? He's going to nibble and nag away at that off stump just outside on a full length and produce, well, wickets like that. Caught second slip, you'd think. Atkinson on the way, 34 for 1, moves in now bowls, and that's solidly played by Irvine, getting on the front foot and playing out to mid-off. So 2 left-handers at the crease. Bennett racing to 24, he's faced 17 balls. I say 2 left-handers, oh dear, he's right-handed obviously. But he played a few shots. Fiddling with his gloves at the moment, and the slips are lined up, there's 4 of them, Gully's quite fine. Irvine, tall, slender, experienced too, 39 years old, waits for Atkinson, coming in from the far end, bowls to him, squares him up a little, and Atkinson stoops and picks that up. 34 for 1 in the 6th over, so miles behind, 531.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this cordon. Joe Root at first slip, Harry Brooks second, Ben Duckett third. Those 3 players you would say are pretty much guaranteed to be playing the next 10 Test matches after this one. The obviously important series against India, then the Ashes. And it's really important that England get a cordon that catches pretty much everything.
Atkinson bowls, no stroke from Irvine, collected by Smith. Yeah, it is. You can't miss a chance. You're not against teams like India and Australia.
No, I mean we've
quite a lot dropped in that India series, weren't they? They're both sides of shelling them.
Yeah.
Wonder why.
Don't know. There's quite a lot of catches dropped altogether in the game. You look at the amount of catches that goes down in T20 cricket and just the game in general, which is remarkable really when you think about the training and everything that happens within the game now to prepare these players.
Atkinson bustles in, bowls, and that's sliced away. He's got 4 for it. It wasn't where he was aiming, but a little sort of thickish left-hander's outside edge. Well, runs away along the ground safely between gully and point. 38 for 1 in the 6th over. I think the expectation's higher these days as well, isn't it? I think we're probably more ruthless on what's a catch and what isn't a catch.
Well, I think we're in an era where we see probably more remarkable catches taken.
Yes.
Some incredible catches. But I do think we're also in an era where we see a lot of goobers go down.
Yeah. 4 slips and a gully. Atkinson comes in bowls. That's a late leave and a good one by Irvine. All kept a little bit low, taken down by his boots by Smith. It's going to be a challenge, yes, but they're certainly responding positively. They're not just blocking around, are they?
It's good to see, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It's a free hit for them, isn't it? Yeah. No one's expecting them to do too much. We've got a beautiful day to bat. The pitch is pretty good. Go and enjoy it. Go and have a crack.
Yeah. Atkinson, scuttling run, gets there now, bowls, and he plays slightly across his pads, picked up at mid-on by Bashir. And that is the end of Atkinson's over, 38 for 1. So we've got 35 minutes to go until lunch. It's intriguing looking back, obviously just reading a few bits and pieces before lunch. And it'd be really interesting to hear Nasser and Henry Olonga talking about that period in Cape Town. Whether England were going to go to Zimbabwe or not. It's a refreshing memory. It's a long time ago now, but refreshing memory of 22 years ago. And the fact that we went 2 years before it and went again the year after it. So this World Cup somehow assumed much greater importance, I guess because it was a World Cup.
It was the letter, wasn't it?
The letter, the sons and daughters of Zimbabwe. I must admit, I never thought that was a genuine article. Did you?
Well, I was in the team in Cape Town.
In goes Cook, bowls on leg stump, hits the pad. Smith will chase that, pick it up. It was very threatening. It was not a horrible thing to receive as players. And what also is thinking, and you'll probably appreciate it now, 22 years on, such young men having to make decisions like that. I mean, only in your 20s. You know, I know at the time you think that you know everything. You're playing for England at the top of the world. But kids really entrusted to decisions like that.
We should never have been in that position.
No, the administrators, the adults, the grown-ups, men paid to do it. They should be making decisions like that, not leaving it to young men. Cook round the wicket, bowls, slapped away off the back foot. That's a good shot from Irvine. That'll go for 4. A bit of width there.
Yeah, the one thing that Sam Cook will have to do is be immaculate with his lengths at test level, because he just hasn't got the pace. No. So if he drops it slightly short, look at that, just sits up and says, hit me.
Yeah. Very nicely put away.
Yeah. That's the gulf, I guess, and the difference.
Yeah. It's all fractions, isn't it? It's just a little bit short and a little bit wide. A good player, bang, that's enough. Especially a left-hander, does that free the hands. 43 for 1, the slip still lined up. It was a leg slip as well. As Cook bustles in round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke this time. More accurate. And Irvine lets that go. Yeah, and youngsters with careers, and also in a squad of whatever it was, 15, you're going to get so many different views. And
well, at that age and that stage of my career, it was all beyond my pay grade. Yeah. I was in that many meetings. We played a lot of golf, actually.
I'm sure you did. Yeah. 43 for 1. And this was played defensively, up towards mid-off. I was thinking back, the opening game was on the Sunday. That was West Indies, South Africa at Newlands. This is why we were in Cape Town to do that opening game. And there was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all waiting, because England's game was supposed to be on Thursday in Zimbabwe. So there was 3 days of sitting, meetings, waiting, various announcements, a lot of gossip. 43 for 1. Goes Cook again, bowls, nice length, ball, the thickish outside edge, runs away down to backward point. The administrators were there, but of course the rules were that, like it was with, as it still exists really, that you can only have a game cancelled if basically the government prevents you from going, which is the case with India and Pakistan, or genuine security concerns. Otherwise you're open to breaches of contract and loss of points, of course, in World Cup and so on. So that's the dilemma. Cook bowls. Oh, it's a beauty. How that didn't bowl him, I don't know. Just missed the off stump. Sort of a crabbing defensive stroke from Irvine. Made no contact. It was taken by Smith. So a nice last ball of that over. Cook pulls his cap on. Ollie Pope gives him a little low 5s there rather than a high 5s. And Zimbabwe are 43 for 1 after England declared. So they're 522 runs behind. That's that 1 wicket to Cook with his 15th ball in Test cricket, which is a nice way to start, nice and early. I remember here many moons ago seeing an Englishman take a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket, Andy. You're nodding, you know who it was.
What year?
91.
Neil Foster? No.
No. It's a spinner.
Left armour?
Correct. 91, so against the West Indies.
John Charlton? Illingworth.
Yeah, Illingworth, well done, yes. Off the back foot, pushed away by Bennett. That'll be runs. Chaser Pope rushing after that from point. They should get 3 here. He picks the ball up just a yard or so inside the boundary. But I've dug myself a hole here because I can't remember who it was.
I think it was Phil Simmons from memory.
Was it?
So I remember watching on would have been the BBC coverage at the time. They had to get to the 1 o'clock news, and he came on to bowl the last over before lunch, and the camera was just panning back.
Oh, well, that's
and so you just saw it happen in the background. It's a great moment.
Yes, we were in the commentary box at the far end in those days, in the pavilion. I think it's Phil Simmons. Do you think it's Simmons here? Now, how did they get him out? That's the next question. Victor would have been there. Was the LBW? 46 for 1. Atkinson comes in, bowls, and it's squared up and pushed defensively by Irvine into the offside. 46 for 1. Go on.
He bowled Phil Simmons for 12.
Bowled him first ball. You'd have been here, Victor.
I do remember it. Well, I do remember him getting the... I knew he wouldn't be LBW because they never used to give him in those days.
So was he the last Englishman to take a wicket first ball?
He's on it. Good question, though.
Can you remember anybody? There's Atkinson bowls. Oh, that's another one that somehow just failed to hit the stumps. It's gone straight over the top, that one. Irvine was all over the place. His footwork was non-existent, really. And somehow they did cut back a bit. Again, I think he would have expected to have heard the death rattle there behind him, and not quite sure how it didn't.
Just went over the top of off stump, really.
He's Illingworth, the last player to take a wicket with his first ball in men's Test cricket for England, one of only 2 in the last 100 years.
Really?
For England.
Gosh, I'm not going to get the other one, I don't think. Here's Atkinson, bowls, and inside edge there into pad.
What year was the other one?
1947.
Oh dear. One of the victory tests, was it?
Now, the victory tests were not official tests, they were in 1945.
Right.
Yeah, so it wasn't that.
Wasn't that one then?
47.
The other thing is, I can imagine Bill Frindle having been searching through his files and
it would have been against South Africa, would it not? That was the year that Compton got boatloads with Edrich, including against South Africa. So someone who played against South Africa.
Right.
But he's obviously going to be obscure, I can see.
Atkinson bowls, played firmly to mid-on this time by Irvine. But Bill would have searched all those files and folders and books. He didn't have any internet, bless him. It would have taken him ages to...
JJ
It's a lot easier now. No. It was Dick Howarth, Worcestershire left armour.
Okay.
Left arm spinner.
These left-arm spinners. How many tests did he play?
5, took 19 wickets at 33, over 1,300 first-class wickets.
Wow. Atkinson bowls, and he stretches to this a little bit. Rather mistimes the stroke. We'll get a couple. He was aiming there for extra cover. And a thick inside edge of the batter sent the ball between bowler and mid-off, so virtually straight down the ground towards the building site. And they take 2 off that last ball. So Zimbabwe are 48 for 1. They're 517 behind. They've lost Curran to Sam Cook. Glenn in Exeter emailed Sam Cook took his first test wicket after 2 overs and 3 balls. Oh no, we're not talking about this. I am refusing to talk about his namesake Alistair's wicket, which occurred here as well, didn't it?
It's a good stat, though.
Well, Glenn, that's one of the most depressing moments I've seen in Test cricket.
Well, you've got to tell him.
And Alistair Cook doing a Bob Willis impersonation. Was it Rohit Sharma he got caught down the leg side with a grotesque to
Ishant Sharma.
Ishant Sharma, was it?
Let's not talk it up too much. It was Ishant.
I knew it was a Sharma. Down the leg side. It was a horrible delivery. It was sort of clothed to the keeper. But you're probably right, I fear. I mean, Alistair, well, thank goodness Alistair isn't here. In goes the other Cook bowls. Oh, that's a real slog from Bennett. I mean, this like T20 land that was. He's just heaved that into the leg side. And they're going to come back for 3. Extraordinary shot.
But the point is, he got it in exactly the same number of balls
Well, yes,
as
he did.
Sam. Not such a good delivery.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. 50 up for Zimbabwe.
Well, that's an amazing speed. They're going over 6 and over.
Yes.
They're outscoring England in terms of pace. Well, there's plenty of gaps in the field, and they're finding them. But he did run down the wicket. That
was an extraordinary shot for a team 500 behind.
Yeah. Well, they're going to enjoy themselves.
Well, it looks like it. Irvine on strike. In goes Cook. Bowls to him. Thickish edge. He stands up and defends the ball. Played down to Gully. There's a real heave-ho, that was.
It was, yeah. Advanced down the pitch.
Cook walks briskly back to his mark again. He's got the walk back to the mark of a county cricketer rather than a Test cricketer.
Well, he'll learn to bowl more.
Sadly, he will. At the moment, he's walking back at county cricket speed. Runs away from us, round the wicket, bowls on off stump. Irvine defends it. Cook picks the ball up and smartly turns round again. Lovely sound here through our window. I tell you what, this is a good crowd now.
It is, isn't it? It's a lovely hum, isn't it?
Yeah.
Spectators.
The numbers are rather talked down, I felt, before this game, but it's getting on. Well, it's certainly 3/4 full.
Yeah. Nowhere in the world would Zimbabwe ever play in front of so many people.
No.
It must be a thrill, that.
Yeah. Cook bowls. Irvine defends. Fielded at backward point by Stokes. No run, but it's such a friendly place to come, Trent Bridge, isn't it? It's just a very welcoming cricket ground.
Well, it's still a cricket ground, it's not a stadium.
No.
Even though they're obviously rebuilding the beautiful old pavilion, which probably needed refurbishment. I think they're going to enlarge it a little bit, but hopefully, and I'm sure it will be, kind of retaining some of its charm, the new one.
It's a friendly place. The stewarding's always done with a light touch.
Yeah.
51 for 1. Cook again, bowls, turned away out to deep square leg for a single. Brings Bennett down. Well, he could do anything the way he's playing.
Well, he's not going to run at him again, is he?
No. I do remember talking about stewarding here. Do you remember that year in which there was some really quite violent pitch invasions, and so the stewards at the end of one-day matches had to stand up with a little bit of that little bit of orange fencing, temporary fencing that you see at roadworks, and they had to stand up and hold this in the face of an onslaught of people running on. I remember that happening here. What's Bennett going to do is 3 slips, then a fine gully, and a second gully. Lots of space in the leg side as Cook runs in, bowls him. A nice delivery. It swung away. He prodded at it. Rather disappointing. And found it inside edge. So the end of the over, 513 behind. Zimbabwe 52 for 1, only from 9 overs. Pope was out fairly early on today, didn't get his double 100. So we saw some entertaining shots from Brook. Stokes got 9.
That's got quite a nice stat on Zimbabwe's 50, came up in 8.1 overs. It's the second quickest Zimbabwe's ever brought up 50 in a Test innings. The quickest was back in December 1993, 7.1 overs against Pakistan in Rawalpindi. And it's the quickest any team has brought up 50 against England in England since Australia at Headingley in 2009, did it in 6.2 overs.
Oh, word. Atkinson, who's gone for 5 and over, comes round the wicket and he bowls short and falls over as he lets that go. He's on a bit of a Mark Wood there. Fielded by Bashir at mid-on, walking in. And now some scraping of the footholes up there from Atkinson. 52 for 1, sun out, beautiful day. So the wind has changed, we haven't got that chilly northerly breeze anymore. At tea we've got Tatenda Taibu coming in too, the former Zimbabwe captain, wicket-keeper. Atkinson bowls and has punched away out towards extra cover, stealing a quick single. They're safely enough. 53 for 1.
just 83 miles an hour. I've been looking for the speed, but they don't seem to put it up very regularly on the television.
No, it's quite random, isn't it?
So Atkinson, that's mildly surprising that it is only 83, because he's probably reckoned to be the quickest of England's bowlers. That doesn't mean every ball has to be up close to 90 miles an hour.
Here he comes again, bowled on the leg side, brushed away for a single by Bennett. Cook will throw that back. See how sort of pace Josh Tongue gets up to as well.
Yeah, well, they didn't been putting it up. I've been looking for Cook, but we haven't been told. It's a weird game, isn't it? You've got Stokes, who hasn't played for ages. Smith hasn't kept wicket all summer.
It is bizarre.
Joe can't get in the county.
He's got to get in the side. Atkinson bustles in, bowls, and that's nicely played, firmly out to Stokes, who, as if to prove a point about his hamstring, is in the busiest position there at cover point.
Yeah.
Fielded that very nimbly. I see Josh Tongue bowl again, actually. He was full of promise when he played.
Well, he was, but he's had quite an injury.
Well, I remember Peter Moores. I went to his house. He lived near us until he moved up here.
Mm-hmm.
Some years ago now, I said, there's a young lad at Worcestershire. Whew, Tongue, his name is. You look out for him.
Yeah.
And of course, he's signed him here now.
Yeah.
Here comes Atkinson, bowls, played very late. And runs down to third slip. He's got an unusual action. Of course, he always bowls beyond the perpendicular, isn't he? He's got some good pace on him.
Well, he's got plenty of chance to bowl.
Yep.
I mean, it does. Well, it's quite nice to bat on this. I mean, the odd ball will move, but it also will come onto the bat. And we've seen some glorious shots from both sides now.
Yep. Last ball of the over, and there's 20 minutes to go until the lunch break. And we've got Atkinson scampering up. He's there and he bowls. Nicely played by Irvine, who allows that to go through to Smith. And that's the end of the over. 54 for 1, 20 minutes to go. Zimbabwe are 511 runs behind. Victor, some musings from you, and then Simon will take us to the break.
Well, Bennett has got 32 from 22 balls. That's not hanging around. There's only one Brian Bennett I can ever remember, and I don't think you'll remember him. But he was the drummer for the Shadows alongside Cliff Richard. And he's probably still, well, no, he's not still the drummer of the Shadows, I don't think, but I think he's still alive.
Are you talking to me or Zoltz?
Anyone, really.
And the Nation.
The Nation, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they'll remember him out there. Well, it's the 5 and over test match, this. Yeah. Here's Cook going into bowl to the right-handed Bennett. Very attacking field. Bennett safely negotiates that, stroking it away off the back foot in defence towards Ben Stokes, who comes in from cover to pick up on this lovely late May day with a hint of breeze, plenty of blue sky. The sun is out, as it seems to have been actually for nearly every day of the last 2 months, and a good sized crowd in as well on
really
this Friday.
Good crowd, isn't it?
Yeah, very good crowd. It's not absolutely full, but it's close to it. Here is Sam Cook bowling to Bennett's full swing in. Goodness me, it goes past the keeper down towards the fine leg boundary. Just missed leg stump. Has he got something on that, or was it?
Yeah, he got an inside
edge.
I mean, he's so close to being bowled. He can swing it both ways, this Sam Cook. And that one was coming in. And he just got the inside edge. It missed leg stump by a whisker. Smith dived to his left, couldn't get a hand on it. And it's 4 more to Bennett, who's scoring quicker than anyone in this match so far.
He's 36 off 24 balls. That was a streaky one.
That was.
58 for 1, running the 11th over. Cook rushing into bowl to Bennett. He angles that away down into the gully, and there's no run. Who was your first test wicket, Victor?
Well, my first test wicket was Sikandar bat, a bit of a controversy because Gat definitely caught it,
but he didn't.
But I'm not entirely sure he hit it, and it only caused about a decade of ill feeling.
Right, is that all?
Between the nations, well, probably a bit longer than that, actually. Well, it was not forgotten.
The reason I bring that up,
you knew that, didn't you?
I did that. I didn't know that.
I hate people who ask questions they know the answer to.
I'll tell you why I know it. Here is Cook Holding an away swinger this time to Bennett, who lets it go. It's taken by Smith between first and second slip. It was Alex from our social media team. He's putting clips on Instagram.
He doesn't want that one.
No, he does.
Right.
Because he's asking people who their first Test wickets were. He wanted to catch up with you, and I said, do you know, I think it was Sikandar Bat, but I don't think he was out.
Well, he was, but the finger came up.
Who was the umpire?
Well, he wasn't the most popular man in Pakistan, David Constant.
David Constant, yeah. Yeah, anyway.
So I apologise to the nation for 15 years of animosity.
Cook rolls to Bennett. And Bennett struck on the pad, inside edge, possibly going down the leg side. He's down to the slip cord and off the pad. There were some arms raised for a moment. It's thrilling cricket out there. It really is. It's thrust and counter thrust. Cook's running in. He's swinging the ball. He's getting the ball to go both ways. Bennett's playing his shots.
Yeah, he just got an inside edge. He needed to get something on that. It was very straight. He ran at him in the previous over. He might as well run at him again, I think.
I think he just tiptoed down there as well. Bennett's 36, 58 for one. Irvin's on 15, the wicket to Cook. His first Test wicket. Ben Curran caught at second slip. And here Cook bowls very full, driven into the onside, but straight to mid-on. And there's no run. That's the end of Cook's over. Just look at the speed gun there. That last ball, 79 miles an hour. And that's been one of the factors in Cook's non-selection, really, until now. But I think his record and his skill levels are seen as high enough now to give him a go, really. Let's have a look. Let's see what he's got. 58 for one. 11 overs bowled. I mean, he can bowl like 82, 83.
Well, I've seen
that one was 79.
That's right. I've seen him. I've just started to keep an eye on it, and they haven't recorded every delivery by any means on the screen, which they often do. But I've seen him up at 82, 80, in this innings so far. And Atkinson's very often bowling no more than 83.
Yeah. Here he is, bowling, guided away by Irvin down into the gully, diving save by Crawley away to his right-hand side. Did you want to say something then?
Well, just a little more on Sam Cook's extraordinary first-class record before his Test debut. Coming into this game, 321 wickets, averaged 19.8. For an England player making a Test debut with more than 100 first wickets and a bowling average below 20, you've got to go back to 1967. Jeff Arnold, right on seamer. He had 286 at 19.
Atkinson ran the wicket, bowls to Irvin. Irvin covers up, guides it away to Stokes at square cover, and there's no run.
That's a good stat. I like that stat.
His championship figures, including the 2020 Bob Willis Trophy over 5 seasons, 2020 to 2024, 217 wickets, averaged 16.9, which was the best 5-year span in the county championship by any bowler since Saqlain Mushtaq, 1997 to 2001. The Pakistan's been in the best by a seamer since Richard Hadley, who graced this ground for Nottinghamshire. He had an even better spell in the mid-80s.
Atkinson to Irvin, who stands up and punches that away, well fitted by Stokes, an old wicket end there at backward point, and there's no run. I mean, those are the stats are just, they yell, pick me, don't they?
Well, they're unusual stats because nowadays this regime only usually picks bowlers who only played about 10 games, and he's had to play however many you said, 100 or so.
Not quite 100, but a huge amount of wickets before making a Test debut.
Atkinson back to the top of his mark. Stands still, 2 feet together, and then a pitter-patter run goes in and bowls, and Irvin comes forward, he gets a thick inside edge, runs away into the onside of Atkinson. Raised a hand there, thought he got through, but he hadn't quite. Another run, 59 for one. Irvin goes to 16.
The last English bowler with a lower average over 5 seasons of county cricket was Derek Underwood, great left-arm spinner in the late 70s. So truly extraordinary numbers that Cook has been putting up in first-class cricket. In terms of how he gets his wickets, almost exactly half of his career wickets have been bowled in LBW. It suggests that he does target the stumps a lot.
I mean, he has some similarities with Jeff Arnold, who I can remember playing against. He's older than me, and also he's been a coach who bowled not quick, but naggingly accurate, hitting the seam.
Atkinson bowls, Bennett defends, gets the bat down on a straight ball, guides it to Pope at a backward point, and there's no run. I mean, he was a bowler that was pretty effective in English conditions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jeff Arnold.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the feelings is about Cook, or was about Cook, that it wouldn't be that effective in Australia. You know, you need bowlers with pace in Australia, but I think they've changed their thinking on that.
I think they have, and look, we keep mentioning Scott Boland, who's had this phenomenal record, and then you think back to Strauss's tour where Tim Bresnan was getting wickets left, right and centre, who was no express.
Atkinson bowls a waft from Bennett, a miss through to Smith.
A bit quicker that
59 for 1, 12 overs have been bowled. I've seen Shoaib Bashir loosening up, so England have got Tongue and Stokes, but it is going to be Shoaib Bashir who is the first change. Atkinson's bowled 6 overs for 26. Cook's figures, his first spell in Test cricket, 6 overs, no maidens. I think that's 32, is it? 1 for 32.
Well, quite expensive, but he won't worry about that. He's got that wicket. He's actually bowled. We've seen what he can do. He does move that ball both ways a little bit in the air. He can do. Slightly over pitch to start with, going for 12 in his first over, but you can see how he's got his wickets.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so we've got the great contrast here. We've got a bowler replacing someone who's been so successful in county cricket. His figures just demanded to be picked. A bowler here who has been picked on potential. He did take a fifer on this ground last year against West Indies, but his figures this season, 2 for 304, playing 3 matches for Glamorgan on loan, and his 2 wickets. Ollie Price was one of them, bowling round the wicket, and he just made his century. Bashir got one to straighten. It was a pretty loose shot from Price. He just missed a ball that spun back a little bit. It was LBW. A careless shot after a fine 100. Here is Bashir. His first ball is floated up as a full toss. It's driven away for 4. It's a bad start from Bashir. A low full toss in the hitting arc of Craig Irvine. Nice present. 4 more, 63 for 1. And his other wicket was Graham Van Buren, who was last out stumped. I didn't see that wicket, but I can imagine what it looked like. So those are the 2 wickets that Bashir has taken this season. 63 for 1. Got a slip in and a short leg. Bashir to the left-handed Irvine. He's forward, playing it firmly back to the bowler. He stoops down to pick up and picks up the ball and rubs it on his shirt, which is untucked, and spins himself a couple of catches and then goes in again to bowl to Irvine, who's forward, guiding that away into the offside, dabbing it short of cover. They run through for a quick single as the throw comes in to Jamie Smith from a ducket in the covers. 64 for 1. A few people who were out there yesterday said the pitch is a good pitch, but it's also quite dry as well, so I don't know whether Bashir can find some spin. It's only the second day. Now he's got Brian Bennett in his sights. Similar field, slip and a short leg, the close catches. Bashir bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. There's a man at deep square leg. There's also a man at deep cover as well. Bashir bowls that very full, and Bennett goes for a big drive at it and miscues it. Inside edge onto the pad, runs away into the onside, picked up by Duckett, and there's no run. So there is some cover for protection for Bashir. There's no one between backward point and mid-off. Huge gap there, but then of course you are hitting against the spin out there. Bashir bowls quite full, and forward goes Bennett and kills any spin, plays it away into the offside, and Bashir steps across to pick up. I mean, that man's back there in a way really for a bad ball, isn't he? You know, a short ball that gets clouted.
I mean, it's far more common now than years ago. You used to have one there.
You probably didn't have a guy there, did you, at deep cover?
No, hardly.
Not early on. Anyway, Bashir bowls, and that's played off the back foot by Bennett, and it's picked up from slip, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. That one full toss was a blemish on that over from Bashir, first ball.
Well, he's just glad to get in a game.
Yeah.
So you get into the game, and apart from the first ball, he's on target, but he's got a lot to deal with. The fact he just hasn't had any wickets and hasn't had much bowling since those first 3 games for Glamorgan. But one of the virtues of this England setup, I think, is a simple one, is that they all love playing for this team. They love it. It's good fun.
Josh Tongue is going to bowl on his home ground. He did break open a championship match for Nottinghamshire this season. He hasn't played a huge match. He's coming back from injury. They sort of eased him back. He did take a fifer in a Championship match. From memory, on a pitch that was quite flat and teams had scored well, and then he got right into the game. Here he is round the wicket, and his first ball is played away by Irvine towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
15 wickets in 3 county championship games, all played in April, averaged 24, 2 5-wicket hauls, so encouraging start to the season. The last time he played a test for England was against Australia, a Titanic Lords test in 2023, in which he got David Warner and Steve Smith out in both innings, plus the previously immovable Usman Khawaja. So a fine game that followed his 5-for-on debut against Ireland.
He was batting at the end of the match as well, wasn't he? And it prolonging the game. It felt like Australia were certain winners, and they last wicket stand. Here's Tongue bowling. It struck on the pad there. Irvine looking to flick that away into the leg side. The ball goes away into the offside. No appeal because with the angle it was going down. So Zimbabwe 64 for 1. Yeah, that was the day we had the Johnny Bairstow controversy, didn't we?
Slightly overshadowed Tongue's contribution, I suspect.
But they like what they see in Josh Tongue, and they've finally got him back on the field. And here he is, tall man, bowls. Oh, and there's a fine delivery. Angling in, he must have just left him there, unless he played down completely the wrong line. So he went past the outside edge of Irvine's bat and through to wicketkeeper Jamie Smith. Just angle in and leave him possibly a fraction. That's all you need, though, isn't it? A fraction.
Yeah.
Not to move too much. Let's have another look at that.
It's a good ball.
Yeah, it's a good ball. Right in that channel outside the left-handers off stump from round the wicket. 64 for 1. Irvine on 21. Curran the man out for 6. Bennett on 36. Irvine waits. Tongue bowls to him. And he's squared up by that one. He's looking to flick that away into the onside. Leading edge along the ground down into the gully.
It could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, it could have done.
At any height.
Yeah, it was rather fortunate that went down, because those often go in the air away into the offside. 64 for 1. Have you had a look at the speed gun, Victor?
86-ish,
85-6
around there. It's coming from that height, he's about 6'5", actually.
Yeah, tall, solidly built man. Goes in now to bowl to Irvine, who struck on the thigh pad. I think it goes down fine, beats the dive in the gut. It's going down towards the boundary. The chase is on. It's a fruitless one. It's gone away for. I'm just looking at the signal from the umpire. Was that off the bat? Difficult to tell.
I think he's still thinking about it.
Has he signalled anything yet? I don't think he has he?
I don't think.
No, he's signalled runs now. Finally signalled runs, umpire Dharmasena.
Oh, right, so he is a bit fortunate that it managed to
it was
penetrate the 3 slips and sort of 2 gullies. Just got between them. Let's have another look. It's full. I don't know, I thought it came off the thigh, but you can't see very well.
Well, there might have been a thin inside edge. Yeah. It definitely hit some thigh. Tongue bowls, and Irvine just hurried there, played that away through square leg for a single. A reflex stroke with the ball coming in from the angle. Anyway, I think decent first over there from Tongue. Bit of pace, hurrying the batters on occasions. But Zimbabwe with this good start, good positive start to England's 565 for 6 declared. They are 69 for 1, and we've only had 14 overs.
I mean, Tongue is one of the sort of a reservoir of potential pace bowlers, but when you look at them all, you think for the Ashes, if we keep thinking about them, they'll have to take about 8 of them to get them through the series, because none of them have seemed to play 2 games in a row or 3 games in a row.
Bashir now to Irvine, comes forward and guides that towards cover, and there's no run. We might have time for 2 more overs. I reckon it's about 3 minutes to 1. The clock here at Trent Bridge is not that accurate. They go by the digital clock apparently. Here's Bashir tossing that right up. It's a low full toss. It's clipped through mid-wicket for a single. There's some cover out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's Sam Cook who throws it into Smith.
Well, I think they go by that digital clock on the score,
right, okay,
or the electric scoreboard. Yeah. The black figures down the bottom on the.
Oh yeah, it's quite small, isn't it? I can see this. It's 12:58. Yeah. 70 for 1. Bennett on 36. Waits for Bashir. And Bennett's forward, going towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. There are some gaps there between some of the Test matches in Australia. It's not quite back to back to back as
no. They sort of have 2 in a row and then a break. Sort of
yeah, you might as well take about 6 or 7 of them, really.
At least.
Rotate them. Bashir bowls, and Bennett gives himself some room in defence. He shows his middle and off there as he played back in defence, but it was just turning in a fraction, so he was able to get in behind it, drop the ball onto the pitch. Bennett 36 not out. Bashir waits and then moves into bowl to Bennett. Bennett struck on the pad, shout for LBW. The ball goes away into the offside. Nothing from umpire Palakar. Nothing actually after the initial appeal from Bashir. He turned around and shouted at the umpire, and then I think gave it up pretty quickly. A bit of bounce there from Bashir.
A little bit of turn. It's actually more turn, actually.
Yeah, more turn than bounce.
Missing leg stump, I think.
Yeah.
But that was quite encouraging, bringing a leg slip as a consequence.
Yeah, so a fraction of turn for Bashir, who goes in now to bowl to Bennett. Toss right up, half volley, driven straight to mid-off, picked up by Crawley. And what does that clock say? It says 12:59, so he was quickly through that over. So I think time for one more over before lunch. Do stay with us during the lunch interval. We'll be looking back at that controversial 2003 World Cup. Nasser Hussain is joining us, Henry Longer as well. A remarkable story from that 2003 competition when England didn't go to Zimbabwe, and all the pressure that was on the players to go or not to go, and ultimately it cost England the place in the latter stages of the competition. Potentially did anyway. Here's Tongue, wasting no time. He's in championship mode. Bowls a short ball and Irvine gets into a tangle with that one. Flinching defensive shot. Managed to get the ball down at his feet somehow or other. Extra pace from Tongue. You've just seen it already against Irvine. He's 39 years of age, and he's been hurried on a couple of occasions. That was a nasty one.
It was. It wasn't that short, but it comes from such a height, and he got it almost to.
Parried it down with his glove or his arm there. 70 for 1. Tongue wanting a wicket on his return. Bowls to Irvine, who comes forward and pushes that through vacant mid-on area. It's chased by Bashir up towards the pavilion that's being renovated here at Trent Bridge, and they come back for 2 runs. 72 for 1. Irvine to 29. So he's 39 years of age. He's played 25 tests.
I think he retired once and came back again. And he certainly still looks quite capable at the age of 39.
Test batting average of 35 with 400s. Left-handed, waits back raised, Tongue bowls to him, and he guides that way nicely enough down into the gully where he finds Ollie Pope. No run. 72 for 1. It's a good battle actually. Tongue, he's found his mojo straight away here in this spell. Good aggressive bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, right to the top of his mark. It really helps a bit that you're playing on in familiar surroundings. As he now bowls to Irvine. Irvine gets the bat down just in time on that as he comes half forward.
Well, that's coming up at 88.
Yeah, that felt quicker, didn't it? And he just felt hurried there, Irvine.
Yeah.
He's looking to survive until lunch. He played that away to Stokes at cover. Stokes is strolling in for a chat with his close fielder. He's got something on his mind here. And just, in the end, he turns and applauds Tongue, encourages him. 2 balls left in the morning session, or possibly 1. If there was a wicket, they'd go off. Tongue hustles in and bowls. Forward goes Irvine and gets the single. Perhaps he fancied a single there just to get off strike. So he'll survive until the lunch interval. Well, almost certainly anyway, barring a run out. 73 for 1. Irvine to 30. Now Bennett comes down on strike. Is Bennett taking his first ball from Tongue, or did he face in the previous over?
That's his first ball.
First ball.
But he's not had much of the strike in the last few overs. 20 balls in the last 9 overs.
He's 36 from 37. 3 slips and 2 gullies for Bennett. Last ball before lunch. Tongue bowls to him, and he's beaten at that. Not much foot movement, pushing at it. Ball close to off stump. Through to Jamie Smith. Well, that's been a highly entertaining morning's session. Zimbabwe responding with 73 for 1 from 16 overs. England scoring 65 themselves this morning. So I reckon that's either 128 runs or 138 runs in the morning session.
Let's go with 138.
Let's go with 138. That's why it's so reassuring to have you next to me, Zoltz. It's 138 runs for 4 wickets in that morning session.
Well, that's Zimbabwe's best session of the match, no question. Obviously, there were some quick runs from England, loss of 2 or 3 wickets. But to get to 70 for 1 in 16 overs is a very positive response. And it makes for quite an attractive afternoon. There've been some fine stroke play from the Zimbabweans. Bennett went off like a firecracker, but then has also been beaten once or twice and has a few lucky escapes, but nonetheless he's played with some enterprise. Sean Owens looks good. It's fascinating to see Cook on his debut, Tongue coming back, Shoaib given a couple overs. So I think we've got an intriguing afternoon, but Zimbabwe have responded well and with spirit
it's been good
to that mauling in the field. And you can play some shots on here. I mean, there's a little bit of help there, but essentially field's up, outfield's quick. No wonder the run rate's pretty fast. England not too bothered by that at the moment, but intriguing afternoon awaits.
Definitely. 140 runs around that morning session. I forgot that they started on 498. I had it in my mind they were 500 at the close of play. England scoring 67 more for the loss of 3 wickets today. Pope was out for 171. Brooke last out for 58. And Stokes was caught at fine leg by Curran off Nuzarambani for 9. Smith was 4 not out. Brooke making his 58 off 50 balls, and Nuzarambani 3 for 143, and then Zimbabwe going into bat. Curran was caught by Brooke at slip off Cook, his first test wicket. Curran out for 6, that was 31 for 1, but then to lunch, Zimbabwe unscathed after that. 73 for 1 with Bennett on 36 and Irvine on 30. Zimbabwe need 416 to avoid being asked to follow on. That's one potential target for them, but quite a few more before they get there. So, lunchtime at Trent Bridge, and Alison Mitchell is coming in. I can see, you can hear from Nasser Hussain as well very shortly. About 2003, and Henry Long is here as well. So, Alison, all yours.
Thank you very much, Simon. A really interesting chat to come here. And during this lunch interval, we do indeed have Nasser Hussain with us, who's popped in from the skybox. Nasser, wonderful to see you here. Henry Olonga is taking his seat as well. Aggers is about to slide in, because over this next half an hour, 40 minutes, we are bringing together 2 people who, back in 2003, were involved in a story that created headlines around the world. At the World Cup that year, Henry Olonga joined together with Andy Flower, Zimbabwe teammate at the time, in wearing black armbands in protest against the policies of Robert Mugabe's government in Zimbabwe. At the same time, Nasser, as England captain, was wrestling with a decision as to whether his team should travel to play Zimbabwe in the tournament. And in the end, England decided not to play, a decision which ultimately allowed you, Henry, to escape into exile. So Nasser, welcome. Wonderful to have you with us from the Sky commentary box. Is this the first time you and Henry have met since 2003?
I think so, yes. I mean, thanks for having me first here. And Henry just walked through the door, and we were trying to work out, was it the Cullinan Hotel in a dark room somewhere where we were sitting and discussing Zimbabwe politics? Was myself, Duncan Fletcher, him and Andy Flower, and I think it was. I've obviously seen him around from a distance and heard him and seen some of the things that he's written and said and had written about him since that day, and I've followed his story closely for obvious reasons.
It's very good that you two have been able to come together, Henry.
Thanks, Ali. Yeah, so I think it was the Cullinan Hotel the last time we bumped into each other. I've done a touch of commentary here and there, and I've seen you as well. And I've always felt that you downplayed some part of the story, but I obviously wasn't in the change rooms when you guys made decisions or had your team talks. But I've always had a a positive memory of what happened in that period of time, and I give you guys a lot of credit, even though I know you play it down.
Well, we'll explain quite how the whole story unfolded, but Henry, just tell us why that England team decision not to play Zimbabwe ultimately led to your escape, and why escape for you was so important.
Well, in the end, it was a costly decision for England because it cost them a point, which put 3 teams on equal points. I think Pakistan, England, and Zimbabwe were on whatever points they were, and we needed a superior net run rate to get through to South Africa and play the Super Sixes. Was it Super Sixes, Super Eights, whatever it was, and we got a draw against Pakistan because it rained. And that meant, because we had a superior net run rate to the two, because I think we'd played the Netherlands and absolutely smashed them, that we got through. And had England come to Zimbabwe, I have every confidence they would have won.
No, Henry's been very kind. As he was saying that, I was thinking, Henry's presuming that our England side would have got to Zimbabwe with the side that Zimbabwe had back then and won. And Sky, actually, at the lunch interval, are showing the "We Murdered 'Em" game. And in those days, I can tell you, that was far from a guarantee. The side Zimbabwe had, and that's how the story has been said, really, is that we sacrificed our World Cup. Well, we didn't. There was no guarantee of those points, but obviously, once we didn't go, then those points disappeared completely.
Well, let's go back to 2003 then, and then ultimately why that escape for you was so important, Henry, because the tournament was jointly hosted between South Africa and Zimbabwe, and in Zimbabwe, of course, taking place against the backdrop of violence and human rights abuses. Mugabe's henchmen were forcing white farmers off their land as part of this fast-track land reform scheme. And the wearing of the black armbands and the power of the statements that you and Andy Flower put out, I mean, it really changed both of your lives forever. So take us back into how, first of all, the idea of the protest came about.
Well, the first thing is, it was almost unlikely I would have played in the World Cup at all. I'd had a torrid couple of seasons. I was in and out of the side. I'd had injuries. But Pakistan were touring and playing a couple of test matches. They played the first test in Harare. They killed Zimbabwe. And I'd played in a couple of B teams and was on the fringes, and they thought, well, we need a bit of pace. So they fell back on their sort of medium experienced bowler, myself. I'd played a few tests by this stage, 29, I think. And they risked picking me to play against Pakistan in Bulawayo, which I did, and I picked up a number of wickets, I think 3 wickets in the test. And they thought, oh, he's finding a bit of form. So they put me in the squad to play against Kenya. And I took 6 wickets against Kenya, for 28 runs or something in a one-day. And I remember the man in charge at the time, Aussies Bute, coming to me and saying, you've just bowled your way into the World Cup. So it's almost possible that the black armband would never have worked if they didn't pick me for the Pakistan test, in which I fought my way back into the squad. And then after we got together for, I think it was a Christmas camp, Andy Flower came to me and said, I want to talk to you about something. And my conscience was, I was really pricked by this, because I thought, why would Andy want to talk to me? We famously hadn't gotten along for a couple of seasons in the side. It wasn't unpleasant, we just weren't mates. There's always tensions that form in cricket teams. They're similar to bands, stuff happens on tour, and anyway, we'd had a beef of sorts, and we weren't really friendly. So I was a little shocked, if you will, that he wanted to talk to me personally, one-on-one. So off we went, and we met at a restaurant. I can't remember what the name of the place is, but we had a coffee.
In a sort of shopping centre.
Correct. It was somewhere in Harare. It was quite an upmarket place, sort of medium middle class area, and we sat and had a coffee. And he said, "I've been approached by a man called Nigel Huff, who thinks that what's happening in Zimbabwe needs to be spoken about on a public level, on a public platform, and we need to do something during the World Cup that's coming up." I think by this stage, like I said, I was in the squad, and he initially proposed the idea because a man, Nigel Huff, had come to him and said, I think Nigel was a friend of Andy's and had lost his farm. I hope I've got those details right. And he took Andy to the farm one day and he said, look what they've done. Because there was terrible carnage in the country. People losing farms. Some people lost their lives. It was a terrible time in the country's history. And anyway, long story short, he said, Nigel's proposed the idea of doing a boycott where we get the whole team to just say we're not going to play. Anyway, it was a number of weeks of back and forth, and as the World Cup drew closer, we realized that wasn't going to work, and it morphed into something else, which was the Black Armband protest. So that's kind of the foundation.
And the idea of the black armband protest in the statement in particular came about through David Coulthard, the
That's
human
right.
rights lawyer at the time.
So David, in the first instance, I met David because I was a kind of star witness in a case he was taking as a lawyer. I mean, he's been many things in his life. He's been a senator, and of course now he's the mayor of Bulawayo. But back in the day, he was a lawyer, a human rights lawyer, for a firm called Webb, Lowe and Barry. And they were prosecuting a man for something, and I had seen something, so I was a witness. The case never went anywhere. But what happened was I developed a friendship with David. He was a big cricket fan, and he used to come to the games, and he was a familiar face, and I'd see him. And so over the years, I went and had dinner with him at his home, met his wife and family, and we became friendly. And then prior to the World Cup, when it started to take shape, the idea of doing something, David was invited in to give us legal advice because, of course, he knew the law. And that's how we consulted with him and how we got to write the statement. He was very important in writing the statement in a legally sound way.
And also advising on just what impact this could have for the two of you, like how high the stakes would be.
Yeah, I think in one sense we didn't really consult him on that. We actually met with some people who were involved in I don't know how to put it, but like Secret Service stuff in Zimbabwe. We met some people who'd been involved in security, and they'd all told us, "You're crazy. What you guys are about to do is ridiculous. Don't even think about it. Here are the consequences. You could lose your lives. You could go into exile. You could go into jail. Blah 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 blah." But I was 27. I was gung ho, and I felt strongly about what was going on, and we ploughed on.
Nasser, while this is happening, you're with your England team. When did you first did you get any wind that this was happening before it happened?
Not so much what Andy and Henry were going to do. For me, the story was starting to snowball. I was in Australia, and I think it was Channel 4, were doing a documentary on it, and my ears started to prick up about what was going on in Zimbabwe. There was a World Cup coming up that we'd have to travel to. I spoke to people I lean on, like Michael Atherton. I remember being on the outfield at Brisbane, and he said, just be informed about it. So when it comes, this is going to snowball. When it comes, be informed. We've been through a similar thing recently with the Afghan women's story. You can't, politics and sport occasionally do mix, often do mix, and you've got to make a decision, especially if you're England captain. You've got to make a decision. You are an ambassador for your country. It's too easy just to go, we're here just to play cricket, politics and sport. Robert Mugabe was patron, I think, of the Zimbabwe Cricket Union. He could be there. He'd want to be there, shaking hands with everyone. I'd read and seen some of the heinous things that was going on in that country. We were then starting to debate it in this Cullinan Hotel. We were getting no help really from the ECB, even less help from the ICC. People just couldn't understand. I remember meeting Murali at breakfast, and he was like, why are you debating going to Zimbabwe? Everyone's going to Zimbabwe. It's like slightly different for England for obvious reasons. And then we heard that Henry and Andy wanted to meet us because they'd heard what we may do, and we went into this dark room.
When you say us, who's that exactly?
Myself and Duncan, and obviously there's a connection there as well with Duncan. Been ex-Zimbabwe captain, and our coach. And we sat and we met, and like I've just done last 5 minutes, I just sat and listened to these two men. And importantly, a black Zimbabwean and a white Zimbabwean, because when you come from another country, you don't always know the full story. Who are we to judge other countries and how they go about their lives and their businesses? Just worry about what goes on in your own team, your own country, etc. But when I heard Henry and Andy speak so passionately about what was happening and what they were going to do, that in a minute, 10 minutes, just clarified my mind that I, as England captain, would not be leading a side to Zimbabwe. I remember walking out that room with Duncan, and Duncan turned to me and went, there goes two very brave men. So I'd always respected and liked Henry and Andy. They played fiercely and competitively, as Zimbabwe did then, but there's a huge admiration after that day from what they were about to do, and it made it crystal clear for me. But as England captain, you have players that have waited 4 years for a World Cup that didn't want sport and politics to mix. We had a young lad in Jimmy Anderson who had recently been playing Burnley second team, Lancashire second team, and I'm trying to tell him about the politics in Zimbabwe and Robert Mugabe and what's going on. And Jimmy's looking at me as if to say that this is not what I signed up for. And then obviously it got even more complicated because the last minute we got a death threat from the sons and daughters of Zimbabwe. And we tried to use, I'll be perfectly honest, I tried to use that as a way of not going to Zimbabwe, but also a way of making sure that we didn't lose the points or whatever. And in the end, to be honest, we fudged it a bit. We didn't go. I wish I'd I walked out that room and saying, should we be doing that? Should we be going to Zimbabwe, lining up in Harare or wherever with black armbands on and doing what these two brave men? And I think that was just a step too far for me and our team to go into someone else's country and make a protest.
Aggers, as the BBC correspondent covering all of this at the time, I mean, at this point, you were with the England team and it was very much the focus on that story. Whatever Henry and Andy were planning at this stage, nobody else knew. What are your memories of...
Oh, well, I remember it started brewing in Australia, didn't it? As you said, I mean, you could feel this. It was odd because we'd been a couple of years before. 2001 we went there, didn't we? Play some one days, and in fact we went the year after it. So it's just kind of the focus that a World Cup brings, isn't it? So you could feel this, you could feel it brewing. We did the opening game in Newlands, which is why we were in Cape Town. So it was I think West Indies, South Africa, wasn't it? I think it was the first game. So we did that, and that was the day before the protest. So we already knew that there was clearly an issue about England going, and I think the things to stress are that really. You can only get away with it, as it were, if you talk about a boycott, on two fronts. And that is if your government tells you you're not going, which is what happens with India and Pakistan these days, or on safety and security. And this was the point. I mean, you knew that most of the team felt very strongly about this.
Morally,
very, of course. But you also
the government went very close. Tony Blair did stand
almost
up. And I don't know what his exact words were, I do at the time, but he strongly suggested that England shouldn't be touring Zimbabwe. Yeah. And this was the thing, once it's not, you're
even
not
more
going.
Weight's on your shoulders.
Yeah, and the ICC would just, unless there is a security reason, or the reason Aggers gives, where your government are saying there is no leeway, unless there is an absolute security. And they were just not having any of it.
I mean, that game should never have been scheduled there. It was bonkers. It was always going to be a problem. It was always going to be a problem. So you've got to throw it back to the administrators. And that the ECB, or TCB, or the ECB then, had signed up. They'd signed the contract. They knew that if they were in massive trouble. If the game was boycotted for any reason, that would rebound on them. They were contracted to play the game unless there were safety and security grounds and so on. And of course, when these fellows did what they did, this piled it up even more. I mean, it was a bizarre few days, and I felt really sorry for the England players because they're only youngsters, really. We can look back at it now. How old are you then, Nas? I don't know. Have you touched 30 by then?
I aged a bit that week.
But you are talking about Jimmys, and you're talking about 20-year-old men who are not men of the world, really. And all this stuff and all this expectation. The administrators, be it the government or the ICC, they're the ones for me that really should have carried the can. And we were being briefed every day. We were there for 3 days. Peter Baxter, our producer, just sent me a photograph of me sitting on that lawn outside the Cullinan, which was it was like the White House with all the cameras and everything pointing up there, waiting for press conferences. And the PCA gave a sort of a press conference every night, and you just felt it was probably only going to go one way, largely because of what these two had done, and it would have been difficult, I think, given the pressure that NASA felt. I always felt that letter was a hoax. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I think Duncan felt that.
Yeah.
When I spoke to Duncan about it, he was a little bit, don't worry about that. But when you're a captain of a team, you can sort of and ah about whether you should have a fine leg or not, or an extra slip or not. A death threat is not something you sort of go, well, that may be okay. And you see the reaction of the players as well. Once that came, then it crystallised some of the thoughts.
Your family.
Why wasn't that enough for the ICC? I mean, everyone must have been looking for a way out of this. Yeah. Surely. Why didn't the ICC say, well, there you go.
I don't know. Maybe because it looked like a hoax. It felt like a hoax.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing which we don't talk about, when I spoke about it with the Afghan women's story, is that you do have to be careful. We travel to various parts of the world, that do see things differently and do things differently and see the world differently, and who do you call out and who do you not call out? You know, some parts of the world it's still illegal, homosexuality is still illegal, well, we're not going there. Or you've just got to be very careful if you travel the world and be righteous. But what I heard from these two individuals, that was just, it had gone over the line, that you just could not go there.
So in that moment then, you know what is being planned in terms of this protest. You've got to keep that a secret. Henry, I know that Andy told his family, told his dad Bill, was heavily involved in cricket in Zimbabwe. His wife was very worried. Grant wanted in, remember Andy telling me, and this was back, I did an interview with you and Andy 10 years after the protest in 2013. That was the first time that Andy had ever done an interview and talked publicly. You'd done lots of public speaking about it. So Andy told Grant wanted in, and he said, no, you stay out of it. You've got a long career ahead of you, and it's powerful being one white cricketer, one black cricketer. Who did you confide in?
Well, I told my dad, but I didn't get his approval, so to speak. I got his unintentional approval. I said to my dad, I had a conversation. I said, what's going on in this country needs to be challenged, Dad, don't you think? He said, yeah, of course, son, of course. I said, it's terrible, the way the government does these things and those things and blah, blah, blah. And he said, yes. But of course, I didn't tell him I was about to do a protest against the government. And it was only really him, and I had a fiancée at the time. I told her. She wasn't best pleased. She was somewhat related to Mugabe, so that complicated our relationship somewhat. And then my flatmates. I lived with a couple of guys. I'm still buddies with them. They live here in England now, and I let them know. But that was it. And there was a major secrecy around the whole thing. We didn't want anyone in the team to know because they could mention it to someone on staff or the management, and so there was a cloak of secrecy about it.
And then you needed a way of getting the statement out there. Once you had sat with David Coulthard and drafted that statement, which we'll hear in a moment, you needed a way of getting it out to the media. And that's when Andy reached out to an English journalist.
That's right. So I was in the early days of email, and we'd emailed back and forth between ourselves and David Coulthard, and finally we got a draft of the email, typed out in Notepad or something back in the day. And I had a laser printer at home, and that was a big deal back in Zimbabwe and in the early 2000s. And it could print like 50 copies in 2 minutes or something. And I think we printed 100 copies. And so I gave that to Andy on our final net session prior to the match. And he then passed it on. And I don't know too much of the rest of that story, but I think you've got insight into this.
So from Andy then describing this and in that interview that he gave in 2013, so he saw Jeffrey Dean at the net session prior to the game, said, Jeffrey, can you do me a favour? Can you be out the back of the pavilion at 9:30, which is when the toss would take place, which was crucial, so that at that point the team couldn't be changed. Can you be outside the pavilion at 9:30? There you will meet someone you know. So it's very important, can you be there, and can you be there at that time? And Jeffrey says, yes, okay, and he had a relationship with Andy as well as yourself. So Julie, match day comes, 9:30 comes, he arrives at the pavilion, sees Bill Flower, Andy's dad, who hands him this wodge of statements and says, can you take this to the press box and distribute it? And that was what happened at the toss. So let's hear the actual statement, because back in 2013, it was 10 years on, I asked you to read the statement out loud for the purposes of the 5 Live documentary we're doing at the moment. I asked Andy to read those words out loud as well. And I asked him about those words and if they still felt familiar to him.
They are familiar words. I have a copy framed in my house. And just occasionally, if I've come across it, I have read through the entire statement again. I love the way it was written. And I think the meaning in some of those sentences is very sad, because it's a reminder of what was happening in that country at the time, and some of the people that went through agony or lost their lives during that time. And those memories are sad. It is a great honour for us to take the field today to play for Zimbabwe in the World Cup.
We feel privileged and proud to have been able to represent our country.
We are, however, deeply distressed about what is taking place in Zimbabwe in the midst of the World Cup, and do not feel that we can take the field without indicating our feelings in a dignified manner and in keeping with the spirit of cricket.
We cannot in good conscience take to the field and ignore the fact that millions of our compatriots are starving, unemployed and depressed. We are aware that hundreds of thousands of Zimbabweans may even die in the coming months through a combination of starvation, poverty and AIDS.
We are aware that many people have been unjustly imprisoned and tortured simply for expressing their opinions about what is happening in the country.
We have heard a torrent of racist hate speech directed at minority groups.
We are aware that thousands of Zimbabweans are routinely denied their right to freedom of expression.
We are aware that people have been murdered, raped, beaten, and had their homes destroyed because of their beliefs, and that many of those responsible have not been prosecuted.
We are also aware that many patriotic Zimbabweans oppose us even playing in the World Cup because of what is happening. It is impossible to ignore what is happening in Zimbabwe. Although we are just professional cricketers, we do have a conscience and feelings.
We believe that if we remain silent, that'll be taken as a sign that either we do not care or we condone what is happening in Zimbabwe. We believe that it is important to stand up for what is right.
We have struggled to think of an action that would be appropriate and that would not demean the game we love so much. We have decided that we should act alone without other members of the team being involved, because our decision is deeply personal and we did not want to use our senior status to unfairly influence more junior members of the squad.
We would like to stress that we greatly respect the ICC and are grateful for all the hard work it has done in bringing the World Cup to Zimbabwe.
In all the circumstances, we have decided that we will each wear a black armband for the duration of the World Cup.
In doing so, we are mourning the death of democracy in our beloved Zimbabwe.
In doing so, we are making a silent plea to those responsible to stop the abuse of human rights in Zimbabwe. In doing so, we pray that our small action may help to restore sanity and dignity to our nation.
Really powerful words. I feel quite emotional listening to that. Henry, is it emotional?
Oh, absolutely. I think I find myself getting more emotional as I get older. I think it probably took me 20 years to start to appreciate the impact it had on my life and the loss and the ifs, the buts, the maybes. But yeah, I find myself a bit more teary nowadays as I approach my 50th birthday, which will be in a couple of years. But yes, very deeply emotional. I think you gave him a nicer mic than mine, I have to say. But I think that was in the long room, wasn't it?
It was at Lord's.
So it had even more significance. Yeah.
So the statements had gone out to the media. How did you let the team know that morning? Because actually, crucially, something quite important was forgotten on the morning of the actual match, wasn't it?
Yes, the little detail of a black armband and how you get one. And so I think we scurried around and got some insulation tape, some black insulation tape. And we both cut some strips and put them on. I put mine on my left arm band. My left arm, I think Andy did the same. But as far as the team was concerned, once the toss happened, I think Jeff Marsh was our coach at the time, and we got everyone's attention. And back in the day, we had these big coffins. We call them coffins. I don't know if NASA's team had them, but they were these big boxes.
We did.
With all your bats and pads and everything in them. And there's one in the middle, and we put maybe 2 or so copies of the statement on there. And Andy spoke. He said to everyone, "Hey, Henry and I have done something. Please read it when you can." And, one by one, they all took an opportunity to have a quick squiz. But, of course, we had a match to play. We were batting first. And so very quickly attention was turned to the match. And I can't even remember what happened. I think we won it. But it all became a blur for me for the rest of the day. First of all, there was the euphoria of knowing that we'd done this extraordinary thing. In fact, I'd said to you earlier that what got me through it the night before, because I was just sweating and so nervous, was watching Gladiator, the movie with Russell Crowe. And the imagery of this big, powerful leader, the emperor, and this sort of minnow in the arena, somehow getting the crowd behind him. And I watched that scene over and over again, and eventually got us through. But once that was announced, we were hauled in front of the CEO. He wasn't pleased. He told us to retract the statement. We said we can't do it. We had a back and forth for a few minutes. Then he said, "Okay, we'll talk to you later." And then after that, it was all hell broke loose against us. Locally, we started being our characters were crucified in the papers. We were called British paid spies, and I famously joke that there's never been a black James Bond. But it was very unpleasant very quickly, and then death threats came my way, and in the space of a couple of weeks, my career was over in Zimbabwe. I played maybe a couple more matches, one in Bloemfontein in South Africa before my career was over, and then I had to go into exile. I'm condensing a long story, of course, but that's it in a nutshell.
Has there ever been a minute where you regretted it? Ever second doubted yourself?
The only thing that gives me pause for thought is that I could have had a better batting average if I'd played a few more matches for Zimbabwe. But no, it was something I would do again in a heartbeat. Of course, I was younger. As I said earlier, I was gung-ho. I'm much more reflective as I age and as I get older, and I've got kids now. And as I look at the country, and I need to praise this country, Zimbabwe, is beautiful. I think we'll all agree. If you've ever been to Zimbabwe, it is one of the most delightful places. You'll be entertained well. The people are lovely. What we're talking about here is bad governance and corruption at the highest level, that sort of thing. But the country itself, I would love to live there in a heartbeat, but I'm now settled in Zimbabwe. I've got kids, I've got a family. I lived here in England for 12 years. I'm settled there. I've been there 10 years. And I love belonging to a country that can win a match of cricket, So I'm Australian now. I call myself British Australian. And but looking back, no regrets.
But critically, it was that decision of England and Nasser's decision with the team not to travel that meant actually you had the World Cup match, as you mentioned before, in South Africa. So when you then left Zimbabwe to play that World Cup match, you never went back to Zimbabwe, and you've never been back ever since. Back.
And there's a little bit of sadness for me, but it's often tempered by the kind of unpleasant experiences I've had since the Black Armband protest. Bizarrely, a lot of them from Zimbabweans, all throughout the world. I've traveled to New Zealand, I've lived here, as I said, many times, and many times Zimbabweans, people who I thought I was representing, have said the most reprehensible things about me and written about me. And so, in a weird way, I've sort of closed that chapter of my life. I played for the country. I'm still proud of them when they perform and get out and make a fist of it, and it's going to be tough for them here in this test match, but there's a part of me rooting for them. I've still got my family. My dad's still in Zimbabwe. I've got a brother back there. And every time Zimbabwe performs on the international stage in any way, for example, Kirsty Coventry just became the Olympic president or whatever she is, and so there's a part of me that's like, wow, that's so good. I'm so chuffed about that. But honestly, sadly as well, I've sort of moved on.
Nasser, we said this is the first time you and Henry have really met since 2003. Had you ever stopped to think or realise the impact that your decision had on Henry, the fact that it enabled him to escape because he was getting those death threats in Zimbabwe?
I didn't realise that until you mentioned it 2 minutes ago, to be honest. I read a piece in the Telegraph recently about what Henry's gone through since, and I had to reflect on that, and that's why I asked the question, has there ever been a time where you've doubted it and doubted yourself? And I think whatever he says about some Zimbabweans haven't taken kindly to him, I'd say history reflects pretty well, to say the least, on him and Andy Flower. And no, it's nice seeing him again. It's nice to meet up in happier times. Those weren't pleasant times. They really weren't. They were. I think we forget what a tough bunch of cricketers Zimbabwe were back then. They knew right from wrong. They were smart, they were streetwise, they were tough, they knew cricket. Duncan Fletcher, Dave Houghton, Andy Flower. These are serious cricket brains, but also streetwise and smart. And I admired them immensely before that day, and I admired those two for what they did that day.
And Agnes, do you remember the moment when were you watching that game, but you weren't in Zimbabwe, but Andy Flower walking out with the armband on was the first time the world...
I mean, you just sat there and your jaw dropped because we had all the business going on. I mean, they were connected, and you knew what impact that would be having on the England team, who we were monitoring for those 3 days in this weird environment in the Cullinan. But sport and politics, as Nasser said at the start, it is an interesting thing, and there are obviously some occasions and some situations in which sport actually does play a real impact. I'm thinking of South Africa, and the boycott of South Africa had a massive impact. Unfortunately, a sporting boycott of Zimbabwe, I don't think would have had any impact. I just don't think it would. I don't think it would have stopped Mugabe or his henchmen or the corruption and everything else. I just don't think a boycott would have changed things there. as it did with South Africa. And sport and politics do mix, but in kind of different ways. But that was so powerful. It was massively powerful. But we went back the next year. This is what was kind of weird again. If you were on that tour, NASA 2004, we went back to Zimbabwe. And the main reason I wanted to go, and there was a lot of oohing and ahhing about that, and we were going to be deported actually because we were on a list, but we managed to get in. I wanted to go because journalists were not allowed in Zimbabwe, and the reason I wanted to go was two things. I wanted to go and I wanted to see what was going on, and I saw farms burning, I saw smoke coming up, and I was able to report for the first time on the BBC of what was going on. And I also wanted to see the development programme because that was one of the big arguments that was put out about maintaining relations with Zimbabwe. We need to keep the game going in Zimbabwe. You need kids to play. And I said to Peter Njogoku when I got that, I want to see this development programme. I want to see evidence of what you've done. And with no warning, he took me out to these schools. There were kids with no shoes, kids in rags, but they could play cricket. Someone had coached them. There was something going on, and so that made me feel a bit better about that side of it. But my main reason was I wanted to, you could report for the first time. I remember from our own correspondent, that Radio 4 programme, talking about the burning farms. You could see it for the first time.
And happily, Andy Flower has returned to Zimbabwe since. He felt at the time in 2013 it was really important for his children. They were curious about Zimbabwe. They wanted to understand more about their homeland. He was also back there for the 2023 World Cup qualifiers, and he saw with his own eyes and was really effusive about the enthusiasm for cricket in Zimbabwe then, and the fact that some of those racial barriers had been broken down in more recent years, or over the 10, 20 years since that happened. And just to recall that time when I asked the two of you to speak that statement out loud, I mean, you don't often get that much emotion from Andy Flower, but his eyes really were, I remember at the time describing it as brimful with emotion, and his voice certainly began to crack as he reached the end of the statement. And I asked him that same question. NASA, you asked Henry if he had any regrets, and I asked Andy whether he would do it again. And again, with his voice slightly breaking at the end, he said, given the same circumstances, without a doubt, yes. So powerful from the two of you. And thank you for sharing your memories of that. And NASA, thank you for being with us to share your side of the story, because two parallel incidences absolutely linked had a huge impact.
Thanks,
It's been
Ali.
great to have you.
Thank you.
Nasir Hussain, Henry Alonga, and Aggers with your memories as well. Well, we've got a test match here to resume. I'm sure you'll be able to listen back to that via the test. I'm sure you'll be able to listen back to all of that via the Test Match Special podcast as well. As players are starting to gather, I can see the England team down there beyond the boundary rope, just starting to go through a few more warm-ups before they come back out to take the field. Zimbabwe 73 for 1, 492 behind after that first session of play. And gosh, we had some quick scoring in the morning session. Ollie Pope could only add 2 to his overnight score, but Harry Brook came out and he went extremely quickly and aggressively for his 58 from 50 balls. Stokes made just 9, so quite a brief first innings back for him, having not played any cricket since December. And Brian Bennett very sprightly out of the blocks before Sam Cook got his maiden test wicket with that of Ben Curran, who was out for 6. So 73 for 1, Zimbabwe will resume. Umpires are on their way. So that means Simon Manners alongside me to pick up commentary. Over to you, Simon.
Thank you very much, Ali. Yeah, so just to reiterate, if you missed any of that, you will be able to listen back later as a podcast. Right, here come the Zimbabwe not out batters. Actually quite keen, they're out there with the umpires. The umpires are strolling out and the Zimbabwe batters are with them, and here come the England team. They've been in their huddle away to our right hand side. There have been moments for the England bowlers playing and missing, and a few inside edges past the stumps, but Zimbabwe will be pretty happy with what they've achieved. That tricky passage before lunch, 73 for 1, and they've been out there for only 14 overs, so this run glut and quick scoring has continued today. England making 565 for 6 declared, so another 67 runs from England today before they called it a day when Harry Brook played on for 58. Michael Vaughan alongside me. How have you assessed things so far? And also the fact that Shoaib Bashir was first change. He's going to continue after lunch as well.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Zimbabwe played lovely. You know, the pitch is still pretty good. There's a hint of movement out there when the ball's in the right zone. But this Zimbabwe player played with Harry Brooks doing cartwheels at first. I've not seen that before. This pair played with a lot of positivity. Hit the bad ball, hit it nicely.
Here's Bashir to the left-handed Irvine. First ball after lunch. There's a hint of away movement there, away spin, or off spin, if you like, from Bashir to Irvine as he came forward and pushed that away into the offside. There was one before lunch that turned a fraction against Bennett, the right-hander. 73 for once, a brown-looking pitch. The weather has been dry. Here's Bashir bowling very full. Again, some spin for Bashir. A fraction of spin, nothing more than that. As Irvine tried to drive into the offside, and it went with an open face towards backward point. 73 for one. And Bashir goes in now to bowl to Irvine. Floats that one up. Irvine drives it firmly on the ground to Ben Duckett. He's fielding it at mid-off, and there's no run. Bashir bowling similar field to the one he was employing before lunch, which is a man back on the deep cover boundary, a man back on the deep square leg boundary, a slip and a short leg. Bashir goes in and bowls to Irvine, who comes forward and blocks that one towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, that last ball was nice. It drifted into the left-hander. It's that drift into the left-hander. I'd love to see him try and get to the right-hander where he can drift it away from the outside edge.
What's the breeze today? Well, here's Bashir bowling. That one just gripped a bit as well, and forward came Irvine and knocked it down to short leg fielder. So the breeze today is Bashir bowling from the Ratcliffe Road end. It's going from over his right shoulder to left, so towards mid wicket with the left hander on strike. Bashir bowls a short ball outside the off stump, quite wide, and it's ignored by Irvine. Lets it go through to Smith. And that's the first over after lunch. Irvine's on 30, Bennett is on 36, and Zimbabwe are 73 for one.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to think that by bowling Shoaib Bashir so early, maybe Ben Stokes is just trying to find out one or two things. I mean, Ben Stokes needs a bowl himself. I'm sure we'll see a bit of Ben Stokes' bowling this afternoon, but you get a sense that it is a big week for Shoaib Bashir. Big few days just to remind everyone that he's a good off spinner. He's not been playing any cricket. You know, his last few Test matches for England have been a bit inconsistent. And as I said at the start of the day's play, you know, you're going to headline for that first Test against India. Could it be in the equation that Jacob Bethel just comes in for Shoaib Bashir, and you play Jacob Bethel, you've got a bit of Joe Root?
We'll develop that in just a moment. Here's Josh Tongue, who bowled a quick overs before lunch. Bowls the one down the leg side. Bennett tries to flick it away, misses, taken low down by Jamie Smith to his left-hand side. It's one of those that it kind of depends on the circumstances, the pitch and things like that, doesn't it?
Well, over the next 10 Test matches, if we go through them, and Headingley, historically it's not really been an off-spinner's ground.
It spins there, I reckon it spins there a bit more than it used to.
He got a 6 for there recently. Was it against New Zealand?
73 for one. Tongue into bowl to Bennett, and Bennett is onto the back foot, rather cautiously defending that one down into the gully, and there's no run. Anyway, the old days it was just seam, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You just thought about seam, you went heading, you didn't bother with a spinner.
I think Edgbaston yours need a
There's a no ball that, by the way.
Edgbaston for me is always a ground that you'd want your front
line spinner.
Lord's the same with the slope. You know, the oval, depending on the pitch, historically you'd say that spin is required at the oval, but you know, the county pitches that they play on,
quite green, aren't they?
Surrey played Dan Lawrence as a spinner.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure what will be prepared for the Test match.
Tongue bowls, Bennett drives, skews away off a thickish outside edge into the gully. Crawley stops it.
But then you go ahead and you go to Perth for the first Test, the Perth Stadium.
Well, you've just been to, I mean, you've seen some games in the Perth Stadium. Do you need a spinner there?
I didn't see much spin last year.
Yeah. And do the seam bowlers do it quite quickly there as well?
Yeah.
And then a pink ball day-night Test match in Brisbane.
So you're kind of looking at the first two Ashes Test matches and thinking, do you need your front-line spinner?
Tongue from the pavilion end, bowls to Bennett, and Bennett lays that away into the offside. Not quite getting in line, almost playing just a bit leg side-ish. Pushed away into the offside towards gully, and there's no run. So some grounds you do, some grounds you don't.
Yeah, and I
some
think
tests you do, some tests you don't.
And that's going to be the judgment of the selectors and the management going into those games of how much of an impact they believe that the out-and-out spin is going to have compared to an all-rounder who could offer a bit more with the bat, offer a few overs with the ball.
Tongue into bowl on the Midland leg stump, pushing him back. Bennett plays defensively up towards mid-on and there's no run. Are we guilty, though, of overrating Jacob Bethel's slow left-armers?
Well, yeah, look, we haven't seen a great deal of him. And I'm not saying he's going to get you a sixer, but if you go to a test match and you think your spinner's just going to play a holding role, that's your spinner's job that week.
What does a holding role look like?
Just hold an end for the seams to rotate.
Is it 74 for 1? Excuse me, here's Tongue. Full to Bennett, who clips that away into the onside towards deep back of the square leg. So one more to him, 75 for 1. So you're saying, in a block of 80 overs before the new ball, you're saying your spinner's job is going to be 10 overs,
no, maybe
or 12, 15 overs?
If your spinner's playing a holding role, if your spinner can bowl you 15 overs and he can go for 40 runs, and if he can pick you one for you go, that'll do.
Yeah.
1 for 40 or 15, fantastic. But if you think that week your spinner's going to have to get you a number of wickets, of course you've got to play your best spinner. Absolutely. But there has been in Test cricket, and particularly in Australia, Perth, Brisbane, Sydney of late, Melbourne, and I think Adelaide, you'd want your spinner.
Yeah. Tongue round the wicket to bowl to Irvin, Zimbabwe's captain outside the off stump, guided away nicely, using the pace, hits that sweetly through the covers. It's gone for 4. Really controlled stroke from Irvin. 79 for 1, Zimbabwe. Continue to make progress. Irvin on to 34. What has Bethel done in his various bowling careers, white ball and red ball results?
Well, he took a 3-for in New Zealand in one of the tests he played. Overall, just 10 first-class wickets in 23 games, average 75. Bowled a bit more in white ball cricket, 20 List A wickets, 5 in his 9 ODIs for England, average 32. So he's not bowled a huge amount.
No. I suppose the other thing is he hadn't batted a huge amount, and yet he comes in and does really well.
The only question mark I have by doing that, with Shoaib Bashir, you feel that he will bowl a number of overs for you. Now you've got to think about the Ben Stokes situation.
Yeah. Bashir to Bennett. Bennett flicks that away, forward a square, single towards the boundary.
So the last thing you would want as an England team is say Jacob Bethel and Joe Root and the likes of the Indians get after him, or both of them. You think, Ben's going to have to bowl more overs because the spinner's been hit out of the attack. Then it becomes a real problem. England have got a few decisions to make. There's a lot going on.
Bashir to Irvin now, who plays that firmly away towards wide mid-off. Duckett's there on misfield.
Oh, no.
He lets that slip through his fingers. This might go for 4. Duckett's chasing it back to the boundary, knocks it back just inside the rope, and they come back for 3 runs. That was a poor piece of fielding. Duckett.
He's laughing. I saw him this morning actually on Instagram. He had his young baby in a box. Like he said, perfect delivery. Just so you could see his head. I think it was an Amazon box.
Bashir bowling, and that's driven through the offside. Nice looking shot from Bennett. That's gone for 4 through extra cover. That was full outside the off stump. Tempted Bennett, and he dispatched it. 87 for 1. And it goes to 42. This has been a very good response from Zimbabwe on this excellent batting pitch. I think we thought that yesterday, even though both sides wanted to bowl first. Looking up, we felt there were runs there. Even in that morning session yesterday, Bashir bowled, just dragging his length back a bit. Bennett's forward, dropping the ball onto the pitch. And there's no run. Of course, the obvious solution, Michael, to solve it all is to just make cricket a 12-man game.
Okay. Yeah. Is that your theory?
Well,
you just play 12.
Well, loads of teams would love to play 12, wouldn't they, over the course of the game? As Bashir bowls, that's driven through extra cover. That might be 4 more. Fielder running round. Atkinson can't get there. Crashed away through the offside. Ben Stokes applauds. So they keep doing it. Keep doing it.
It's been a tremendous start for Zimbabwe. It really has, and it's been Bennett really that's he'd come out there, hit 12 in the first over, and he's come out with such a positive intent. That must be sending a message to the dressing room. Look, come on, there's some runs out here.
There was applause and encouragement for Stokes. That was a full half volley from Bashir, who bowls there to Bennett, who goes back and defends that towards the gully. There's no run. It's the end of the over, so Bashir's bowled 4 overs for 18. There was that missed field in the over that cost him a couple. 91 for 1, Bennett 46, Irvine 37.
The three, which 2 were from the misfield, brought up the 50 partnership in 13.5 overs. Bennett so far 46, 9-4, so 36 with 46 in boundaries.
Oh, he's played well. Yeah, he's had a little bit of luck. There were a couple off the inside edge past the leg stump against Cook. We're all wondering when Ben Stokes is going to bowl. It's a funny one, isn't it? Because he often brings on Bashir when you feel he should bowl, and then when he does start bowling, you can't get the ball off him. It's
and that's going to be the real challenge for the management, really, to say to Ben.
Tongue into Irvine, new over, edged, but past the slip cordon, and that's gone away for 4 streaky ones. It was in the air, but not to hand through the slip cordon.
He's played some nice shots through the offside. On this occasion, just lost his balance. Just didn't quite see his front foot, didn't quite get to the line of the ball. It got stuck. It was a short step, so he then ended up kind of losing his balance.
He's hit that between second slip and a fifth slip. So there is a gap there. He's almost got 2 slips and 2 gullies.
Perfect, wasn't it?
Yeah, right between them. 95 for 1. Tongue bowls, a wild short ball outside the off stump. A leaping Smith takes it away to his left-hand side.
Yeah, I just wonder with the management, and I know he's probably quite hard to control, Ben. I wonder if they said to him, look, when you can only bowl a 5-over spell. Whatever happens after the 5th, you're off. And you're going to have a breather, and you're going to do 3 or 4 of those this weekend. If we can get you through 20 overs or 25 overs in little bursts of 4 or 5, that's it. Yeah. I wonder if he'll listen if he gets on a bit of a roll.
Well, Tongue bowls, big drive from Irvine, no foot movement there. And it goes through to Jamie Smith. Well, there's a couple of wild ones in this over from Irvine. That was a horrible looking shot. So that delivery, there's no foot movement whatsoever.
If you look at Josh Tongue, he sometimes goes beyond the perpendicular. So I think he's a really awkward bowler for batters to face. I think he's one of those bowlers, he's hard to line up. And I think he is very hard for the left-handers around the wicket.
Tongue bowls, Irvine gets the bat down just in time on that one. A straight ball, that was homing into the pads. He managed to get the bat down and played it out into the covers. Finds a small gap there for a single. 1 more run, 96 for 1.
Left-hander facing a right arm over around the wicket, you generally have an angle that it comes from, because it comes a little bit wider, because the right arm obviously goes away to the offside, and it comes in at an angle, so it's coming in at quite a steep angle at times. Whereas Josh Tongue, he kind of gets his arm up and beyond, so he comes almost from really straight, almost like a left arm over angle.
Now he's got the right hand in his sights. He bowls now to Bennett, and Bennett gets one down the leg side. He flaps at it and misses it. It's one of those you could hit for 6, or you could get a glove on it. He got neither.
Freddie Flintoff used to be able to kind of get really in tight and make it awkward for left-handers around the wicket.
So he's the closest to...
Yeah, it's a different action, but in terms of the release and the angle, it's quite similar.
He's in his 4th over. Last ball coming up. It's gone for 19. Bowling around about 86, and goes in now and bowls full, driven firmly back by Bennett, stopped by Tongue in his follow through, and there is no run. End of the over. 96 for 1 Zimbabwe, scoring it close on 5 and over. We've had 20 overs of their innings, applied to England's 565 for 6 declared. So perhaps here Zimbabwe just putting England's innings yesterday in a bit of context. So the umpire there, Umpire Damasina, having a word with the bowler, Josh Tongue, about running on the pitch. And just a polite one that time. Just be careful, just get off. Stokes has come over to have a chat with Bashir. He was hit for a couple of 4s in that previous over, but by the right-hander. Now he's got the left-hander on strike. It looked a conversation about field placings. Nothing obviously different at the moment. Here is Bashir. Bowls short, guided away by Irvine off the back foot, but to backward point. And there's no run. And Bashir with those 2 first-class wickets only this season in his 3-match spell for Glamorgan. He's into bowl. That one's flatter, quicker, knocked away into the onside by Irvine off the back foot, stopped at short leg. Is it Ollie Pope under the helmet at short leg? Vice captain gets the short leg position. Mind you, he's good in there, isn't he? He's a good snaffler. Bashir tries again, tosses that one right up, almost Yorker length.
Good shape through the air, that drift back into the left-hander, that's good.
Dug out by Irvine into the offside towards Stokes at cover. 96 for 1. Bashir back to his mark, then moves in and bowls to Irvine. Oh, that spins, taken down low at slip, and he's got him. An absolute beauty. Well, it spun a bit, took the outside edge, and was caught low down. I say that, the 2 batters are having a quick chat, the umpires are having a chat as well, because it did go low to slip. Well, they are going to check it. They are going to check whether this carried. It felt like it did, but we'll wait and see. Well, it was a fine piece of bowling, that.
Yeah, that was beautiful. It had a bit of drift. It was really sharp spin from Shoaib Bashir. I'm pretty sure it carried.
It felt like it did.
Did it hit the outside edge, I guess, is the question. Oh, yeah, it's
definitely
the outside edge. Yeah, it's out.
Can you roll back? Roll forward. Forward. I can see fingers are under the ball. Satisfied. My decision for big screen is
out. I'm sure. Fingers underneath the ball, that's what he said. And we're going to see it on the big screen. There we go, out. Well, that's a wicket to boost the bowler's confidence. Nice low catch by Harry Brook at slip. And Irvine is on his way. I mean, his instinct was that it carried as well. Then he just had a quick chat with his non-striking partner who might have said to him, are you absolutely sure? The umpire's checking as well. But Irvine's on his way for 42 and Shoaib Bashir gets his wicket. It's 96 for 2. Michael, and then Jonathan's coming in.
Yeah, Shoaib Bashir, he needed that, you feel. He just was starting to, I wouldn't say panic, but he bowled an over before that had been hit to the boundary for a few nice strikes through the offside, and there's nothing more than a bowler needs as a wicket, just to just relax him. And it was good bowling. It was a lovely piece of off spin.
Really
nice sharp,
turned, didn't it?
Oh, a nice sharp spin.
Really spun around the wicket.
And we saw him here actually. Was it against West Indies last year? In the first innings, he looked a little bit out of sorts, and then in the second innings, he bowled.
Got 5.
Yeah, he bowled beautifully.
Good.
And that was his 50th Test wicket in his 16th Test. He's aged 21 years and 7 months. He's the youngest England bowler ever to reach 50 wickets, breaking the record of Test match special Stephen Finn.
Yes.
Who was 22 and 60 days when he, in the start of the game, he took his 50th wicket.
Well. So well done him. Anyway, it's a big summer for him, isn't it? Let's be honest. I know it's a big summer for all of England's cricketers, but so for Bashir to prove that he is the first choice and the one who would go to Australia.
Oh, he's got another left-hander here in Sean Williams. He's got a good Test average of 44.
Yep, another veteran. He's been around a long time, but they've got a slip. They've got a short leg there, and Bashir from round the wicket moves in, bowls to the left-hander. That doesn't spin so much. It's a bit shorter, and Williams go on the back foot and play that back up the pitch. Be a bit of let's focus the mind a bit when you are the next batsman in and you see a ball like that and think, oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah, I just love it when a new batter comes in like Williams, a left-hander to an off-spin. I just love another fielder around the bat.
Bashir again, bowls to him, he turns that away against the spin, works the ball away for a single out into the leg side. So 97 for 2. The end of that over, Bashir takes his cap, he's got a smile on his face. And Zimbabwe are 492 runs behind still. They've got 8 wickets left. This is a ball that we'll see over and over again, I think, today. Looking at it from all these different angles. It was definitely caught. It was a lovely catch, actually, by Brook. He talked about the importance of catching. He's really stayed down there low at slip. Take a very good catch. You don't get much time to see it standing there, even off a spinner. Nicely taken. 97 for 2, sun behind some cloud at the moment, but the cloud's very broken. It's a blue sky around, it's a gorgeous day. And Tongue is going to continue from the, I keep calling it the pavilion end, because it's the broad end. I should remember that. He'll come down and tell me off. 3 slips at gully, backward point, wide mid off, mid on, mid wicket. There'll be a long leg down there, somewhere out of our view. Tongue round the wicket, chest puffed out, bowls a lively ball outside the off stump. And Williams sways out of the way of that, allows the ball to go through to Jamie Smith. Tall man, Tongue, is strongly built and he has very high action.
He had a pectoral injury, didn't he? Hamstring as well. He's only played, it's his 5th first-class game in 2 years. Only played one in 2024.
Comes again, elbows jutting out. Oh, he's let that go straight over his stumps. He's letting it go on length. A good lead, 97 for 2. Whose run-up does he remind you of?
I'll have a look.
I guess it's partly to do with the build and the hair as well.
Okay. So you're trying to indicate that it's a big chap.
Oh, just look, have a look. Who runs in like this? Here comes Tongue again, bowls.
Andre Nell.
No, there's no stroke. No.
Similar to Andre Nell.
You can. I was thinking of the Australian captain actually.
Oh, Pat Cummins.
You think? Similar, the way he runs is quite chest puffing out and elbows going in.
Yeah,
tall, dark haired.
Yeah. If Josh Tongue can be 60 or 70% as good as Pat Cummins, I'd take it.
This looks similar. Here he comes, round the wicket again and bowls, and that's nicely played through mid off by the left-handed Williams.
I think you're right there, Agus. I've just seen on the screen from behind.
I think.
Yeah, he's got it. His backside that's similar.
Yeah, he'll get there. I think he's going to be a good bowler. Yeah, but Cummins is a brilliant bowler, isn't he? But,
I think Tongue is fantastic.
Yeah.
I think he's just that point of difference, that awkward action.
99 for 2. Zimbabwe have done well here. They certainly haven't collapsed.
Here he comes, Pat Cummins.
Yeah. Same sort of length run up too, isn't it? On his way again, bowls, and Williams is hit on the head. He's okay. He was sort of back pedaling there. He ducked a ball that really wasn't short enough, I don't think, to duck. It's crashed into his helmet. He's fine. He's standing up and he's taking his helmet off and he's looking at it. But there'll have to be a concussion test here. The ball, it just rather followed him. A fast bowler from round the wicket tends to do that to a left-hander, of course.
Yeah, particularly with the release points from Josh Tongue. So close in.
I'm not sure this is short enough to duck, do you?
No, it possibly didn't go quite as much as he expected, but I think it's just a little bit too full to duck. It's actually quite full. When you look at
I think he's totally misjudged that, I think. There's a blow. I think it brushed his shoulder first and into his helmet. But the physio's arrived, so there'll be a concussion test.
After the Philip Hughes incident, there was that attachment that was put on the back of the helmet. He actually doesn't have that attachment on the helmet that he's just been hit on. Whether he's just got the old strap.
Yeah.
He'll be having the concussion test. The physio's out there. He's got his finger.
Yeah, making sure
side to side. Just
a bit like a hypnotist, actually, the way he's doing that, isn't he?
And he's laughing, the physio.
Yes.
He'll have had a few questions that he has to answer. That's the protocol, isn't it?
What do they do ask?
Well,
what day of the week is it, or something? Or
I think it's like your family names and date of birth. And
so the physio has to know all of those when he goes on.
Well, I would think he'll have to know a few things. Yeah.
Well, he's okay. He's fine. He's up. He's passed his test, and the physio runs off. He's got a black top and black trousers, but the top is emblazoned with Zimbabwe's colours. Their training kit is the most colourful, surely, in international cricket. oranges and reds and yellows and greens, a bit like almost like a sort of a Zimbabwean sunset. And I echo everything that Henry said about Zimbabwe. If you go there, it's a fantastic. I mean, it really is Africa.
Oh, that's great.
Very lucky to spend a lot of time there, coaching and playing.
We had a couple of Yorkshire pre-season tours there.
Did you? Oh,
yeah, in the early 90s. It was fantastic.
99 for 2 then, in comes Tongue. Round the wicket bowls, pitched up. Williams plays it nicely, out to mid off. I used to do the coaching run up from Harare up to Kariba, which is on the Zambian border. There's a huge reservoir there. And all the various schools en route. There's Bankit School, where Graham Hick benefited from my coaching. Sonoyo, as it was called, there was Karoi. Then the target was Kariba.
Right.
A tiny little settlement high up on the hill, overlooking this vast lake. And there were just, as soon as you turn left off the main road, there was just animals. You would see giraffe, you'd see elephants, you'd see whatever, just wandering around, not in a park or reserve, just
out there.
Yeah, and there were about 8 kids in this school. So I'd go up there, knock out a bit of practice, training.
What was your coaching kind of philosophy around that time?
I don't remember really. I think we just had a bit of fun, played a bit of cricket, and then I got in the car and went out and looked at the animals. Let's go and park up in the bush in a car and just watch. Yeah, proper Africa. It was a fantastic, amazing part of the world with incredible sunsets. All that border up there with Zambia was just wildlife and literally, maybe, really wild. No reserves. It's fantastic. 99 for 2, and Bashir is going to continue, and he bowls too short. It's hit hard, but it's well stopped there at mid-wicket. On the bounce, it was hit very hard.
Well, they put an extra cover in place for Bennett, the right-hander to Bashir. That wasn't the case, so he just had a cover point on the boundary. So mid-wicket is available to Bennett.
Bashir again, bowls on the back foot. Oh no, it's gone on the bounce this time to Brook. Have a quicker ball. He tried to run the ball towards third man. Brook was able to stop that. 99 for 2. 492 runs behind. Bashir over the wicket in the sunshine, bowls and brings Bennett onto the front foot. The ball runs away to backward point. Time will pick that up. 99 for 2. Bashir dries his hand, pauses for a moment. Bennett's ready. Slip and a leg slip there now as he bowls. That's a nice ball, tossing it up. A bit of width outside the off stump, steered away out to point, and that brings up Zimbabwe's 100. And I think if you'd said 2 or 3 hours ago that they'd get to 100 for loss of only 2 wickets, I think you'd be regarded as being somewhat optimistic, but that's what they are, and at a good rate too. The 23rd over, they're 100 for 2.
They've got a good amount of support here.
100 for 2. Bashir bowls and played off the front foot. Bashir fields that, sweeps back his hair. Pauses for a moment, swings his arm. Round the wicket he goes, bowls, and it's pushed away out towards cover, and it ends the over. So it's 100 for 2, and Zimbabwe still 492 behind. Are you clutching your microphone? You're about to clutch your microphone.
Yes, well, Sean Williams is the highest averaging Test batter this decade. You mentioned he's got a good overall career record, averaging 44 with 500. This is his 20th Test since January 2020, averaging 68 with 400s and 3 other half-centuries. Second is Kane Williamson, averaging 64, and Kamindu Mendes, the brilliant young Sri Lankan, 62. Harry Brook was in 5th place on 58.
It's our own Joe Root.
4 or more innings.
Here's Tongue over the wicket, starting a new over. He's driven in. Lovely shot that, driven for 4. Bennett's 50, that's a lovely way to reach that. He just stood there and drove that handsomely through the covers. Well played. 104 for 2 the score, but that's 51. To Brian Bennett, his 3rd Test 50. He's only played 7 games, he's got 100 as well, but he's come out in very attacking mode.
Zimbabwe flags are being waved in the air in pretty much every stand here at Trembridge. That was a glorious shot. He really has played some tremendous strokes.
104 for 2. Tongue again moves in bowls, full, fairly straight, but it clips that away down the ground to mid-on. Bashir Fields.
56 balls, that was his 10th four, as you mentioned, his 4th 50-plus score in Test 100. Scored 2 half-centuries against Bangladesh in Zimbabwe's superb win there in a month ago, in April.
Well, he's got the crowd buzzing, that's for sure. 104 for 2. Tough has appeared.
Afternoon, everyone.
There's Tongue bowling, tucked away out towards deep square leg. Another single to Bennett. 105 for 2. What is that? Yes, that's like a sort of tea cosy.
This is amazing. I've got myself a little woolen crocheted ear muffer.
Is that a temporary muffer?
Yes, it's a temporary muffer. Hi, Phil. It says, hi, Phil. Here is a temporary solution to your lost ear muff. I hope it's soft enough for your sensitive ears. Good to have seen you. Good to have seen you in your show with Eggers in Edinburgh. Cheers, nice. Shannon.
Shannon.
So I'm going to apply it now. Might be a bit hot, because it's woolen, but I mean, it's a good substitute.
It's very bright colour. I was talking about Zimbabwe's flag. Oh, that's similar.
Yes.
Very similar.
I'm going to try that on.
That's a shorter one, fended away by Williams. Ball runs the third man. Pursued by Stokes, who seems to be chasing the ball everywhere this afternoon. Another 2-2. To Zimbabwe, 107 for 2, but it's got a drawstring. It's a bit like a pajama bottoms. So how you going to take that off? Because not everyone wants to wear muffers.
Well, they can slip it off. That's lovely.
It's bright.
It's comfy.
It's very bright.
It is bright.
It's bright orange, yellow, and purple. And there's a lot of string dangling there. In comes Tongue, bowls tucked away into the leg side. They take another single. Williams goes on to 6. Now, are you happy now?
I just feel, it's a lot more comfy. I mean, it might get a bit hot during the middle of the summer, perhaps. But, it's lovely.
Just knocked that up now.
Well, she must have done. I mean, I only sent out the SOS this morning, didn't I?
Yes.
And then it arrived with the ladies downstairs on reception, just after lunch. Oh, she must have had fingers like Edward Scissorhands.
Was she here watching?
Must have been.
What a crochet equipment into the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Steam coming off those fingers. Thank you, Shannon.
Well, that's amazing. Looks very smart. I think you need to do something about the strings. In comes Tongue, bowls, and that's tucked away, probably off the pad actually. This out to square leg. If you're wondering what that's all about, you weren't listening. Tuffers has lost a muffer. It's a desperate situation. These are the things that go over our headphones, our earpieces, if you like, because Tuffers it doesn't like the feel. It's a sensitive soul.
Yes.
It doesn't like the feel of the sort of leatherette finish that we have on our ears. You don't like it, do you?
No, it gets me back up. You know?
He's worn these for 15 years, and one has gone missing. So he's muffless. However, Shannon's the first to the rescue, so if anyone wants to try and... We reckon it's the size of about a jam jar lid, don't we?
Yeah.
With preferably some elastic just to
hold it on once it pops over it, to sort of enclose it at the back. Yeah, keep it on. Thank you, Shannon.
Bashir moves in, bowls, played away out to cover. What's she doing? What was she doing in Edinburgh then? Watching our show in Edinburgh?
I don't know. I mean, they come from miles around.
Well, obviously. That's a long way.
It is. Lovely city though, wasn't it?
It was beautiful. The sun shining. It was fantastic. The next one's driven out towards a deep cover, and they've taken 2. The score moves up to 109 for 2, 111 in fact for 2. Just ticking over Bennett onto 54. No, I have to say, Edinburgh did look absolutely.
Oh, it was gorgeous. It was a gorgeous day as well, wasn't it?
It was
hot, warm, sunny, blue skies. And what a reception we got as well.
Yeah.
I mean, what's it like?
Love the cricket in there.
Yeah.
This show bowling and driven hard out to cover. I didn't have a very good journey back from Newcastle though. You got the quick train down to London.
Yeah, what happened?
Well,
we're on the Rattler, weren't we?
The train to Grantham, it sort of hobbled into the platform after yours had left. Yours left a cloud of dust.
Yeah,
boom,
wash.
Off you went. Yeah. Here's Bashir bowling, played away into the leg side for a single, and a couple of minutes later this thing limped in, and I thought, there's no way.
No.
That's not going to make it.
No.
And it didn't. It expired somewhere en route, and so we got off. And there's a lady, I was sitting next to me, she was going to Cornwall. I said, you'll never get there. She said, well, I was supposed to get there 8 o'clock tonight. It was about 11 in the morning.
Oh, no.
Well, we're changing trains everywhere. I know Wakefield Northgate pretty well now.
Yeah.
And pushed away out to covers, and you were just,
yeah,
gone.
That's lovely.
You went through Grantham Station at about 120 miles an hour.
That's out of hell.
Yes, you did. Anyway, these things happen.
Yep.
112 for 2. 1 ball to go in the 25th over. Bashir, very tall, bowls from around the wicket. That's steered away to the leg side. That'll be 4 runs. Just drifting down that leg side. Now, Williams won't let him get away with that. Our friends from Zimbabwe there with their shirts on stand up and applaud. And that's the end of that over. So 116 for 2. And some more thoughts from you, Tuffers.
Yeah.
You do look very smart in that. And then Isha's coming in here.
He's got the odd one to turn, Bashir, but just can't seem to get into that rhythm. And as a spinner, you've got to keep the pressure on the batter. And that's with line and length and a little bit of craft. The odd one slower, the odd one a bit quicker. But just drifting in, some down the leg side, some wide off, some short, some full. That's not how you build pressure as a spin bowler. Ish, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. I'm enjoying
What do you think?
the beige-orange combo with the red as well.
It's a ripper, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. As Tongue approaches the delivery crease down the leg side to Bennett, who's made his way to 55, his third Test 50, 116 for 2, Zimbabwe. They're making a good go of this in response to England's mammoth total.
Yeah. None of the bowlers have really hit any sort of rhythm, have they? They've even tongued some down leg side, some off. None of them have just got in that groove.
And perhaps indicative of the pitch and the slowness of it. They've got 2 slips and 2 gullies to Tongue, who bowled one at 90 miles an hour. And that's beaten the edge as it goes through to Jamie Smith, but he had to pick that off the floor.
Yeah, double bounce back through to the keeper.
That was a good length delivery, squared up Bennett. Angled in, lovely bit of nip off the pitch, went over the top of off stump. And it was a bounce into Jamie Smith, who had to get into a long barrier position in the end.
There's no carry at all.
Bennett pulls a short one out to deep square, 1 bounce into the fence for 4. 120 for 2, Zimbabwe.
It's pretty well played. Quick delivery, good bouncer, just sort of throat height. Got a good piece of it, swat it away. So you're pretty much in control of that.
Tongue comes forwards into his delivery stride now to Bennett, who's driving to extra cover, no run. It's one of those when you're a quick bowler, I imagine, when you're someone who can bowl 90 miles an hour and you're getting swatted away with a short one on a pitch that isn't really zipping through.
You've got to earn your money on these kind of pitches, haven't you, as a quick?
It's quite deflating.
Yeah, it can be, but that's why it's called Test cricket. If it's easy, everyone would be doing it, I suppose, but looks a docile pitch.
Bennett on 59 drives beautifully past mid-on out to the boundary. That was a delightful drive. Lovely classical looking stroke. Back down the pitch for 4. 124 for 2. Bennett to 63.
Yeah, the perfect on drive. And that usually says that you're in a bit of nick and you're feeling confident when you're in that position. Means that you've lined it up nicely. As you said, he's been bowling 90 odd miles an hour, but he's right behind that line, didn't try to overhit it, and he's just eased that through mid-on. High elbow, lovely shot.
Bennett back and across, this time solidly defending to the offside.
Fancy
Good length delivery from Tongue.
Yeah, I
At the
think
end of the over, 124 for 2.
I think he's relishing the situation, Mr. Bennett. As I say, really enjoying himself and getting themselves in good positions and being aggressive. I think the way they've come out has been spot on. You know, you've got that 560 odd. Does deflate you a bit. You've had a day and a half in the field and you're tired or what have you, but I think they've come out and they've batted positively and taken the game to England.
Yeah, well, they're still trailing by plenty, 441, but I imagine that the talk at the start of the innings would have been, let's just bat. It's a lovely batting deck. We've got a great opportunity against a good England attack as Bashir is round the wicket to Williams, who's defending the ball to the offside. So, do you know where you got the muff from?
Yes, Shannon.
Was it handed over to you?
Yes, it was.
Shannon.
Yeah, it was left for me at the by the lift
Lovely
downstairs on
Shannon.
reception. Yeah, she must have knocked
Is
that
that
out in a net.
finished?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's knotted at the end there.
Yeah, it's got like a little draw.
Sheer bowls to Williams, who's pushing to the offside, no run.
Did you do a bit of knitting, Ish?
I remember, I think I did it at Guides once when I was a teenager.
You were a guide.
I was a guide. And a brownie before that.
Oh, okay.
And before that, a rainbow.
Oh, what's a rainbow?
It's before brownies.
Oh, right, okay.
Williams onto the back foot, cutting at the ball to backward point, no run. Joe Root positioned there as he tosses the ball back to Bashir. Very tall, 6'4".
Who?
Shoaib Bashir.
Well, I thought it might have been a bit bigger than that.
Round the wicket again.
Tall.
There is action. Williams forward and defending to the offside.
Which is what they like. I think they like, McCullum and Stokes. They've invested a bit in him, haven't they? They keep giving these chances and they can see something that they like, mainly because of the height and bounce, perhaps thinking forward to Australia.
Williams sweeps, doesn't get all of it, goes to short fine, no run. He takes wickets.
Yeah.
He took his 50th wicket today.
Yeah.
Inside how many test matches, Andy?
It's his 16th test. He's the youngest ever to reach 50 test wickets for England.
Yeah, so pretty good, I just want to see him a bit more consistent. Just work on that consistency.
Williams driving to mid-off, no run at the end of the over. 124 for 2. And trailing by 441 Zimbabwe. Day 2 here of the Trent Bridge test.
Well, yeah, when I was bowling, I always knew when I wasn't really sort of like in rhythm or on form. You feel like you're getting milked by good batsmen, you know what I mean? You just missed your line. It's just sort of, middle of the leg and they get an inside edge and get you one. So if that happens a couple of balls and over, that's 2 and over. And then they sort of play a decent shot through extra cover, they get 2, there's 4, and all of a sudden you're going at 4, 5, 6, 7 and over, and especially if you do bowl a bad ball and gets hit for 4, all of a sudden you're losing that control of the game. The reason why you're picked as a spinner in the first innings of a test match, it's just to give you that control, and that only comes from consistency in line and length, and setting fields. And if you get a couple of wickets, it's just a bonus,
Sam Cook is back into the attack. Bowled from the Ratcliffe Road end at the start of this innings. Was given the new ball by Ben Stokes. Was a little bit nervous early on. Went for, I think, 13 off his first over, but then was able to extract his first wicket, the one of Ben Curran. A lovely ball angled in from round the wicket, the right armour, and caught it slip. Here he is again now, bowling from the pavilion end, in on an angle. He bowls to Bennett on the back foot, pushes at the ball to the offside, no run. 2 slips in a gully position. The little chef is what they call him at Essex.
The little chef.
For obvious reasons.
Oh, well, yes, little chef. Are they still going?
I don't know, actually. I don't drive on the motorway too often these days.
No, I'm usually asleep as well. Well, not when I'm driving, obviously. Might be the odd one up.
They're always a good stop over there.
Oh, yeah. I used to call them the little thief because they were quite expensive.
Bennett taps his bat down. Cook bowls, jags back in. It's on the thigh pad, pops up over to the offside, no run.
I should say that other forms of overpriced motorway food are
Yes,
also
absolutely.
Just on Sam Cook, he bowled the first ball of the innings. The last England debutant to bowl the first ball of the team's innings on Test debut was Martin McCaig in 1993.
Wow.
What was that, sorry?
A debutant bowler to bowl the first ball of the first innings for England on debut.
I might have played in that game.
Checking. Oh, fiddles at one outside the off stump. It beats the edge. Through to Jamie Smith, a bit of angle in and then nip away. Averages 12 at this ground, Sam Cook.
Well, he just, as I say, he's just got enough pace, isn't he? It's going to be interesting to see how he does come back second, third spell with the older ball. But he just has that ability to just shape one away and get you poking at it, or just nip one back. You know, skillful.
And that comes from the angle he's bowling at as well. It comes in on the diagonal. And that just helps with that away shape. He bowls edge till it's got through the slip cordon. Past second slip. Where third slip would have been. And it's gone for 4. We've seen that a couple of times now from that end. 128 for 2, trailing by 437.
Yeah, Stokesy head in his hands. That's 3 times, I think. It's gone through third slip, big expansive drive, trying to play it on top of the bounce, and just bounces a little bit more than he thought. Thick outside edge, third slip, absolutely in the bread basket, but didn't have one. Yeah, he's been a bit unfortunate, Cook.
Here he comes again, chasing a shadow. Bowls to Bennett on the back foot this time, working the ball to the leg side, out to fine leg. Comes through for 129 for 2. Bennett to 68.
Cook's conceded 7 boundaries in, one more ball would be 7 overs, but of those 7 boundaries, 2 inside edges past the stumps and 2 outside edges through the slips.
And it's the Brendan McCullum Stokes era, isn't it? So packed slip cordons, a lot more space in front of the wicket with the new ball. So it has a little bit more protection now.
I mean, to be fair, I think you've got to sort of say well played Zimbabwe for putting the sort of, pressure back onto Ben Stokes and get a few out of that ring.
Williams fending at the ball to the offside to point. Coming around the wicket now, Sam Cook at the end of the over. That one 80 miles an hour, 129 for 2 then, trailing by 436.
I mean, Mike Vaughan always says that, he used to like opening the batting because he went out there and he said there's just loads of gaps everywhere. They're all sitting there in the slips, and if you don't nick it and get a bat on it, it's pretty easy runs. But I think they've deserved having those few gaps in the field because of the way they've come out and played positively.
Yeah, Brian Bennett in particular.
Yeah.
Bashir to continue in the sunshine here in Nottingham.
Gorgeous.
Lovely day to watch a bit of cricket as Bashir turns his arm over to Bennett, who's back into his crease and working the ball out to deep backward square for a single.
You know what I mean there, Ish? It's just too easy. That it's just a release shot, isn't it? You rotate the strike, you can't apply any pressure. That was just poor line and length, really. I mean, it wasn't that far off, but just so easy just to rock back and clip that to square leg. Just needs to work on that. He's learning on the job, though, isn't he, Bashir? Still very young, hasn't played a lot of cricket.
Round the wicket to the left-hander, Shaun Williams looking to sweep again, but hits the pad, pops up in front of slip.
What are you up to tonight, Sheriff? Any plans? Nice day, Friday night.
You offering? Something going on?
Not really. We're usually a bit tired now after a day's play.
Williams onto the back foot, carves the ball to Ben Stokes, no run and extra cover.
Fancy a nice healthy dinner.
Yes, a healthy dinner. There's been a lot of fried
a little
stuff,
bit,
hasn't it?
Yeah. What's healthy? A bit of Japanese or something? I don't know. Got to eat something, I suppose, this evening. See what Nottingham offers.
Williams, foot press, drives to extra, no run.
6 there. Get him on the drive, poking outside that off stump. If one then doesn't turn, you're bringing the ball back in between that gap between bat and pad. And if you get one to turn, can take the outside edge. Anything can happen. So just want to live there a bit more. get some confidence and some rhythm.
That's short.
Yeah.
And cut away out to deep backward point, but there is protection out there. Will come through for one. Williams moves to 11. 130 for 2. 31 for 2, in fact.
I mean, you're missing your length there by about a couple of foot, about 2 foot. You know, from there, all good ball, to there, missed it by quite a distance. Perhaps I'm being harsh. Oh, see.
Down the leg side this time, and again short.
Yep.
At the end of the over, 131 for 2, then trailing by 434.
Well, I tell you what, that comes through as well. I mean, I bowled thousands. How many balls has he bowled in first class? There we go. That's an interesting one. I bet he hasn't bowled many.
Well, just before I look that up, the difference in his Test record, he said 50 wickets at the age of 21, average now just fractionally under 40, 39.94. But in all other first-class cricket combined, just 19 wickets at 83.
Wow.
But yes, not a lot of cricket. I'll get the exact amount.
And it does needs honing, spin bowling. You know, you need to get it in your bones, in your blood, just through repetition.
Williams on strike to Cook. Clips that out to deep backward square. There's no one out there. Ollie Pope is charging it down. It's the longer part of the ground. Fine leg around as well. Ben Duckett down there, dives, but in vain. It's 4. Another boundary to the score then for Zimbabwe. 135 for 2, trailing by 430. If he had been his opening partner, Zach Crawley, he might have stopped that.
Yeah, and a few inches on him.
So do you think Shannon makes jumpers?
I've no idea. Might do.
Just wondering.
It's always good to think.
Williams turns the ball to a mid-wicket, no run.
Well, she must be a bit of a dab hand with the old, what do they call it?
But she's made that very quickly.
Knitting
And how long? Half an hour?
Yeah, knitting.
It's got a lovely colour to it. Bright orange, bit of pink. What kind of pink would you call that? Magenta? And lemon?
Cerise.
Cerise.
I'm going for cerise.
It's looking very bright compared to your other earmuff, which is looking very old and
a bit grubby.
faded and grubby. How long have you had those now?
15 years.
A long time. Williams beats the edge. It's a good ball from Sam Cook. Good length in the channel.
Just the odd one just stands up on the bowler, doesn't it? On the batsman, sorry. It's one of those pitches where you've just got to keep bending your back to get results. It wasn't that short of a length, and that just popped up.
Yeah, and we have seen that uneven
bounce. Yeah.
Got one flush on the side of the grill.
Yeah,
off Josh Thung, bowling at 90 miles an hour. Cook in again to Williams, edged, backward of point, past Ben Stokes out to the boundary.
There's that gully you were talking about, Nisha. They'd had a couple of gullies. They're just following the ball around a little bit, England, at the moment. They're just trying to find that slips and gully chord and what is the best way to go. This one perhaps might have just carried to that second gully.
139 for 2 now, Zimbabwe. Ben Stokes, he hung his head in frustration after that one. Williams to 19 then as Cook bowls to Williams, who's solidly defending to the offside. No run. He carries a black book, Sam Cook.
Oh, okay.
Of all his scalps in county cricket.
Interesting read.
I can't remember who was top of the list. It was a podcast that he did with Catherine Sivabrunt.
All right. What, all these wickets he's taken? Oh, crikey.
Do you have a black book?
Yeah. It's in my brain. It's up there.
Williams on the back foot, defending to the offside at the end of the over. 139 for 2. 30 overs bowled in this innings, trailing by 426. Bennett on 69 and Williams on 19.
On Shoaib Bashir's career overs in all first-class cricket, just heading towards 1,000 overs bowled. This is 31st match. By comparison, you Tuffers had bowled before your Test debut. Had bowled over 2,600 overs.
There you go. So he really is learning on the job. Yeah, and there's no substitute for it, I'm afraid. It's just as you say, it's your craft, it's your rhythm, it's the way the ball comes out and you follow through and everything, and you only get that by repetition. So he's still a youngster. He's got the odd one to turn, for sure. Always handy.
Bennett faces Bashir, drives to forward point. It's a misfield from Tongue. Thought he got hold of it, but actually goes over the top of it. They're going to push back for a couple. In fact, they're going to come back for 3.
I mean, the memory fades a little bit now, but when I was playing, I could tell you how I got most people out. It's just, you just sort of store it away in the back of the old brain. When you come up against them again, you've got that sort of information just to call upon.
142 for 2 then Zimbabwe. Bashir around the wicket to the left-hander Williams. Taps his bat down, forward press onto the back foot, cuts out to deep cover for a single. Goes to 20, 143 for 2. Yeah, it's an interesting era though now, isn't it? Because a number of these players will be playing lots of different formats.
Yes.
And having to adapt to the different formats as well. For example, when you're playing T20 cricket, it's probably not so good if you are being consistent. You want to be one step ahead of the batter and mix it up a little bit more, as Bashir is bowling to Bennett and coming forwards and working the ball to the leg side, no run.
Are you saying that you're wanting to be consistently inconsistent?
Yes.
When you play T20, if there is such a saying.
You can get away with
I
it.
just made that up.
So.
I don't think there is something like that, but I know what you mean. But you're right, formats.
Bennett on the back foot, cutting out to the deep point boundary. Deep cover running around to his left, can't get there. Another 4. And this has been a fabulous knock from Brian Bennett, who moves to 76, 147 for 2.
And that's the 50 partnership in just 10 overs and 1 ball. Sorry, 10 overs exactly.
Bennett forwards, covering the ball with an angled bat to the offside, no run.
Yeah, all I had to do really was just concentrate on the longer form. A little bit of one-day cricket thrown in there and there, but I know what you mean. A lot going on in the old brain.
Bennett sweeps. It's a good shot. Beats the man at deep backward square. Played it nicely from high to low, all along the floor. It's a much quicker outfield here today at Trent Bridge, and much to the excitement of the Zimbabwe fans. They've crossed 150, 151 for 2, trailing by 414. Bennett on 80 and Williams on 20, and we're going to have a double change up here. Simon Mann is coming in, as well as Vic Marks, but maybe a few words from you, Tuffers, before they come in.
Yeah, it's gone along beautifully. Bennett, shots all around the ground, beautiful sweep, lovely back cut as well off of Shoaib Bashir. He's enjoying his day in the sunshine, that is for sure, here at Trent Bridge, and I've been very impressed. They said earlier on that their bowling perhaps was their strength, but they've come out and made a very good fist of it, Zimbabwe. Simon, I'm off.
See you later, Thomas.
Hello, mate.
Cheers. Yeah, it's been very impressive from Zimbabwe today. Just putting the pitch in context. 151 for 2. 31 overs, they're scoring at 5 and over. Reminder, you can watch the best of the action, the highlights today as normal on the BBC Sport website and app. Go to the live page and then you'll find those highlight clips as part of the text commentary. Today at the Test is on BBC Two and the BBC iPlayer from 7 o'clock. So today at the Test, if you don't know, is our hour-long highlights programme after each day of international cricket. Let's remember we have 2 England sides in action today following play here At 6:30, we'll take you to Hove for the second women's T20 between England and West Indies. England winning the opening game at Canterbury earlier in the week. So the players taking drinks on a pleasantly warm afternoon. It's actually a lovely day for watching cricket. It's not roasting hot, there's some sunshine, a bit of warmth around. Actually in keeping with the summer that we've had so far. I almost feel that if it rained every day now for the next 3 months, we couldn't complain because we've had 2 months of sunshine already, which is normally our maximum for an English summer. 151 for 2. Victor's here as well. The toughest has gone.
Well, we will complain if that happens, but I don't think it will. But it's a glorious sight. It can only happen in England. We've got England playing Zimbabwe at Trent Bridge, and the stands now are just about full. I wouldn't say the ground is absolutely jam-packed, but it's well over 3/4 full. It's amazing how Test cricket flourishes in England, but nowhere else, or the disparity, the difference between the prospect of Test cricket in England and anywhere else. I mean, Zimbabwe, it's not the most attractive proposition, but here they are.
But the cricket has been attractive.
Yeah, it has. I mean, today has exceeded expectations. I mean, Zimbabwe have come out. They've played with great spirit, but also very aggressively. The scoreboard's rattling along, just as it did yesterday. And it's 150 for 2. What's not to like? Well, I expect England a bit frustrated, actually.
Bennett now 80 from 81 with 15 fours. 150 came up in exactly 31 overs. That's the second quickest Zimbabwe have ever reached 150 in Test cricket, and the quickest they've ever done it in the first innings of a game.
Wow, well that just shows you, doesn't it? Lots of shots being played on a good pitch with a fast outfield. I mean, to some extent attacking fields as well, although
not anymore though. I mean, it's just 2 slips.
There was an occasion in the last day where Cook bowled and it was nicked through third slip, perfectly catchable height by Bennett, and there's no one at home. So we've got 2 slips and a short mid-wicket attacking fielders for Cook moving in to bowl to Williams, and Williams turns it away to that short mid-wicket fielder, Crawley, and there is no run. 151 for 2. So Zimbabwe 414 runs behind still. It's a long way to go. They need to score 416 in all to avoid being asked to follow on, and we know that the follow on is not often employed these days in Test match cricket. Well, certainly not as often as it used to be. Certain occasions cry out for it, but many occasions these days don't. They like to rest their bowlers and then set a huge total in the last innings. Make sure of it. Cook round the wicket bowls. That's the hedge just short of Gully. Shoulder of the bat there. As the ball flew away into the offside. Gus Atkinson there in the Gully area. It is. Yeah. Went on the bounce to him. So Williams, who's 20 not out, survived. Shoaib Bashir has been wheeling away, bowled before lunch and since lunch from the Radcliffe Road end. Picked up that 1 wicket with a classic off-spinner's dismissal to a left-hander. Just going in with the angle, spinning a bit, taking the edge, caught low down at slip. Here's Cook bowling and Williams defending, playing it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But apart from that, it's been a bit short and a bit full, driven a lot and cut a bit.
I mean, he will feel better for that wicket, because wickets have been hard to come by for him this summer when he has played, and he hasn't bowled enough. I think you need to bowl a lot as a spinner, just to be confident that you get into your rhythm quickly and you keep the pressure on the batsman. So he's been a little bit inconsistent, but what do you expect?
There's Cook bowling and Williams defending again, this time square of the wicket on the offside, picked up by Bashir. I don't know how much you're in the know, Victor, at Somerset, but so he had that initial 3-match loan.
Yeah.
Was there any thought of sorting out another loan for him? I suppose
he was in the squad
for Somerset
for one of the home games after that 3-match loan, and there is a case for trying to get him in the team. Of course, now he won't be available very much.
No.
Once we get into one assumes once we get into the Test series.
Cook bowls to Williams. Williams, it's a thick edge on that one. He goes along the ground to Atkinson in the deep gully area again, and there's no run.
So I know that there has been the notion that perhaps later in the summer, if he's around, we could play Leach and Bashir and Archie Vaughan in the same team on a traditional late summer dryish pitch that might turn. It's hard to always get it to turn at Taunton, but they have had a couple of pitches recently where the ball has spun a bit.
Cut to Williams. Williams brushes this away into the leg side. Nice looking shot off the hip towards deep forward square leg. Ollie Pope is out there, and it's a single.
But it's obviously a tricky proposition for everyone that we've got Shoaib playing for England, but he's not guaranteed cricket in between his England appearances with his home county. Whether that will persist, I don't know. But there is, just at the moment, I mean, this is not official, but there is no suggestion that Leach is the number one spinner, and Leach is
bowling well, isn't he?
He's bowling very well. He's bowled 230 overs, which helps him. He's in rhythm, and he's taken about 23 or 4 wickets this summer, and has been a key member of the side. And there's no way that he doesn't play.
And Archie Vaughan, of course, offers you
yes, I mean, Archie
runs
has
as well. I mean, he opened at the start, so he didn't go particularly well, but he dropped down the last game and got some runs as Bashir bowls. Williams takes a step down the pitch and then stretches forward and defends to Stokes at extra cover, and there is no run.
But it's not impossible that somebody could, if he was available regularly, juggle the side on certain surfaces where you could play 2/3 spinners as well as 3 seamers.
Bashir around the wicket to Williams, who sweeps, good contact, very good contact. He's hit him before. Deep forward square leg. There's a fielder out there, deep backwards square leg. It flashed to his right hand side. Gus Atkinson, no chance there.
There's no inhibitions. There's nothing particularly wrong with that delivery, I don't think. I think it's not going down leg side, but he's taken the aggressive option and played that sweep, probably off the stumps. So it's a risky shot. It's not a particularly bad ball, but he's attacked it brilliantly.
156 for 2. Bashir tries again.
Oh, he's got him.
He's got him. He's got through. He's bowled him. Gets a hug from his captain. Second wicket for Shoaib Bashir. And Zimbabwe lose their 3rd wicket. 156 for 3. Williams bowled for 25. The ball after sweeping Bashir in front of square for 4. Another lift for Bashir's confidence.
Well, I think that actually is quite a good piece of bowling. The ball that was swept for 4 was quite slow. He's varied his pace, and that one is significantly quicker. And it's just take a little bit of inside edge. I'm not sure on the way.
I think it did.
But it was. I think there was a change of pace there. He does vary the ball, vary it quite a lot. Of course, if you're not quite on top of your game, that can lead to a bit of inconsistency. But there, he's been swept. A good ball, a slower ball. This one was much quicker. Slightly deceived Williams, who played nicely up until then. Inside edge, second wicket for Bashir. So that'll improve his confidence hugely. He's got the 2 left-handers out. It's odd. I mean, Tuffers would be interesting on this, as is everything else. But the disparity or the need for having off-spinners bowling to left-handers and left-armers bowling to right-handers, that is far greater than it used to be. When I was playing, I think most off-spinners would probably prefer to bowl to left-handers, but it didn't really seem to make that much difference. But nowadays, partly because of all the LBWs, but partly, I suppose, the way people play, you really do want to have your off-spinners bowling to the left-handers and your left-armers bowling to the right-handers, and that especially applies in one-day cricket as well. I don't know, Tuffers is behind me, but he's probably... I'm yearning for your expertise. Sorry, I'm going to have a quick conversation with Tuffers. Nowadays, the left armer really wants to bowl at right-handers, and the right arm finger spinner wants to bowl at left-handers. And what I'm asking is, it wasn't quite such a big distinction, I don't think, when we were playing. Would that be?
Here's Sikandar Raza playing his first ball into the onside towards Stokes at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, as a right armer, you want to be bowling with the ball spinning away from the bat. One thing that the left armers have their sleeve to the left hand.
I don't know why we're not hearing Tuffers, but it's 156 for 3. Here is Bashir bowling, and Raza's down the pitch, driving into the offside. He goes out towards extra cover. And there's no run.
So I'm complicated.
No, you have a little bit. No, obviously the ball's spinning away from the man.
But all I'm saying is, it seems to be that difference seems to be far greater now than years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, you would have preferred bowling at right armers, but you'd fancy your chances against the left-handed.
Bashir bowls, and Raza gets the bat down just in time to a straight ball outside the off stump, plays it towards battle point. There's no run. End of a successful over for Bashir, 2 for 45. It's 156 for 3 Zimbabwe.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind bowling at left-handers, especially with a little bit of rough outside. There you could just get a bit of bite. But in like a first innings, in a funny sort of way, I think I got more out with the outside edge.
Yeah, you're allowed to do that.
So that's what I sort of, and I always worked on the theory that, in the first innings, if you get yourself a couple and go at 2.5 and over, you've done your job.
Yeah. But the difference is now, we never got those LBWs to the, you bowling to the right hander. Never got LBW when they probably
would have 1,000.
I know, I'm with you there. Anyway, we better stop grumbling.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry to cause chaos.
There's Bennett on strike to Cook, and Bennett comes firmly forward and plays it up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Josh Chung picks up. So Bashir has doubled his wicket tally for the season today.
Yep. Yes, it doesn't sound good, does it? But he's got. I mean, he's got over 50. He's got 51 Test wickets. You can't quibble at that. How many has he got in his career, first class level?
70.
So 51 of his 70 are in Test matches.
Cook bowls. Bennett drives. Nice looking shot. Through mid-off. Stokes is after it. Out towards the boundary. He will not get there. It's gone away for 4. Bennett's closing in on a second Test 100. His highest score is 110 not out. He's 84 not out. He has played so well today. He's struck it crisply.
Well,
1 or 2 off the edge, but he's also played some fine strokes, and that was as good as any.
Yeah. No inhibition. I mean, just once, he just romped down the pitch to Cook, didn't he, and sort of slogged him over mid-wicket. Hasn't repeated that, but he's played with great freedom, and he's enjoying himself, seizing this opportunity.
3 slips are in. Cook bowls to him. Oh, he gets the bat down in time on that one. That was it. Possibly inside edge onto the pad there. There's some yelping out there from England. Cook thought he'd got through, not quite. 160 for 3 with that boundary. Seeing a replay of that dismissal from Sean Williams. A rather indeterminate shot and an inside edge onto the stumps, but
there was a change of pace there.
Bashir created it, that indecision. And Cook has taken his first Test wicket today. Bowls to Bennett, who plays a lovely, delicate pad shot down towards deep third. He's holding the bat there, angling it away, finding the gap between third slip and gully. No one at home at deep third. So 4 more runs to the total. And Bennett is racing away. He's 88 off 85 balls. There have been 300s in this match already by England's top 3. It might be that Bennett gets the quickest 100 of them all if he does get there. I think the quickest was 100 balls, isn't it? Even 100 balls by... Who's it got there off 100 balls?
Duckett,
yeah.
Hope 109, Crawley 144.
I'd just like to get there. Here's Cook bowling. Drive there with plenty of bottom hand, and that was another aggressive shot against Cook. Hits it up towards wide mid-on. It's picked up by Josh Chung, and there is no run. It's thrust and counter thrust here. He's not reining himself in as he moves towards 100.
No. I mean, I think that arguably the shot of the day was that little glide to third. It was like Joe Root. Impish though, it was an impish shot.
Yeah, they have reinforced that slip cord with a third slip after one went through a couple of overs ago. Cook bowls to Bennett, and Bennett drives, and he doesn't beat a tumbling Stokes. He's half mid off, half extra cover. Ben Stokes trying to in a way cover off 2 areas, and he dived away to his right and stopped it, and there is no run. So Bennett stays on 88. Zimbabwe are 164 for 3. We haven't seen Stokes with the ball yet, Victor. We've had 34 overs. They've used 4 bowlers. Are we moving towards?
We could be. We
Stokes
could.
time?
It's either you would think he'll keep Bashir going now. He's got a couple wickets. So the next change would be either Atkinson back for a second spell or Stokes. You would have thought. Of course, the matchups don't work quite so well now because we've got two right-handers in, I think.
Yep. Yeah,
matchups are very important nowadays, isn't it? Let's try to explain.
Here's Bashir to Sikandar Raza, drives firmly back. Bashir dives to his right to stop it. Smart piece of fielding. And there's no run. So Raza, the new batter, just the slip and almost a backward short leg rather than a forward short leg. Here is Bashir bowling on off stump, turned away by Raza to Stokes at straight mid-wicket. No run there. It's kind of Raza he isn't playing that warm-up game that Zimbabwe had. He was playing in the Pakistan Super League. He's not been in the country that long. Faces up to Bashir, inside-out drive to Root at extra cover. Root immediately picks it up and flicks it into wicketkeeper Smith because Raza had taken a couple of paces down the pitch. Back with Bashir now at 164 for 3. 2 for Bashir, 1 for Cook. Bashir waits, composes himself and then moves into bowl. That's on middle stump, turned away, forward a square, comfortable single for Raza to get off the mark. 165 for 3. So back with Bennett with 2 balls this over to face. And Zimbabwe now exactly 400 runs behind. It was noticeable when Bashir took that wicket that Stokes rushed to him and hugged him.
Yeah. Well, they're a happy team, you know. I mean, Jack Leach is not in the team, but my goodness, he loved playing for Stokes and loved playing in that England team that Stokes led. And so does Bashir. He's got something.
Bashir round the wicket now to Bennett. Goes in to bowl to him, and Bennett turns that away off his hip, stopped at square leg by a keen-looking Joe Root.
Quite right too.
It's often that sort of release shot, isn't it, for a right-hander against an off-break bowler, nudging it away off your hip for a single, but Root was there.
They'd like to
preventing it. Yeah, keep him off strike. Yeah. Last ball the over. Looking for a dot ball or a wicket. Bashir bowls. Bennett clips into the onside, straight to Stokes at mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. So they will have a chance to have a go at the new man with the pace bowler in the next over because Sikandar Raza will be on strike. 165 for 3. Zimbabwe 400 behind. Bennett 88. Raza 1. Victor, and then it will be Alison Mitchell.
Well, Cook is going to have a go at the new batsman, which you want. Raza. And he's got his wicket, Cook, but it hasn't quite gone according to plan. It's not very often when he plays for Essex that he goes in excess of 5 and over. Maybe it's not very often when he plays for Essex that he plays on such a pitch that is so friendly towards batsmen. It's been quite possible to play your shots here. We've seen some glorious shots. Very fast outfield, of course, at Trent Bridge. And Bennett has been terrific. But he's probably got at least one more over in him in this spell, and he's got the new batsman there. Hello, Ali.
Hello, Victor. Yeah, very much enjoying Brian Bennett's efforts. It's Sikandar Raza on strike. At the moment, 3 slips in place. Sunshine over Trent Bridge, so 165 for 3. Here comes Cook again over the wicket, and Raza comes forward, a little squared up. Plays back up the pitch along the ground, and Cook picks up in his follow through. Bennett was aggressive from the start, wasn't he?
Yeah.
12 runs coming off Sam Cook's first over. 4s flailing to all parts. But only 21 years of age. It was only 2 years ago that he was at the Under-19s World Cup, Bennett, and was Zimbabwe's top run scorer there. 10 months after that, he made his first-class debut. Raza facing up to Cook. Little fiddle outside the off stump, steers it into the ground and out towards gully. There it is picked up, and there is no run. So
it's been a really refreshing response because it was a tough day for Zimbabwe. As 3 wickets and all those runs, and they could have not exactly sulked, but sort of retreated. But they've come out and you sense there's a huge crowd. They never play in front of crowds like this. Let's get out there and show them what we can do and enjoy ourselves, regardless of what the scoreboard says. And they've come up, and the scoreboard's looking rather good now for them.
Raza on one. Cook moves in, full ball driven into the ground, into the hands of the bowler. I'm sure that was a bump ball. The ball's ricocheted away. No runs being taken. It's being picked up there by Pope, running back from his position at mid-off. Well, it was Raza who spoke last night after play when I would have put the, I suppose, fairly reasonable and maybe presumptive question to him about how does captain and coach, lift you after such a day as this? And he said, well, first of all, he said it's up to us to lift ourselves. We don't need the captain and coach to do it. But he really just stressed the pride and the enjoyment they are taking of playing on this stage at a test match in England. Cook in again, coming forward, working it towards the onside. Bashir darts in to pick up, and there's no run. I really got a sense of them being very buoyant, and we saw that in the field to a degree, because you never got that sense of shoulders dropping and moping around, did we? I think they've done really well to, well, the moment's 400 runs behind. Context of that, they're still a long way off, but the manner in which, led by Bennett, have played their attacking strokes and entertained the crowd, it's been showing a really good hand of it. Raza looks down the pitch, sees Cook move in, clips him off his legs along the ground, brings fine leg into play. Stoops to pick up. Atkinson sends the ball back into the middle, into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
And Raza seems to be picking up the ball pretty well, considering we learned from your interview with him that he was rejected by the Pakistan Air Force on the grounds of poor eyesight.
That's right. He told the story, didn't he? He mentioned it with Henry yesterday, that he had, born in Pakistan. He really wanted to be a fighter pilot, and you have to have mandatory eye testing. He failed an eye test, so when he couldn't progress as a fighter pilot, he was offered various other opportunities. Cook into Raza, thickish outside edge square, out to Duckett at point, and there is no run. End of the over, 166 for 3, Bennett 88, Raza on 2. So he was offered different positions in the Air Force, which he said he respectfully turned down. He just wasn't really up for doing anything else. They decided he wanted to be a software engineer, went to Glasgow Caledonian University, ended up spending sort of 6 or 7 years in England, and he played some cricket at Northamptonshire. He's played for Manchester Originals in the 100, but I think it was at the time he was at university, his parents emigrated from Pakistan to Zimbabwe, so that's how he sort of ended up in Zimbabwe, because after being at university he eventually went back there and started getting into cricket in the Zimbabwe system. Shoaib Bashir, new over, forward comes Raza, strokes him up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So quite the roundabout story, but he's one who is playing a lot of franchise cricket around the world, and he wanted to come back, really wanted to play in this match, which he described as an historic test match, which when you consider 22 years since Zimbabwe last played here, it is. Shoaib in, with a leg slip and a conventional slip, knocked towards leg slip. Pope then tumbles after it and able to grab it cleanly. They take one, quick shot at the non-striker's end, and safely home. 167 for 3. But how much more test cricket he will play, because he's 39. He said he's got a bit of an arrangement with the Zimbabwe Cricket Board where he will play some but not all test matches that are coming up. Around the wickets, a little more flighted this time by Bashir, stroked out through extra cover by Bennett, jogs through for a gentle one as Atkinson picks up as the sun dips behind a cloud and the ground's covered in shade, which hasn't happened too much during the course of the day today. He's regarded as, he was bowling as Zimbabwe's number 1 spinner, wasn't he? He's an off-spinning all-rounder, really. But just how much more test cricket he will play for Zimbabwe remains to be seen. Bashir trots up to stumps, more flighted delivery, caught and bowled chance, was it? Bashir's on the ground, he dived to his right, it was hit back to him firmly. Whether it was hit into the ground first, but
I don't think so.
Bashir's taking a while to get up. He's caught the ball on his finger by the looks of it, with the chance spilt. Hit straight to him, hard to his right, but he had both hands there and he couldn't grasp the ball.
Just got him on the end of his fingers. I don't know how badly damaged they are. He's looking a little bit concerned, but he's now heading off towards the boundary. He might get a bit of attention while he's fielding at third man, but it was a chance.
Yeah.
Not an easy one by any stretch of the imagination, but one that he would expect to catch, I reckon, I don't know, 3 out of 10 perhaps. There's a few, brilliant fielders off their own ball, you would have grabbed that. Now we're going to have an interesting moment.
Here we go.
A rare sighting. I feel like an ornithologist here. It's a rare sighting of Stokes with the ball in his hand and about to run up and bowl, probably as if he's never been away.
Well, his last game of cricket was in December of 2024. The hamstring went, he's had the surgery, he's taken his time coming back this time around, because when he did the hamstring during the 100 last year,
hadn't really worked out. That could obviously Shoaib has left the field.
Yeah, so Stokes is completely over.
Yeah, don't know how many balls are left. There's only 2 balls left. I hope Stokes is not only going to bowl 2 balls, because it takes a long time to get loosened up.
Well, he's trying to get loose at the moment. He's rolling his arm over.
They'll miss Shoaib if he's seriously injured, because they need a spinner in this. They got Joe Root, I suppose. But on this sort of surface, quite handy. Here he comes.
First bowl in a match since the hamstring surgery. Outside the off stump, goes through with good carry to Jamie Smith, but doesn't tempt Bennett into a shot, so he leaves it well alone. Zimbabwe are 396 behind at 169 for 3. Stokes running his hand through.
Oh, it's no ball.
Oh, the no ball. There goes the arm from the umpire, outstretched to say you overstepped.
He bowls a few.
Just a little bit rusty.
Yeah, he's comfortably over. The umpires don't call it now. They work for the third umpire, but he could have called that.
Well, I wonder at what stage he was thinking in his mind he was going to come on and bowl anyway.
It's made up for him.
So still 2 balls to come in this over. 3 slips are in place. Bennett faces up to Stokes, and there's an edge! Oh, it's put down by Root at first slip. And that's Bennett on 89. Well, the ball comes back into the middle and Jamie Smith's gloves, and that would have been a golden return for Ben Stokes. A wicket with his first legitimate delivery back, but not to be. Bennett was on it was on 89, now on 91.
Well, I mean, there's no such thing, we're told, as an easy slip catch, but it wasn't too difficult as they go, round about hip height. Nice ball, he got movement away. Straight away, Stokes has got that ball to move. Bennett followed it. And he is infuriated, Stokes, although he's now captain and he controls his emotion. Joe Root, his old mate, has failed to catch it, a one that he would normally take. So Bennett lives on.
Last ball of the over with Bennett on 91. Here's the crowd getting behind Stokes, and he's pulling out of his run-up. Is that batter pulling away?
No, I think
Stokes has pulled.
I don't know. I think he might have lost his run.
I think
he looks fit, Stokes. It has to say, he's moving in nicely.
But it felt as if he slowed up and pulled away first.
I was listening to an interview with these. Someone said, "Oh, you've gone on the wagon." We said, "Well, not quite on the wagon."
No.
but I've.
He's not entirely stopped drinking alcohol. Here it is. It should be the last ball of the over. Stokes into the hip and drops into the ground. So Ben Stokes has bowled 3 deliveries, 2 legitimately. And he should have taken a wicket with the catch that went to Root. It was sort of ended up at hip height for Root.
It's almost as if the slips were slightly too close together, so Root was not entirely sure where the second slip would go to it. I think they were too close together, which complicated it a bit, because I think it's Crawley's second slip kind of not sure he was out the way, but and Stokes understandably infuriated. It was a good ball, actually. I mean, we haven't seen the ball move that much, but that actually moved a little bit in the air, and there was a good zip in there. I mean, he's only bowled 3 balls, but actually he's looked dangerous, and he should have had that wicket.
And it just generates a frisson of excitement around the ground.
Well,
Stokes has the ball in his hand.
Yeah, of course. And he's
ringing the changes now. Atkinson's going to come on.
Yeah, I mean, that should have been a wicket, but it wasn't. And it's Bennett now on 91. Atkinson's going to come from the pavilion end. He's just bowled 6 overs up until now. What we want to wait and see is the state of Bashir's fingers.
Yes, Bashir off the field at the moment. Atkinson moves into Raza, who pulls his bat out of the line at the very last moment and allows the ball to zip through to Sikandar Raza, who's 4 off 16. We'll say goodbye to Vic for the moment. Zimbabwe 172 for 3 and 393 behind. So Shoaib Bashir had a caught and bowled chance, got two hands to it, diving to his right, low to the ground, but the ball burst through. He hurt fingers somehow in the process, so he's gone off the field for the moment. Atkinson is bustling into Raza, who clips him away through the vacant mid-wicket region. Mid-on is after it, running across to the right-hand side, slide to stop, saves the boundary, and Raza's back for the third. So the throw comes into the middle. 390 behind at 175 for 3. And sunshine still drenching Trent Bridge. Some fluffy white clouds high above, which every now and again are obscuring the sun, but it's been a glorious day for watching. And Henry Olonga, some glorious batting from Brian Bennett out there for Zimbabwe, 91 not out.
Yes, it's fantastic to see. They're playing with grit and fight, which is what Zimbabweans have always been known for. But my oh my, 2 drops in effectively 1 over.
Yep, quick succession.
Uncharacteristic for... I thought the Joe Root one was pretty bog standard by his standards.
So Bennett on 91 faces Atkinson. He forces this away off the back foot, squeezes it past points, and it's a chase back for Ollie Pope now to the boundary. The ball get there first. Such a quick outfield, it does. And Bennett's on to 95. 21 years of age. He has 1 Test 100 to his name already. But this would be a very different type of 100 against England in England.
He's been magnificent. And Andy, he's close to the fastest by a Zimbabwean, isn't he?
He is. I was just getting that stat up. I'll get the full list. I think it's 106 balls currently.
The fastest by any Zimbabwean, any Test match. So he's faced 95 balls. Atkinson moves in again to Bennett, comes forward, gets it back past his non-striker. The ball's running away towards the sight screen. He's looking for another boundary here, and he'll get it. And Bennett's on to 99, and the Zimbabwean fans in the stands are already waving those flags.
One more run to what will be a magnificent innings.
Sean Williams, 106 balls against New Zealand in 2016. The current quickest Test 100 for Zimbabwe.
Oh, what an effort this will be. So he's faced 96 deliveries. This will be the 97th. Bennett's on 99. Atkinson moves in, and he gets it down to the boundary through deep third. And pride of Zimbabwe, Brian Bennett, the fastest Test century by a Zimbabwean, and he's done it against England at Trent Bridge. An historic moment. 21 years of age, he removes his helmet, he raises his helmet and his bat now to the crowd at Trent Bridge, who are all on their feet. Zimbabwe supporter, England supporter, they are saluting Brian Bennett.
What a moment.
Henry Olonga, you must feel proud.
Absolutely. Playing with spirit. In fact, from the start, he was very aggressive, didn't hold back. Kind of did a bit of baseball to England, actually.
103 off 97 balls, and he's facing up again. Atkinson, and he's flaying this away, but one bouncing into the hands of Duckett at backward points. It's the end of the over, so everyone will just take a little bit of a breather, including Bennett, I'm sure.
And I hope he takes a moment just to soak in the atmosphere and actually take stock of what he's achieved here, because this is a good quality bowling attack as far as England's concerned, and well, what an achievement. Quicker than some of the great names in our game. We've had some amazing players: David Houghton, Andy Flower, Grant Flower, his brother Neil Johnson, Murray Goodwin, who I think's in that list of the quickest. He might be like 3rd fastest or something like that. But yes, what a magnificent effort by the young man. And in fact, hopefully it's inspiring the change room to understand it's a great surface to bat on. If you just apply yourself and play with a bit of spirit, this is what can be achieved.
Well, he is matching England at the moment for the hundreds we saw from them. He needs a bit more batting around him in the context of the match, but a fine individual achievement. But he's now got to face up to Ben Stokes again. And that one has come to a bit of pad out towards the gully. It's Raza who's on strike at the moment. Bennett's able to take a little moment down at the non-striker's end. Bashir still off the field with those injured fingers, so I'll wait to get an update from him. Is it little finger?
I think it was the pinky. I saw a replay and it looked like it just caught the... So the good news there is it's not his bowling fingers that were affected, but it looked like more of an annoyance. I don't think it's going to need like a massive stitch or anything.
Raza 7 from 18. Faces Stokes, his gleaming blonde hair. Now is he squared up? An edge taken to Jamie Smith, who takes the catch. And there is Stokes with a wicket. He had a catch put down when he finished off the over with Bashir injured. This time finds the edge of Sikandar Raza's bat.
He's looked good. He's looked really good, Ali. As soon as, in fact, the drop catch in the previous over was a beautiful delivery. It pitched out just outside off stump, lifted and moved away, and that was a similar delivery. And Sikandar Raza unable to negotiate the brilliance of Ben Stokes, and easily caught by the keeper.
Coming off the shoulder of the bat, he was squared up. He actually spun round a full 360 degrees to see where the ball ended up, but it was in the gloves of Smith. So Stokes' return with the ball with bowling is a successful one. His first couple of deliveries, he creates a chance, the catch put down, and he comes back, and 2 deliveries later, he's got his first wicket on return. So the walk-off for Sikandar Raza. Bennett remains there, 103 not out, and ought to be the wicket-keeper who comes out next to Fadzad Siga. How are you, Henry, after our interval chat, by the way? Now I've just got a second to breathe, because there's been quite a tremendous reaction to hearing your recollections of the 2003 armband protest.
Well, it took me a while to come to it. It was an emotional conversation, and like I said, I hadn't seen Nasser for such a long time, and got a tremendous amount of respect for him as a player, and obviously as a leader and a captain, and now as a broadcaster. But I hadn't really heard in his own voice him express what the England team went through. I've read about it, he's written articles, but it was quite cathartic as well, just to go through. I mean, I've told that story so many times, as you can imagine, Ali, over the years, at schools, at universities and churches and in all sorts of places where I've had the privilege to tell my story. But long story short, I think I've come down to earth now, back to work.
Focus on the job in hand. I'm sure everyone will be able to listen back to that conversation as well via the podcast stream, the Test Match Special podcast via BBC Sounds. It is Wesley Madavare who comes out, because Fadzad Siga is next in after him. So Harare born, 24 years of age, and does have a high score of 150 in first-class cricket. He's facing up to Ben Stokes, who's picked up his first wicket since his first return to bowling, first return to cricket. Comes forward, defends, nudges it towards the leg side. Bashir back on the field, which is a good sign for England. Get to see a close-up of his hand, see if he's got any strapping or anything, but he's certainly there at square leg. But Stokes is continuing with a spell now that he's got into it, and he's making things happen, and he's picked up a wicket.
Yeah, seam movement of the highest quality. He's charging in well. He looks like the Stokes of old. You know, when he first came on the scene, he's had a few injury issues, hasn't he, Ali?
Oh, yeah.
But he's looking magnificent today.
And the knee was the big ongoing one which prevented him from bowling. Down the leg side, that one, though. Tumbling take by Jamie Smith. I mean, there was a finger injury a long time ago. He then was asked to come back and captain a sort of inexperienced England white ball team because of COVID, when he wasn't quite ready. The knee issue was a big, long one. Hampered his ability to bowl. But then the hamstring last summer in the 100. He then came back from that a bit too quickly, he says, because he really wanted to tour in the winter. And then it just went big time. And that's been the surgery. 5 months rehab now. I'm really wanting to make sure that he did that absolutely properly. And so far, so good. He's charging in now. Madavare looks down the pitch, sees Stokes approaching. It's a little leg side-ish again. He's got some bat on it, though, down towards the fine leg boundary for 4. A bit of a cry of anguish from Stokes as he sees that whistle away. Did he get bat on it? Leg by, signalled by the umpire. So 191 for 4. Zimbabwe are 374 behind, so still a long, long way off. And England will still want to try and bowl Zimbabwe out with a chance of enforcing a follow-on to get things moving. There we go, having a look at that list of fastest Test hundreds for Zimbabwe.
Neil Johnson it was, rather than Murray Goodwin. Sean Williams second on the list now.
Stokes moves in past the umpire. That's a better line of inside edge onto pad from Madavare. End of the over from Stokes then. So he's got another wicket. Zimbabwe are 4 down, but Brian Bennett, brilliant moment that he's enjoyed in front of this Trent Bridge crowd. I've really appreciated the way he's gone about his business. He's 103 from 98 balls. Aggers is here, Henry, to join you after a few thoughts from...
Well, the crowd's been magnificent. They've been boisterous all day. Lots of... it's a sea of red, because there are lots of Zimbabweans wearing replica shirts. Jonathan Agnew, it's a lovely atmosphere here.
Really good, and a good crowd, isn't it? It was rather talked down, I think, the size of the crowd before this match, but I guess the weather's helped. It's a beautiful day. We've got 20 minutes to go until tea, and good to see Zimbabwe making a fist of it as well, which is great, and led by Bennett, 103 from 98 balls. I mean, he's really positive innings. He's on strike now. He's facing Atkinson. He bowls and gets a thumping on drive in here. The ball rolls up and is fielded by Tongue. So there's no run. Atkinson hasn't quite got it right today. He's been quite expensive. Just a slip into rhythm, but typical Stokes. He comes on like that and gets a drop catch first of all, and then of course picks up a wicket. He's just always in the game, isn't he? I was a bit worried because he hadn't done any loosening up, and Bashir went off. He simply walked up and starts to bowl. You think, oh no, I'm on that hamstring. In comes Atkinson, bowls. That's driven. That's another 4. Well played by Bennett, but again, it's a pretty generous half volley from Atkinson. And Bennett just thumped it away, and Atkinson's going back, shaking his head. He knows he hasn't quite got it right so far. Searching a bit. But, Bennett is uncomplicated. I think that's probably the best way to describe his batting. He simply stands there and gives it a thump.
And he's key for Zimbabwe, really, to keep making a fist of this.
Yep.
Weather's good tomorrow, apparently.
It is. It's certainly better than it was going to be. Atkinson bowls, and that's hit again off that front foot. Likes to get on there. This time, though, a scrambling save at mid-wicket. And there is no run. So it's 195 for 4. The follow-on in a 4-day test match is 150, not 200. So they've still got a long way to go to avoid that. But they're going pretty well. 195 for 4, so they're still 370 behind, though. As Atkinson pauses for a moment, and comes running in that scurrying approach. He bowls short. There's a wild swipe from Bennett. Every now and then he does this. He took on the hook shot there, but it was a thrash rather than a perfect hook shot. He was in no position really to play that, but he does like to take it on. Stokes standing there, clapping his hands. Just loves being involved. He hated it when he couldn't bowl. You know, he could bat and he could field. He was unable to bowl. He just wasn't a complete cricketer. But, he loves bowling. He's wide mid-off at the moment, extra cover really, as Atkinson bowls outside the off stump. And Bennett this time has had to go through. A few flags are up. Nottingham Forest inevitably. A couple over there to our left. A big game here on Sunday. I don't know what's going to happen on Sunday afternoon. It's Forest Chelsea just behind us, so it could be a bit lively, I think, round here on Sunday afternoon.
Now, I spend most of my time in Australia. Is that a big at the stage of the season? Is that a big?
Well, I'm not really a
match?
football man, Henry, if I'm honest with you. Here's Atkinson bowling. Oh, lovely stroke from Bennett. He's just placed that down the ground. Beautifully played. Goes to 111, 199 for 4 is the score. It's the last match of the Premier League, I can tell you that.
Just a little more on Bennett's extraordinary century, as we mentioned, comfortably the fastest for Zimbabwe in Test cricket, the 15th fastest against England in the history of Test cricket.
Wow.
The 6th fastest against England in England, and also the 6th fastest by an opener against England in Test cricket. And some of the names above him are fairly legendary. Chris Gale, with the quickest for an opener against England, 80 balls. Joe Darling in the 19th century for Australia. Virender Sehwag, brilliant Indian.
He's bound to be in there.
Tamim Iqbal of Bangladesh, and Victor Trumper in 1902.
Oh, good old Victor.
95 balls century opening the batting. So Bennett's 6th on that list.
That's amazing, really. I mean, he's just come out from the very start and played so positively. Stokes then is going to bowl to Madavere, who's yet to score. He's faced 4 balls so far. There's 3 slips there as Stokes runs in, bowls to him on the off stump. And that little suggestion of the ball moving away from the bat. Madavere covers up and plays the ball carefully to mid-on. And there's no run. I'm not sure about the depth of Zimbabwe's batting. Whether if it's sort of a 6-out, all-out type situation. 199 for 4. So 366 behind. Stokes waits for the ball to return. He's got this mane of golden hair now, swept back, and a beard. Runs in again, bowls to Madaveri. It's a bouncer. Madaveri's not very tall, he simply ducks underneath that and is taken by the keeper.
Just one final small thing on Bennett in terms of youngest openers to score 100 against England. He's just up past 21 and a half. The 5th youngest opener in tests to get 100 against England. The 2nd youngest opener to get 100 against England in this country, behind Tamim Iqbal, who got 2 in the 2010 series for Bangladesh. Extraordinary innings.
It is. It's remarkable.
Like I said, I hope he savours the moment and makes it count even more.
They seem to enjoy
150 on the offer.
He gave his helmet badge a good kiss. Stokes again, a little bounce this time. Madaveri behind it, though, plays away to Bashir, who's back on the ground again. He damaged his hand dropping that catch. So he was off for a little while, but he's back on now. He's bowled fairly nicely. He's got a couple of wickets to his name. 12 overs, 2 for 49. Stokes paws at the ground. He's getting his bowling marker in the right place. He's very lean, very fit. Kicks up his heels, runs away again, bowls, and Madaveri. Oh, I thought he was going to play at that for a minute, and so did Stokes. It was a perfect ball, really, an outswinger. And just that perfect length for the batsman to have a little bit of a drive at.
His seam presentation is impeccable.
Yeah. But he's like Tongue. His arm comes from almost beyond the perpendicular, doesn't it? It almost comes on the other side of his head. And then he just gets that ball just to swing in a little bit.
I've watched Stokes over the years. I don't think I've seen him this lean.
Yeah, he's ridiculously fit. 199 for 4. In he goes again, and he bowls again an outswinger. Madaveri whips that bottom hand off the bat handle. There's some extra bounce there for Stokes. And how many overs would he bowl? Because he's saying, I've got to monitor myself. I can't overdo it. I read somewhere that Brendan McCullum was going to be the person to tell him to stop. But that's easier said than done with Stokes. Heavily tattooed, wanders back again, waiting for the ball, which is on its way now from Atkinson at mid-off. Spins himself a catch. Runs in again. It's there now, past the umpire, lets the ball go. Oh, he's bowled him! And that was one that came back at him. He's bowled outswinger after outswinger. And Madaveri there rather dabbled the bat. He's got inside edge into it. And the ball's cannoned into his stumps there. The middle stump is leaning back. But nicely bowled. Madaveri there was expecting that to move away. It's come back at him. And a rather disconsolate figure makes his way off the ground for a duck. That's nicely bowled.
He's been threatening ever since he took the ball to complete Bashir's over. Got rid of Raza, and now what a delivery to get rid of Madaveri. Very, very clever bowling. As you said, Jonathan, out, and then in.
Yep. It's always nice when it works, that, isn't it?
Yep.
The plan comes off, but poor Madaveri, both of the scorers, did he? It's a duck for him, but off he goes, and so this is where I say it might get a bit tricky for Zimbabwe now.
Yep.
I don't know what the depth of this batting is like particularly. They've got Stokes with his tail up. Still got Bennett, of course, going nicely with 111 not out, but question of what remains in the nether regions of this batting lineup. I'm not sure the fast bowlers offer very much.
I would agree with you. We're still waiting, of course, to find out about Ngarava, or have we already? He may turn out to bat. He may choose not to bat.
I think he probably will. Seemed to be okay, didn't he? I don't know. Anyway, we shall see. But 199 for 5, so it's a bit of a crisis point now.
Yes.
They have still got Bennett there on 111 for 104 balls. Atkinson would love a wicket. He's found it. He's struggled today. And normally he's nippy and accurate, and He just hasn't quite got his length right, and Bennett has punished him. So he's talking with Stokes here. But, the field they're going to have. It was a lovely ball, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Just flicked the inside and might have been a top part of the bat, but it was because it was the in-swinger that followed those outers. Right, so come on, Atkinson, what can you do? He's bowling to Bennett on 111, and scampering in bowls to him. Oh no, that's on full on the leg stump, turned out towards deep mid-wicket. More runs here for Bennett. Should get a couple. The fielder sweeps around the stand, they're over to our left. Those various flags I was talking about. 200 up. The loss of 5 wickets now. Bennett 113. Crowd applauding, they're enjoying the sunshine. It's only the first test match of the summer. Zimbabwe flags being waved around over there. There's Atkinson again, little steps on his way, moves in, bowls to Bennett, back he goes, chopping it away to Pope, who's down at deep third man.
This will be a strange thing for me to say, Agus, but roundabout now, and Andy may disagree with me, but roundabout now is probably the easiest that batting will be for Bennett. But we did a stat yesterday, or I think, where we talked about when people are most likely to be dismissed.
Oh, okay.
And it wasn't like the nervous 90s. It was actually sort of the nervous 100 to 110s or something.
Just relax a bit.
Yes, I wrote an article on this for the Night Watchman some years ago, and in fact the 90s with a 10-run bracket below 150 in which test batters were least likely to be out.
Right, yes.
So has he passed that threshold now on 113?
Well,
I'll have to get my old spreadsheet out.
He might have done. Seager's first ball then, he's the wicket keeper, and he plays it away into the offside. Good length from Atkinson. Finds Duckett out there in the covers. 202 for 5. I suppose you do just mentally just relax a bit, don't you, when you've got your hand? But I mean, I wouldn't know. Do you know, Andy? Ever experienced this phenomenon?
Not at this level, Agus.
At any level?
The village level.
Oh,
yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
And did you got there, did you relax? How long did it take you? You're an absolute blocker, aren't you? Here's Atkinson, bowls full again, but hit firmly to mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, and no run.
I became slightly more expansive as I got older, but I haven't scored 100 in a year, beginning with 2. Certainly.
Oh, okay.
Long time ago.
Yeah, indeed. What do you still?
It's the mighty Chiddingstone.
Right.
Penshurst.
Fond memories of it, though.
Big local derby. Doesn't get any bigger than that.
What did you do when you actually got your 100? Did you kiss your helmet and raise it back?
I can't remember, to be honest.
Oh, I'll expect something. 202 for 5. In comes Atkinson. Bowls, and Seager gets one that grubs through and is picked up by Pope in the gully. And there's no run. Have you got 100, Henry?
Oh, at school.
Any 100 counts.
At school.
We'll take anything in here.
I also reckon I scored 100 for the Lashings World 11 against Sutton Valence Prep School many years ago.
Prep school?
Yeah, that's
10-year-olds.
That's the kind of opposition I would score 100 against. Right,
okay. Well, me too, by the way. Prep school. 202 for 5. 1 ball to go in the over. Atkinson delivers it, and again, just an inside edge there, and it's actually hit him on the glove, I think. But just short of a length. It's the end of the over. 202 for 5. So 363 behind. It has hit him. It's a pretty full length, a bit of bounce there. 1 or 2 balls have just started to ruffle the surface a bit. We've just seen on the slow motion replays. It's a little bit of dust coming every now and then, and Bashir has found a couple of balls to spin. But Stokes has got the ball in his hand. Now, can he deal with Bennett? This is the question. 114 not out. He's played so well. He's still got 3 slips for him. There's a deep square leg going out. Deep third man. And there's a long leg. So it's an in-out sort of a field with those 3 slips there. Ready for a catch, but also men out in the deep as well. Stokes strides out. He's there and he bowls to Bennett, who comes forward respectfully. The ball again just suggests it swings away a little bit.
He's looked so composed, Jonathan, has Bennett. He just hasn't seemed ruffled or under pressure. He's played with clarity. He's played with aggression. It's been a Been a heck of a knock.
Yeah, that's been brilliant. Tatenda Taibu is here. Chatting to him at tea time. A nice big hug.
Well, I haven't seen him in a while.
Have you not? Oh,
maybe.
Well, that's really nice.
Maybe 15 years.
Really? Good Lord. 202 for 5. In goes Stokes. A bit of width and Bennett chases it. But the ball flies through. Are you a Shona speaker?
No, I'm not. My mom is, though.
Right. You see, I think, because I'd learnt some rudimentary Shona when I was there.
I thought you were about to say some rude
No.
words in Shona. Because that's normally what happens when you learn a language. People tell you the rude words first.
No, I learnt some respectful words in Shona.
Go on, then.
Like Mangwanani is good morning.
Yes.
I think Tatenda, as in Tatenda Taibu, is thank you.
You are absolutely correct.
Ah, there you go. They're the only 2 words that I know. 202 for 5. In goes Stokes. Bowls full. He's driven down the ground for 4. Fine shot. He's played a lot of these. 206 for 5. Well, I'm glad I ran it past you. I was going to check it out first.
Well, you did well. And the last thing I'll say before I go is when you say thank you to Tatenda at the end, you'll be saying thank you.
I will. Tatenda. Which way round should I say it? Tatenda thank you or thank you Tatenda? It has been a long time. But anyway, a couple of words. Mangwanani, it's a lovely word. That's good morning, I think. In goes Stokes. Bowls, bouncer. And he ducks under that. It's taken by the wicketkeeper. 206 for 5. And Henry's so excited, he's actually abandoned ship here. We'll fly solo for a while, Andy. You're a Shona speaker?
Not yet, Aggers.
We've learned 2 words at the start. 2 quite key words, actually. Good morning and thank you. Gets you through life, doesn't it? Well, a bit of it. 206 for 5. And goes Stokes. Moves in now. Bowls the in-swinger. Doesn't get through the defence this time. It finds the middle of the bat and played out to cover. Victor, you arrived.
Hello.
I wasn't expecting to see you.
Well, I wasn't expecting to see you either, but it's a delight to join you briefly.
You're here for 1 minute, aren't you?
I bring good news and bad news.
Oh, what's the bad news?
No, I'll start with the good news.
Start with the good news.
Oh, Ben Stokes looks fit as a fiddle.
Lovely piece of bowling, wasn't it? Outer, inner.
Bad news?
Bad news.
He looks comfortably our best seamer.
Okay. Well, I'll accept that. And he goes again. Bowls very full again. He's been driven. This will be 4 more. Bennett's just on a different level here. Playing absolutely beautifully. And as soon as he beats the infield, it's 4 runs. And Stokes doesn't look very happy there. In fact, he's marching off. In fact, I think they're all marching off.
It's tea time.
So, Victor, your words of wisdom there.
Yeah, well, on that note.
Well, thank you for offering those.
Well, I don't know. Are you hosting tea?
Well, I am.
But not with me, though.
No. You can offer some thoughts and then go again if you like.
Well,
what do you think?
I've really enjoyed today, partly because I know Zimbabwe lost a couple of wickets here, but I've enjoyed the fact that they have played with such spirit and a determination actually to take the opportunity, enjoy themselves. Obviously, Brian Bennett is the man who's having a whale of a time out there. It's a day he'll never forget. They've played some lovely shots and they've been very aggressive throughout, and the crowd have enjoyed it. It's a big crowd. They've never played in front of a crowd like this in Test cricket, and it's great stuff.
Yeah.
From an English perspective, I'm a bit concerned. You'd be a bit concerned about there's a drop catch here, and the seamers have been scored off very freely.
Atkins has got on his best day.
No, he hasn't. He's looked anonymous. Cook has got his wicket, but still settling in. But they've been a bit unnerved by the fact that Brian Bennett has cracked them. Whenever they've erred in length, he's smacked it for 4. And sometimes when they haven't even erred in length, he's smacked it for 4. So it's been an enjoyable day.
He's got a great rate, 122 not out from 112 balls.
Yeah.
I mean, for an opening batsman.
He scored the fastest 100 of the match. You wouldn't have bet on that. The odds, what was he? 66 to 1 at the best, I would have thought.
That's not part of my job description. 24s by the time he reached 100. He hasn't added another 4. So 96 was 122 runs in boundaries, and he scored 86 in that session, in which Zimbabwe collectively made 137 for 4 in 27 overs.
Let's look at those bowling figures, shall we? Cook, 11 overs, 1 for 48. He took a wicket with his 15th ball. Hasn't bowled a maiden. In fact, there have been very few maidens bowled at all. Atkinson, 9 overs, no maidens. No wicket for 55. He's going for nearly 6 and over. Shoaib Bashir spun the ball, spun a couple, then hurt his hand as he dropped a catch. So that's why he's got the rather odd figures of 12.4 overs. 2 maidens, 2 for 49. Josh Tongue, 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 37. And Ben Stokes, well, he's taken 2 for 11, a drop catch, and he's bowled really nicely from this end. So that's the tea time situation. Zimbabwe 355 runs behind. They're 210 for 5. But Bennett 122 not out. Promises more entertainment in the final session of the day. As promised, in a moment we'll be talking to the former Zimbabwe captain Tatenda Taibu, who rang the bell here yesterday before play began. But first, there's another round of Rothesay County Championship games beginning today. There's coverage on our new Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3, as if we can't get enough of Kevin Howells, as well as on the BBC Sport website and the app. Kevin is at New Road, the Midlands derby between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. And you've got a former England spinner with you, Kevin.
Oh, yes, and a man who knows all about the passion and rivalry between these two counties, Worcestershire and Warwickshire. Warwickshire, by the way, the score, 168 for 4. It's been an interesting day's cricket, believe me. Lots of wickets falling, actually, in Division 1. Durham, 223 for 8 against Somerset. Hampshire already out for 154, all out 154. Henry Crombie taking 4 in 11 balls there. Essex 204 for 8 against the defending champions Surrey. Nottinghamshire, the leaders, still the Division 1, 162 for 5 away to Yorkshire. Be delighted and very thankful to Ashley Giles for sitting alongside me here this afternoon. I have really enjoyed today. There was all sorts of talk about the pitch, and we know, and maybe we'll have a brief chance to talk about the hard work your ground staff have to do here. But that partnership, with Tom Latham with his 59 off 153 balls, partnership 109 with Sam Hain, who's on 72 from 111. That made it look just a little bit different this afternoon, but this is hard going batting out there, isn't it, Ashley?
Yeah, it was certainly very tricky first session. I didn't see so much after lunch until the last sort of half an hour, but Latham, high quality player. I mean, the way he lined it up, left very well. It did nip around a bit, as it has consistently this year so far. But Haynes also played beautifully. I mean, he's a really good player. How he's not played for England, I'm not quite sure.
Well, he's not been in terrific form this season, and the way he came out there today, you must have been thinking, oh, here we go again, but he's just played brilliantly, so positively. But let's be right about the pitch and whatever, and the ground staff here. I mean, the floods, they just keep on coming, and it's just almost a small miracle that we get any cricket here at all, isn't it?
Yeah, so for some perspective, 2 months ago we didn't have grass on the pitches. So the job Stephen has to do, Stephen Mountfield, a head groundsperson, is extraordinary. And at the moment we're dealing with a pitch infrastructure that maybe we have to face coming to sort of end of life, which makes it really challenging. So we're trying to prepare the best pitches possible, but that is really, really difficult. And every week we get something different. So we're working incredibly hard, but not easy for both the groundsmen and the players.
No, in terms of the season, you're there at the bottom, but you got to win, and that must have given the players a real boost of confidence, because it's been a tough campaign to date, really, hasn't it, up until that win?
Yeah, really tough, and we knew it would be. Yeah, I spent most of my time, as you know, I like to, Kev, managing expectations. But Division 1's a good division, and if you look at the changes from last year, not much change for us. We lost Joe Leach, one of our old stalwarts, one of our best bowlers. Our budgets remain the same, so we try and punch above our weight, but it's a difficult league. I think the most disappointing thing is we've had a couple of windows in a couple of those matches where we've had leads on first innings and not really capitalised and missed those moments. You miss those, we could have won 3 matches and it would be completely different, but there's still a lot of cricket to be played, and we'll give it I'll give it our best shot.
Just a quick word on the T20. That starts next week. This first block of 7 championship matches comes to an end this weekend. Your T20, you're hoping for some success in that. What have you got your plans in place for that?
Yeah, so we weren't great last year in T20. We start at Lancashire on Thursday evening and then play back here on Sunday. We've got Ben Dwarshuis coming in as overseas player to join Jacob Duffy. Well, I just want our guys to have some fun, play some entertaining cricket. We get good crowds here. We want everyone who comes here to have a great experience. So whether that's the players out in the middle, hopefully winning, or our supporters. So we're really looking forward to it. It's a good period. The weather's been fantastic, so it should be brilliant.
Fingers crossed on the weather as well. Thanks for just popping in briefly to see us today, Ashik. I know he's a busy man here, there, everywhere. Some quick scores from Division 2 for you. Derbyshire 231 for 1 against Kent. Glamorgan 200 for 3 against Middlesex. The leaders Leicestershire taking on Lancashire. No Jimmy Anderson. He's been managed in his recovery back there. He played last week but not this week. But Lancashire 166 for 7 and Northamptonshire 161 for 4 against Gloucestershire. So there we are. Many thanks for Ashley joining us, and those are your scores as well.
Thank you, Kevin. Lovely to hear Ashley Giles as well. Please pass on our regards from here. Tea time at Trent Bridge, 210 for 5. So Zimbabwe 355 runs behind. It's lovely to welcome as our tea guest, a former captain of Zimbabwe. He made history in 2004 when he became, at that time, the youngest Test captain in history. When he took over from Heath Street, but he retired only at the age of 29. I'm talking about Tatenda Taibu, of course. It's lovely seeing you here.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be here.
What a young age to be captain of a country.
It was, everything was happening quite quickly for me to realise the pressure that was brought by captaincy, and I was still learning about my game for me to really think about all the other tacticals that comes with captaincy. So when people then talked about how it was a wow factor, to be captaining a team at that age, I never really felt it at that time. It's only now when I reminisce and I look back in hindsight, that's when I see how much of an impact it had.
Yeah, must have been really quite bewildering, wasn't it? And he got some. Well, actually, you had quite an inexperienced side, didn't you? Because we're talking at lunchtime. I can see Henry on our screen here. Henry and of course Andy Flower. That was 2003. So in fact, it must have been a difficult time for it to come in, wasn't it? Because all the politics that was going on then. So were you captain against England in 2004?
I was vice captain.
That's when we came. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that was our last time.
So 2003 was when I was vice captain. Right. Then you are right. 2004 I was captain.
Must have been
word in the changing room had that I was going to be captain sooner or later. I had been vice captain, and the likes of Andy Flower, Guy Whittle would always be whispering in the ear that you should keep learning quickly because you've got leadership skills, and you're going to captain Zimbabwe at a very young age. So I kind of expected that to happen, but not as quickly as it did.
No, and with everything that was going on. I mean, politically, was it a very difficult time?
It was. It shook the team a little bit because we had a team with black players, white players, and Asian players. So when the off the field stuff were happening, it started happening when we were here in the UK in 2000. It kind of shook the changing room because we had a really happy changing room before that.
Yes.
And there were a few cracks in the changing rooms that we started to realize. So
was that caused by the political situation?
Well, it's just understanding what was happening beyond our changing room.
Yes.
So to try and keep our minds and our hearts steady, as it were, where we are only thinking about cricket, it ceased to be that. Because we started thinking about our families back at home, and we had a few farmers in the changing room as well. So no doubt there was a little bit of a challenge in the changing room.
Well, again, to be a young captain and having to manage all that must have been very difficult.
I had a different way of captaining a side. I believed that for me to be able to get the best results as a captain was to have a personal relationship with each player. So first of all, I tried to, I really imposed myself, inviting myself to their places for lunch, dinner, and have a conversation and get to know their parents. Get to know their family members and know them in person. So that when I'm asking of something on the field, I'm not just asking a player, but I'm asking someone that I really know. So it took a bit of time to get to know the players, but once I did, I know I would get anything that I really needed.
Did you see light at the end of the tunnel as far as the whole broader picture was concerned, or did you just think this is not going to get better until there's a regime change?
Well, when you meet any Zimbabweans are very hopeful people.
Yes.
Very peaceful people, very hopeful people. And there's a statement that goes around in Zimbabwe. I will say it in my local language. Ndinomeka plan. Okay. It's I will make a plan. So anything that happens, a Zimbabwean will make a plan.
Yeah.
So they're never people that will say, oh, this is all gloom and there's no light at the end of the tunnel. It's never like that. It's always there's going to be something that will happen, or I'll make a plan, or something will happen that's positive, and let's continue being hopeful. And if you know any Zimbabwean, that's the attitude that you will come across.
Yes, because you see that in the cricket, don't you? Because they've always punched above their weight. Actually, I was talking the other day about the World Cup match here in 1983 when they beat Australia in the World Cup. And it wasn't because they were. Well, they had a decent team, but compared to the Australian team, but they've always managed to punch above their weight. They've always been quite tenacious, haven't they? They've never taken a backward step.
Yes, and it's quite interesting that several schools have got the bulldog as their emblem, and the tenacity of a bulldog.
Yes, of course.
And I came from a school which was the same. So, and you are totally right about that. There's always this tenacity that's there with Zimbabweans.
Yes. The crescent of the club I played for was, I think, the Sable. It was that beautiful, graceful antelope. I played for Alexandra.
Yeah.
But you were saying that the field is gone, this beautiful ground where I played with Duncan Fletcher and David Houghton and all these people.
Yeah.
It's football, is it?
Oh, yeah.
It's disgraceful. What's happened?
So there was the A field and the B field. So with the A field, it's now been divided into two. So the one part is football and the other part is rugby. Then the B field has continued being cricket, but the lovely pitch was the A field.
Yes, it was.
And it's unfortunately, that is gone now. However, Bill Flower, the late Bill Flower, did a lot of work for a lot of Zimbabweans, and my career also bloomed because of him as well. And I always wanted to do something in remembrance of him. So I built an academy, constructed some nets in remembrance of him. And so the Bill Flower Cricket Academy is there at Alex.
Is that right? Oh, well, that's very nice.
Yeah.
And you got it built?
Yeah, I did get it built, and just opened it up for anyone to use for free because that's what Bill used to do, and that's what they've loved. And many cricketers will probably come from there, hopefully.
Oh well, I don't mind that ground closing on that side. If Bill's over on that other side, that's fine.
Thank you.
To tender.
Thank you.
Talk me through about Papua New Guinea then, because Geraint Jones is involved there too. He was born there, wasn't he?
He was born there. Yes.
Yeah. So how did you get involved with them?
With coaching, there's coaches do speak and they do talk, and there was one guy, Mark, who had just left Papua New Guinea. And I was coaching with him in Pakistan. We were coaching the under-19s for their preparations for the World Cup, the previous under-19 team. And he saw me coaching and he says, your coaching style will suit one country that I'm aware of. So I said, which country is that? He says, the country that I've just left, and they don't have a coach at the moment. They're in search of a coach. Why don't you call this number and have a conversation with them? And I did call the CEO and we had a conversation. I sent him my CV. Then he said, you know what? Because it's through a referral, why don't you come in for a month, have a look at the country, see if you like it, and we'll get to see, we'll do an interview a different way. We'll see you coaching. So I went there and got some results straight away.
How'd you get there? What's the
3 flights?
It must be, yeah.
Yeah, it's a long way away, isn't
Yes.
it? Just, I think, 3 hours away from Australia. So.
Yes.
So I get there and just clicked with the players, got some results straight away, and they said, look, let's have a longer contract, and that's how it happened.
Yeah, nice. So they say that your style of coaching would suit their style of play. I'll be honest, I've not seen much of Papua New Guinea in action. Mm-hmm. So what is their style? Why did you think that? Are they very aggressive players, or are they? How do they play?
They're very strong physically. They're physical people, so they're very strong, very fast, very nimble. So on the physical side of things, they are probably on par with anyone in the world. Now, if someone is good physically, it's easy to teach them the technicals. So I did that. However, they needed a lot of patience. Someone with a lot of patience,
right?
Because the tactical side of the game is quite poor, and that goes. It's because of that. Well, the reason why it's like that is because of the educational system in the country. So I had players, half of the players couldn't speak English,
right.
And they've got 850 languages.
What?
Yes. So
850?
within the team, you've got different languages.
Wow.
So he said they need someone with a lot of patience, and someone who's not too hard on them. And he thought I was the person to be able to do that.
How many did you learn? Did you learn any?
There's what's called Pidgin, which is like broken English with one of the local languages, which is mainly spoken in the capital city. So I had to learn the bits and pieces of that.
Yeah.
I was lucky to have a very supportive assistant coach who would then translate sometimes. And we had 19 players. We pretty much had 19 players, and I really had to deal with 19 players. Managed to qualify for a World Cup, played in the T20 World Cup, and
exactly.
almost beat West Indies.
Yeah.
And several of them cried when I left.
Oh. Well, I was going to ask you about that, because that whole qualification process, I mean, it does work, does it? Or I'm asking you, does it work for countries like Papua New Guinea and Uganda and these? I mean, is it a good pathway up to put you at a standard, do you think, where you can, okay, didn't quite beat the West Indies, but you're up there at the same table, if you like.
I think the good thing about that structure is because there's a build-up of games. So in the past, what used to be the problem is these teams are thrown into the deep end, and they have to play England, they have to play Zimbabwe, they have to play Pakistan, and they haven't played a lot of games. But with this pathway, they play a lot of games, so it's done over 3 years.
Right.
So there's the first stage, and you pass the first stage, you go to the second stage, and then the third stage, and then you are into the tournament. So there's a build-up of game time. So with game time, with any sport, you're bound to get better.
Yeah, you are. Well, we'll finish by the fact that you're a local now, Tatenda. Hey, you're here. You're Nottingham man, aren't you?
And the sun is showing exactly what we came here for. So
it always shines here.
Oh yeah,
Tatenda. It always shines here.
I love it here. I'm loving it here.
I'm just 20 miles down the road. Well, 20 minutes down the road actually.
Yeah.
But
So I'm not so
what's
sure.
brought you here?
Say again, I didn't get.
What's brought you here?
Well, the sun, number one, because I was up in Cumbria. So you can understand that.
I can.
The lakes were beautiful. However, I wanted somewhere where there's a bit more games that are not cancelled for my younger sons, especially my younger son.
How old are they?
The 14-year-old.
Oh, brilliant! Are they good players?
He is a good player. He took the gloves as well. Just got a message 2 days ago that Derbyshire has requested for him to join their county.
Good.
So
good luck with that.
Thank you very much.
And it's lovely seeing you again. It really is. I remember watching you many times. I've given 2 words of Shona out so far. Haven't I? Mangwanani?
Mangwanani, good morning.
Like that, yes. Thank you.
Well done.
And Tatenda.
Oh, yeah, then you've nailed it there.
I have. Thank you, Tatenda.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
There we are, Tatenda Taibu. Lovely to see him here, and good luck settling into this part of the world. I'm sure you'll love it. So, we're just about ready to go. 36 overs remain to be bowled today, so with our usual 6:30 finish, I would imagine. And Zimbabwe are 210 for 5, 355 behind. And Simon Mann is already to take us away. Simon.
Well, it's been another day full of entertainment. We saw all those runs scored yesterday, and Zimbabwe have responded today with a fabulous 100 from Brian Bennett. He's 122 not out. He has got Tsiga, the wicketkeeper, with him. Tafadzwa Tsiga, and he is going to take the first ball after tea. It's going to be bowled by Sam Cook, who's taken his maiden test wicket today. He was bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. He's now switched round. He's bowling from the Pavilion end after tea. Well, he bowled a bit there before tea as well, but he took his wicket from the Radcliffe Road end. And here he goes into bowl to Tsiga with 3 slips in. And forward goes Tsiga and plays it quietly up towards Josh Tongue at mid-on. So Bennett, 122 not out from 112 balls. He's played magnificently. He's only 21. He's we've seen it today. He's got a reputation as being an aggressive, hard-hitting player. This is a great stage for him in a way. I mean, a one-off Test match for Zimbabwe, but there might be a few T20 leagues around the world who may have
been alerted
today. Definitely, yeah. Victor alongside me is Cook bowls outside the off stump, swinging away, taken by Jamie Smith to his right-hand side in front of Joe Root at slip. He dropped that catch. Actually, he had a chance to get rid of Bennett before he made his 100. It was very catchable. It should have been taken when he was on 89, but great for Bennett. Punch of the air when he made his 100, dabbing the ball down towards deep third for 4. It's been a fine innings. Dominated this Zimbabwe reply, although Craig Irvine made 43, Sean Williams 25. And here's Cook bowling. Seager's beaten. That's a fine ball. Not much foot movement there. Was groping forward. Not in a great position to play that. Past the outside edge and through to Jamie Smith. I suppose the test is going to come for. I mean, that really did go, didn't it? That delivery.
Yeah.
Play that. I mean,
it was swinging for Stokes just before tea, and maybe that's why they put Cook on as opposed to one of the other ones. He can swing the ball. It's quite an old ball now, but nonetheless.
So it's 44th over. Cook sets off again and moves in and bowls to Seager, who drives. Nice looking shot up towards mid-off. There's no run. He's still looking for his first run, the wicket-keeper. I suppose the test is going to come, I think, get one more here, England. Especially if they get Bennett, is what's in the tail. I did have a quick look at the averages of the 8, 9, 10, 11. I discovered not much in terms of run scoring, but then they haven't played that much Test cricket. Some low averages down there. Muzur Rabbani averages 15. 210 for 5. As Cook goes in again and bowls to Seager. He's looking to drive there. Inside edge onto the pad. The ball rolled away into the onside. Picked up by Atkinson coming in from mid-wicket. You made an observation before tea, but there might have been people who weren't with us just before tea, Victor, and your brief summation of England's pace bowlers today.
As I was saying to Aggers, the good news is that Stokes has looked fit and firing. Bad news is that he was by a margin the most impressive of the seamers, maybe because it started to swing.
Cook bowls, short ball up on his toe. Seager, there's his first run, nudging it away into the onside through square leg. So he's off the mark, and Zimbabwe move to 211 for 5. And England might be quite happy with that, actually, because it's a single off the last ball of the over. So a new man will be on strike to start the next one. Keeps Bennett off strike. Stokes was furious just before tea when he allowed Bennett to drive him down the ground twice. He was not quite ripped his cap off the umpire, but there was a real sort of anger with himself, allowing Bennett to drive him down the ground.
I mean, you'd have thought Stokes would continue, but maybe he's decided after 3.2 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 11, I'm all right. I better give some of these other lads a go. I would have, if this was do or die on the last day, I can't believe Stokes wouldn't have bowled himself, because he was getting movement in the air and zip off the pitch, which is obviously good news. But he's now going to let Josh Tongue have a go from Radcliffe Road end.
Yeah, Tongue switched round. Cook had switched round earlier to the opposite end. Tongue's having a go at this end, Radcliffe Road end, running away from us to bowl to Seager. Very wide delivery, full. Seager allowed it to go. He could have chased it, decided not to. Through to Jamie Smith. 3 slips in, 3 saving one on the offside. A short leg in, mid on Bashir. Backwards square leg. Bashir picking up a couple of wickets today, but it was his finger injury, bizarrely, that just kind of suddenly changed the course of the day, with Stokes coming on, picking up 2 wickets. He had Bennett dropped as well. Bashir went off the field and Stokes completed the over. Tongue's in his 8th over, no wicket for 37, balls wide of the crease, and Seager drives, doesn't time it. Goes up to mid-off, where it's picked up by Atkinson, and there is no run. And also as well, Stokes got 3.2 overs, sort of 3.5 overs, almost 4 overs. Tea break. I don't know whether you want to come out and bowl again straight after tea. Stiffen up a bit, I don't know.
If he was the Ashes, he'd have kept going.
Yeah, he would have done, yeah. This is Australia.
But he looked, I know it's only, 20 balls he bowled, more or less. The statutory no ball first up.
Drop second ball.
but he looked in rhythm and fit.
Tongue bowls a ball short of length, taken off his hip by Seeger, down towards fine leg for a single. 212 for 5, Zimbabwe.
Maybe he's decided, well, I'm all right, I'm in the groove, but I need to get these boys a wicket or two just to give them confidence.
I mean, he's a rookie England attack, really.
It is, oh yeah. I mean, Atkinson is, apart from Stokes, of course, the most accomplished and experienced of the seamers, but he hasn't played much.
Josh Tongue's only in his 3rd Test match.
Cook's obviously in his 1st.
Cook in his 1st. Atkinson's in his 12th. And Stokes hasn't bowled for 5 months. And Bashir has hardly played this season. So, I mean...
It is, yeah. It's understandably sort of either rusty or feeling its way at Test level, although the opponents are no different to what they're used to.
Tongue rolls a short ball way down the leg side there.
They've got Bennett. They've got the sort of
short
ball field.
Yeah,
Bennett.
short ball field now. They've said had enough of, I don't know, bowling in orthodox fashion to Bennett. They have got a fine leg, deep backward square leg, deep forward square leg, no slips. They've got a fly deep third. He's not really orthodox deep third. He's there for the uppercut.
He's on the angle of about second slip.
Yeah, there's a gully as well. It's quite deep. There's a backward point quite deep. And here goes Tongue. He bowls as orthodox delivery. Just draws Bennett forward. He pushes that out to Bashir, fielding it mid-off. And there is no run. I mean, normally when they have a field like this, just every ball is short. But
yeah, I mean, I don't like it much as a method, but it has been successful over the years. But given that the ball was moving in the air just before tea for Stokes, I find it surprising that they've gone to this mode. Usually, if nothing's happening, I understand, well, let's try this. But there was movement just before tea.
Tongue bowls a short ball way down the leg side. Smith gathers.
I also think that for some bowlers, particularly less experienced bowlers, if they're required to sort of change everything to bowl constant bounces, they kind of lose their rhythm or the shape of their action as they try and pound that ball into the middle of the pitch. So it's not a great sight. You wouldn't want Cook to do it.
Well, I presume that it's Tongue that's going to do it. I mean,
yeah.
we'll find out in a second. But
well, Cook can't possibly.
No, you wouldn't think so.
In that his virtue is he does swing the ball. We saw him bowl in the last over. He bowled absolute peach. So he won't be doing that. And we can tell that from the field as well.
Yeah, Cook bowling to Seeger. He's played that firmly into the onside. Nice looking shot up towards mid-on. Finds Tongue. And there's no run, but it may just be a tactic for Bennett to try to take him out of his comfort zone. So Tongue doing it. And actually, the 2 balls he bowled out in the short balls were poorly directed.
Yes, I think it's specifically for Bennett probably at the moment because they've tried everything else and he's still there.
Well, it's been a fabulous innings from him.
I do think when bowlers adopt that tactic, I want umpires to be strict on wides and so that if it's too high, it's wided.
Cook bowled. He gets the bat down, plays it down towards fine leg. Arms raised there. Thought he was going to get through. Thick inside edge down towards fine leg. Picked up by Bashir. One more. Seeger goes to 3. And Zimbabwe to 213 for 5. So there's still 352 runs behind. They need 416 to avoid being asked to follow on. And you'd think, all things being equal, that England will be in a position sometime today, tomorrow morning to enforce, but it comes down to how much work the bowlers have done. Well, they've only been out there for 46 overs at the moment. Cook turns at that far end, the pavilion end, goes in now and bowls to Seeger. He gets the ball outside the off stump, allows it to go through, judges that one, to Bennett rather, allows that one to go through, judges it nicely. And just to confirm, they are not going Bankser theory with Cook bowling to Bennett. It was a Tongue tactic against Bennett, and he's the type of bowler that can do that. He's got that, we've seen him do it before. He's got that muscularity about his bowling, Josh Tongue.
He's tall, he can get bounced naturally, and he's pretty quick.
Cook Bowles outside the off stump, inside edge from Bennett, past the off stump and taken by Smith, diving away to his left. It was on the bounce. He's done that 3 times now, inside edge, past the stumps. And he's got away with it. And it's also against Cook as well, twice against Cook earlier on.
It was sort of under edge, and the ball actually went down after hitting the bat. There was nowhere near a chance. He did well to stop it, really. But it was a nice piece of bowling. He does get the ball go one way and the other. Not great distances at the moment, but just enough to keep him honest.
Bowls to Bennett. Bennett drives, and it is not stopped mid-on by Tongue, who sprawls away to his left-hand side, and Bennett gets 4 more. We've seen that shot a few times as well. The drive down the ground, the on-drive with plenty of bottom hand.
Yep.
And Zimbabwe advanced to 217 for 5, and Bennett to 126. So we've had 400s in the game, and his has been the quickest.
Also, he's now got 100 runs in 4s. That was his 25th.
Really?
Wow. He had 20 when he reached his century. There's a little stat on that I'll come to after this ball.
Oh.
Certainly get full value here. Quick outfield, good pitch. 217 for 5. Cook bowls. Bennett forces that away into the offside. Square with the wicket. Chase around there for Duckett. It won't be 4 this time. It will be 2. 219 for 5.
So of all the Test hundreds against England for which we have ball-by-ball data, only once has a player hit more than 20 boundaries within their first, on reaching 100. That was Herschel Gibbs at the Oval in 2003 when he played a brilliant innings. A fantastic Test match that England ended up winning by 9 wickets to draw Series 2-all. He had 24s and 1-6. Other than that, Bennett is only the 6th player to have 20 boundaries on reaching his century against England in Test cricket. Some of the other good players, Mohammad Azharuddin in 1990 at Lords. Scintillating innings in the game in which Graham Gooch made a 100. Richie Richardson in Port of Spain in 1986. Viv Richards in Antigua in 1981. Arthur Morris of Australia in their unbeaten tour under Don Bradman in 1948. And Joe Darling at the SCG in February 1898.
Here's Tongue, beginning a new over, bowling to Seager, who nudges it off his hip down towards fine leg. They might get 2 here. They are coming back for the second. Throws on its way. Well judged.
I saw some of those, but I only go back as far as Azharuddin at Lords, which is an amazing innings, because he was a very mild, gentle person, Mohammad Azharuddin, but he was angry. And the reason I think he was angry in that match is that he put England in, and Gooch got 330, and it wasn't going frightfully well. And I think Bishan Bedi was his manager, and he completely deserted him and said, well, it was a terrible decision to put him in.
Tongue ball's very full outside the off stump. Yorker length. One of those deliveries actually you often see in T20 cricket, you're bowling wide Yorkers. You can get the bat down on that. Seager through to Smith, who didn't take it cleanly, but no damage done, no byes.
So I think Bishan was taking the view that, I divorced myself from any of this. I had nothing to do with it, and what an idiot. Which may or may not have been the case, and Azzo was angry, and it was a sparkling innings. I mean, its own way as unforgettable as Gooch's 330. I don't know how many got, 180, very quickly.
Tongue bowls down the leg side, short, but he's not got that right so far, that short ball. Seager easily inside the line of it, taken by Smith. It's keeping Smith honest behind the stumps. And Josh Tongue in this little spell. It was a fabulous game of cricket. I mean, so was that game in which Herschel Gibbs scored all those runs. I think on the first day, South Africa was something like 350 for 2. They might have even been 400 for 2, something like that. And then they collapsed, and England got 600. I think Trez got double 100.
Yeah.
I think, to be 350 for 2, here's Tongue bowling. Short outside the off stump. Seager up on his toes, riding it nicely. Plays that square with the wicket. He's looked good so far, actually, Seager.
Yep.
221 for 5. Wicketkeeper for Zimbabwe. I mean, to lose a Test match by 9 wickets when in your first innings, what were they results on that first day or first
day?
Innings?
They finished 362 for 4.
Right.
And
but they
was
were
a wicket with the last ball of the day, which I think was Neil Mackenzie from memory. Yes, Neil Mackenzie off the 5th ball of the 90th over.
Tongue bowl. Seager fences that one outside the off stump. That was good from Tongue in the channel just outside the off stump. Went through low to Smith.
Gibbs finished on 183, and England replied with 604 for 9. Trescothick, a superb 219, a century for Graham Thorpe, and Flintoff made a rapid 95. Had a big partnership with Steve Harmison, who got 6 not out, and they added 99.
Tongue bowls. Seeger gets a full ball, which he digs out into the onside. It's not fielded cleanly by Shoaib Bashir. In fact, he misses it at mid-on, and that's going for 4. He has to get up and chase it back to the boundary. But on this fast outfield, absolutely no chance. He had to show willing there after the ball went straight through his hands. So a bonus boundary. There's also no ball as well. I think they were thinking that was the end of the over, but it was a no ball. So one more to go. Yeah, and then he bowled South Africa out there, and then he knocked him off, didn't they?
229 4 wickets for Martin Bicknell in his final test, and Steve Harmison, also Alex Stewart's final test.
Yeah.
And then England 110 for 1 to win under. Obviously, Michael Vaughan had just taken over as captain during that series, finished 2-all.
226 for 5. Bowls now to Seeger's there on 9. Seeger dead bats it into the offside towards mid-off. There is no run. It is the end of the over. So Tongue, 9 overs, 0 for 45 on his return to Test cricket. I say return, it's only his 3rd game. He's been out for a while, injured. And Zimbabwe continue to fight. 226 for 5.
Well, there is a certain sort of rustiness about England's out cricket, isn't there? I mean, there's a misfield from Bashir there. There was not quite a misfield, but a lot of people would have stopped that on drive in the previous over. But Tongue is about 6'5" and a bit stiff, perhaps. We've had a couple drop catches. There's work to be done before England are up and ready for the sterner challenges ahead.
I mean, to do well, obviously, you have to bat well and bowl well, but you've got to catch really well as well.
Yeah.
You can't afford to drop chances.
And generally, the standard of catching is very high. But I thought that one reason Root dropped that catch is that they weren't quite aligned correctly. I thought
Cook bowls, forward goes Bennett, plays it to point, and there's no run.
I just thought that it was Crawley at second slip was almost getting out of the way to a catch that was just on the right hip.
So he should have had a clearer line of sight, you mean?
Or I think he was too close to Root, essentially.
Yeah.
Because Crawley could have gone for that catch, but he took the decision, probably rightly, that it's Joe's catch. But actually, you want them spread as wide as they could possibly be. And I also thought that Crawley's sort of movement away might have distracted Root a little bit. He wasn't quite sure whether Crawley was going to go for it initially.
Cook to Bennett. Bennett stands up and punches that through the offside. That's a fine stroke, excellent stroke. Stokes is chasing it, won't go for 4 this time. Bends down and picks it up and keeps it down to 2 runs. When you see Stokes chase it out like that, giving it everything, and then
stop it,
and bending down and in one movement turning and throwing, thinking, don't do that, don't do that.
I don't think he can stop himself.
No.
And he has looked actually in the field and with the ball. I mean, really, you need him to be bowling. And he was swinging the ball, and that's not a threat posed by Tongue at the moment.
228 for 5. Cook bowls. Bennett drives straight to Stokes at extra cover this time, and there's no run. Another change of tactic from England with Bennett on strike. They have got. That's an old club cricket field, this, isn't it? A silly mid-on and a silly mid-off.
Yep.
There might be a few of those employed around the country tomorrow in club cricket.
In fact, they're all sort of, they're no longer walking in, are they? They're all on their hands, on their knees at extra cover, the square at extra cover, mid-off,
They just changed the bails as well at the non-strikers end. That's something they do sometimes.
Oh, right.
Just rearrange
Stuart
the
Broad,
bails.
Stuart Broad started that, didn't he?
Here's Cook bowling to Bennett, and Bennett covers up and plays it away into the offside, and there's no run. So there's a little umbrella on the offside of 3 close fielders, silly mid-off, short extra cover and short cover, and then there's a silly mid-on, so the batter at the non-strikers end has to run on the second strip over. It looks very green as well. I'm going to slip over on that green strip. Bennett has been equal to just about everything so far, although he was the beneficiary of that drop catch by Root at slip that we were just talking about. Cook from the pavilion end moves in now and bowls to Bennett, and Bennett flicks that away, shoveling it into the onside towards deep forward square leg, where England also have a fielder. And it is only a single. Bennett to 131 out of 229.45. So Bashir 2 today, Stokes 2 and Cook 1. England 565 for 6 declared. Harry Brook with a rapid half century. 3 sixes and 6 fours. He made 58. Now back with Cook. The sun is out. It's a delightful late May day in Nottingham. And a decent sized crowd in as well. Enjoying the contest. Cook bowls. Forward goes Seager, the right-hander, playing it up towards mid-on. It is the end of the over. No run there. Seager 9, Bennett 131, and Zimbabwe 229.45. More from you, Victor, and then Jonathan Agnew is returning.
Well, Zimbabwe progressing with some serenity. I mean, Bennett is still there. He's been a little bit more watchful, perhaps, but he's still got 131 from, I think that's 124 balls. That's some rate. Seager's looked pretty comfortable, and this pair have not threatened as much as Stokes did before tea. Ball hasn't swung so much for Cook or Tongue, who doesn't really look to swing the ball, I don't think.
Tongue's bowling now short, and he's swung away down to deep square leg. There's 3 out there, waiting for a top edge, but not provided that time, and Bennett moves on to 132 out of 230 for 5. It's lovely who you sort of make contact with on this programme every now and then.
Yeah.
Trent Bridge, 2005.
Right.
The memory creaks and groans, doesn't it? This chap scored 100, I think. There goes Tongue again, bowls, turned away out towards short leg.
English player.
There's no run, yes.
Was it Ian Bell? Not Ian Bell.
Well, he might have done, but I...
You just bumped into Ian Bell?
No.
Okay.
I've had a message from Geraint Jones, who was listening
right.
with the PNG chat with Tatenda Taibu. He got 100 here, didn't he? Did he?
In the Ashes?
No,
not in the Ashes. He got us 100 against New Zealand, I think, in 04.
That's where the years kind of merged.
Well, that's what
he played.
Sold as a dummy.
He played jolly well. 230 for 5. How many did he score here then? Sorry, Geraint. I was pumping up there.
He did play in that Test match, though.
Definitely. How many did he score in that game? I mean, we all remember Hoggard's cover drive. That was the dominant feature of that.
Well, that was partly that.
Yes. How did Geraint get? Anyway, he was, of course, he's from Papua New Guinea. He born there.
Yeah. 85 in the Nottingham Test.
Look, you call me out for 15 runs. In goes Tongue bowls, and that's fended away rather awkwardly by Seager. Didn't like that very much. Short.
Anyway, you've just bumped into him.
No, we got a message from him.
Oh, right.
He was listening to Tatenda and to Taibu talking about Papua New Guinea cricket. And so.
Yes.
So there you go. So it's amazing to hear from every now and then, isn't it? It's nice. So it's 85 he got here.
Well, he was a silky player. Beautiful timer, Geraint Jones.
Just because he's listening, I'm going to say that, you know.
Well, he was.
Yes, he was. Anyway, hopefully, we should catch up with quite a few of those players, I thought, during this summer, given the 20 years anniversary.
Well, and all having dinners and things.
Oh, well, I thought so. In goes Tongue again, bowls short. Flies away over Seager's head, collected by Jamie Smith. Would have been aged, about 5, I suppose, then, would he? Old Jamie Smith.
2005, well, he probably about that.
Yeah.
24, he's 25 in a couple of months.
Right, so it's 4 then.
But it is a seminal series for a lot of players to play. I mean, Josh Butler talked about how he inspired by that.
Tongue bowls, and that's driven away, punched down the ground by Seager.
Lovely shot.
Tell you what has struck me about these Zimbabwe batsmen is when they hit the ball, it stays hit.
Well, that is just beautifully timed. It's a classical shot. It's a little more than a backward defensive with just a little bit of a push at the end.
Yep.
That's as good as we've seen.
Well, they're 331 behind. 5 wickets left. And as we know, given it's a 4-day game, it's a different way of managing it from England's perspective, isn't it? But they've still got these 5 wickets to get. I'm increasingly thinking they'll bat again, but...
Well, they might do. The way the game changed just before tea, and actually the way Stokes was getting the ball to move, I thought, well, they'll start with Stokes and this innings could come to a rapid conclusion. But Stokes has decided he's had enough at the moment. Partly, I think, he's give the others a chance to sort of bed in.
It goes Cook. Oh, a bit of a wild drive from Bennett. And a rare miss. He's connected with virtually everything so far. He's got a rather curious field here. There's only one slip. And then on the offside, so staring him in the eye, really, we have Pope at a squarish cover. Stokes is at extra cover. And Crawley is really quite close there at mid-off. So they're all in his eye line. He does like that offside drive.
Yeah.
Mid-on, deep square leg. There'll be a third man down there to our right. I can just see Duckett down there. And there'll be a long leg as well. 234 for 5. 331 behind. Cook runs in hard, bowls, and it's played by Bennett just carefully. Pope can field at point. He didn't get his double hundred today. He was caught behind. He stood and he reviewed it. It's quite interesting actually because he reviewed it, but there was a telltale spike. So he was on his way for 171. He made. Brooke 58 from 50 balls, seemed to be going very nicely. But, he played on. Stokes was out for 9. So England 565 for 6 declared. They declared when Brooke was dismissed. Cook took an early wicket. Here he comes again now and bowls, and that's played square into the offside. And Seager responds to the suggestion of a run from Bennett. But really, it's been some pretty redoubtable Zimbabwe batting here, and led by Bennett, of course, who's still ahead of runs as per balls, 133 runs from 128 balls. He's played some magnificent shots. And the Zimbabwe element in the crowd, of which there were a number, have thoroughly enjoyed themselves.
Absolutely.
A gathering down there with selfies and photographs and very big smiles, just having a good time in the sun. And why not? It's been a lovely day. 235 for 5. In comes Cook, bowls, that's played on the up slightly, a bit of a drive on the up from Seager, finds the mid-on fielder. It's a gentle breeze, which is in the completely opposite direction to yesterday. It was that chilly northerly yesterday. Looking at that flag, Zimbabwe now billowing away. It's going much more southerly direction. Very pleasant. They're having a great time, aren't they? There's a real party atmosphere down there.
Yeah.
Trent Rocket's shirt on display. And goes Cook again. Comes off a thick inside edge out to mid-wicket.
Very impressed by your shirt recognition.
You know, you're like Boycott. I've just dug a bear trap there, and you've fallen straight into it. I bought one last week.
Did you?
You so obligingly fell for that, Victor. Thank you.
Why
Yes.
did you
Well, because when I played my euphonium, Jerusalem.
How do we get to your... Okay, go on then.
I was going to play it with. They said, please wear your England sweater for it. So I said, yes. I thought, how about if I wear 100 shirt? They said, it ticks all the boxes for the start of the season. Right. So I ordered this, and I wondered why it was actually very cheap. It was £14 online. I thought, that's quite cheap for a Rockets shirt. I'm sure they're a little bit more popular than that. In comes Cook, moves in bowls, and pushed away out to cover. And it arrived. And I've realised why. Of course, it's last year's, so I couldn't possibly.
You couldn't wear it.
Well, actually, to be honest, I put it on.
Did it fit?
And I put my England sweater on top, and I was told from She Who Shall Be Obeyed, you're not doing that. Not with your England, that lovely England sweater.
Yeah.
No. So it's now consigned to gardening duties.
Oh, right.
But I do have in my possession, Victor, a Trent Rockets shirt, circa 2024.
Oh, well. We'd have bet against that then.
That's because you haven't got one down there.
No, we don't have one. We don't have 100 team where I live.
Welsh Fire?
It's a different country, old boy.
Anyway, I see now that the new Rockets shirt doesn't have there's a blazing orange stripe on my sleeves, which are not or don't appear to be present on the new edition. Tongue bowls a bounce at. And Bennett just watches it sail over his shoulder. No, she said you
can't do that.
It's a proper old Kenton Kerwin sweater. You must.
I know. I've got them.
You have.
I know. They're very precious.
It's the first one. It's the first time it's been out of this suitcase where it's lived since 1985.
You're right.
Came out.
Moths haven't come out.
No. It was just because they were lovely jumpers, weren't they? With no adverts.
It was an Ashes winning jumper as well, wasn't it, Agus?
Do you know, absolutely it was. That jumper scored 2 not out and took 0 for 90. Here's Tongue, and that's pushed away into the offside, and they take a single. That is an Ashes winning jumper. Well, yes, it's a matter of way. I mean, I think my 2 not out was...
Ashes winning.
It was an Ashes winning 2 not out. Well, it was an Ashes, yes. Didn't really do anything, to be honest. But yes, it's an Ashes winning jumper. Not many of those around, not there? Not without any adverts and things on. It was just a plain jumper, 3 lions on the crown. 236 for 5. There's Tongue and Bowles. That's steered away down to a square third man. Chase to the fielder, won't get there. Too short, bit of width, and Seeger's played that nicely. 240 for 5. Have you got an Ashes winning jumper, Tuffers?
No, I haven't.
Oh, there you are.
No, I haven't. Out of 3 or 4 goes.
Yeah.
No. What that yours is it?
Ashes winning jumper.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well done, John.
Thank you. It was a good 2 not out.
Absolutely. Where'd you get them?
Can't remember. Oh no, one came off the inside edge and hit the stumps and rolled away and scrambled a single.
Really?
I can't remember the other one. 240 for 5. Tongue shuffles in over the wicket. Bowles short, straighter this time. Well, that's actually quite well played by Seeger because that was a lively ball. He's managed to fend that away. But do you have a jumper without all the adverts and stuff on? Have you got?
Yes.
Have you got a plain Kenton Kerwin?
I told you the story a couple of years ago. I was going through my shed, and I found it. My first one it sort of had wire in the sort of
It's proper.
Yeah.
It's sort of embossed in there.
Yeah.
All part of the jumper.
And I took it out. It had been in there for a few years.
There's Tongue bowling, and that thumps into the thigh pad.
And it had got a bit damp and a little bit, it got a little bit pongy. You know what I mean? So
You shouldn't have it in your shed.
Well, no, but it was right. It was in a cricket case amongst it all. And I said, I found it. It's a bit pongy, so I've given it a Dawn, and she shrunk it.
No.
Yeah, shrunk it. It's up on my wall now. It's sort of fit like a baby one. It's about a foot long now.
You're sure she shrunk it, or perhaps it didn't quite fit you quite?
No, it's about that big. I'll get you a picture of it.
Oh, that's tragic.
Yeah, no, it is. But it stayed in its. In its exact shape.
Yeah,
but it's just about a foot tall.
That's a shame.
So it's up in my sort of games room.
Yeah, what are you going to do with that then?
Well, it's nice. I've got it in a frame.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it just cost on framing actually. It was quite nice. But yeah, I've got a few. I've got a few of them, but that was my very first one.
Yeah. What a shame. But there was no advert, no sponsors' names, no second-hand
cable net.
It was
cable net.
Just beautiful.
Yeah.
I'll admit mine perhaps was a little tighter than it was when I ran in 1985 and took 0 for 90.
But it did have it was sort of embossed. You're right. It was sort of sticking out from it.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, the crown and the lions.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about a foot tall now.
Oh, well, that is a shame.
Well, it is. But
I don't suppose they got them.
It's quite a good talking point.
If Kenton Kerwin even exist anymore, do they?
No.
But I don't think you can phone the ECB up and ask for a replacement.
No, I've got plenty of Ashes losing jumpers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's Cook Bowles, and that's steered away for route to field at slip. And she does so without a run being taken. 240 for 5. It's funny, those things. You've got your cap. You've got your proper cap again with the embossed.
Yes.
Proper.
Yes, none of these baseball.
No. Proper cap.
Oh. That's right. And then we went through a few stages of caps. We had the sort of train driver sort of cap, the sort of box cap.
Yes.
We had a baseball cap, and then we went back to the sort of proper cap.
Lovely one.
Yeah.
Here's Cook. Bowles driven hard and beats that Crawley dive at short mid-off, and it's 4 runs.
It's just simple, isn't it? It's just stand and deliver. If anything short, just gets in a nice position just to sort of cut it away through square, and anything full, nice and balanced,
bang.
Stock still, bang.
Yeah. I'd like to see a wagon wheel of his innings because there'll be a lot through that offside driving.
Yeah. I don't think we've bowled particularly well, John.
No, haven't.
Simple as that.
No.
I know it's flat. I know the ball's old.
Yeah.
But
and it is mostly England's kind of second team,
yeah,
like, isn't it? The sort of
sure, but you'd still think it would be pretty useful.
Here's Cook. He took an early wicket, but that's an interesting hook shot from Bennett. It's ended up in the gully there. That's what he's up to. You don't see Cook bowl many bouncers, but he bowled one there, and he completely took Bennett by surprise. I think he went for a hook shot and it flew away off a thickish edge. So they're 320 behind.
Oh, Q-ender.
Oh, you found a wagon wheel. Clever old thing. So that goes from that way round. So I've got to work out what the colours all are now. So the whites are all fours, obviously. So a lot through third man.
Yeah.
A lot through extra cover. And round, as we thought, a lot through there. And some pull shots. As Cook again bowls to him. Let's play that.
Simple. Just simple cricket shots.
Look at this on drives, you see.
Yeah.
There's a number down there.
And that's that stillness that he gets in there. It's just completely sort of still, watches the ball, and then you don't have to have sort of huge backlifts or anything. You just got to get yourself perfectly in line and just nudge it. And if you time it, it absolutely flies off. Straight back past the bowler.
Bit of length issues here, isn't there?
Both sides of the wicket.
Yeah, both sides of the wicket and quite a bit gone square.
Yeah.
Suggestive balls.
I think all bowlers have struggled with consistency on this pitch.
It's Cook again, bowls, and he shuffles across here at Seager and defends that. And the ball rolls up the pitch.
Did you used to like bowling at Trent Bridge?
Not really.
No, nor did I really.
Should have done, but we were always completely outbowled.
By Hadley and Rice.
Yeah. Hendrick. Kevin Cooper.
Yes, what a bowler he was.
Kevin Saxelby.
Yeah.
And it turned out it'd be as green as that pitch to
would
the
be.
right. They couldn't see the stump of the crease marks or anything.
Kevin Cooper used to turn us over for fun.
Yeah, just swing the ball,
just
pitch it up,
nick it off.
Yeah. There's Cook bowls, a little bit too straight really. That's played away out towards mid wicket.
Yes, they're just not.
No run.
As you say, both sides bowlers just have never seemed to have got any rhythm of consistency about their bowling. They're bowling, 2 or 3 bad balls and over, really.
Yeah.
Or not really bad balls, but just balls that, are missing their, used to put the old handkerchief down, didn't we?
Certainly did.
As old boy, we had them 6 out of 6.
Yeah.
And if it's flat, don't leave there.
My dad put a handkerchief down with a threepenny bit on it.
All right.
If I hit the handkerchief, I kept the threepenny bit.
What, sorry, threepenny bit? What's that word?
What's a threepenny bit worth these days?
I don't know. Is that half a crown?
Threepenny bit was a funny shaped one, wasn't it?
Oh, with all the
like an octagon.
Yeah.
And it was brown, coppery thing. So it was 3D, wasn't it? Three pence.
So you could get down the sweet shop.
Well, we'd probably get a couple of Mars bars and a bag of jelly babies for that. You wouldn't get very, very much these days, I don't think, because it'd be
nothing.
So it's 12 pennies to the pound. So these were 3. So this is a quarter of a pound. So it's 25p was it? Was that much? And goes Tongue, bowls round the wicket, and that's hurled away down the leg side. Would that be right?
It's worth a quarter of a shilling.
Which was 5p.
Yeah.
Oh right, okay.
So it's
quarter of that.
An 80th of it. 1 and a quarter pence.
Yes.
About right. Yeah, I don't think Dad would give me 25p for anything.
No, crikey, that was a week's wages.
1p sounds about right. But there it is. You've not seen the threepenny bit before?
Yes, I have seen them.
How many edges there are?
Yeah, there are lots, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, England could have done with finding a few.
Yeah. That's filled it in the gully as Tongue bowls outside the off stump.
It's quite a chunky bit of... It was quite a
well,
chunky
it was quite thick.
Yeah, it's chunky kind. And did you hit it a few times? Must have hit it a few times.
Now and then.
Yeah.
Threepenny bit. What was on the other side? You've got the Queen's Head on that side. What was the tail?
Portcullis.
Yeah, portcullis.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, well, they could do.
Well, who designed that with 12 edges to it? Is Tongue bowling. Fended away again. He's bowling deliberately short here. So intimidatory style at Bennett. There's no slips anymore. There's a gully at a backward point and then got 2 for the hook. So he's trying to test him out. Yeah, we got the half crown coin. That was a big one.
It's a bit before my time.
Is it?
It's just a bit before my time. I'm a decimal kind of guy.
Was that 72 when it all changed? I think it was. Tongue bowled again. It's short and again. There's dips underneath it.
According to the entry on the the threepenny bit on a popular online encyclopedia. Initially, it was not popular with the public, who preferred the groat, which was worth 4p. That is a good level of.
I think groats predates me.
I don't know.
When was the groat faded out?
That was like Henry VIII, wasn't it? The groat.
I think it was.
The coin first appeared during the reign of Edward VI. He was Henry VIII's son.
Oh, there you go. Groat.
Another short one.
Blackadder, wasn't it?
That was when the threepenny bit first appeared. After Henry VIII.
The threepence, not that specific design of the coin, I guess.
Right, so the groat went just after Henry VIII. And then came the threepenny bit.
Oh. Groat.
Things you learn, Tuffers.
Wow, absolutely.
The Irish groat.
Oh, very rare.
I think it is. That's got a harp on it as its tail. 2:45 for 5. One ball to go in the over. And still, they've got a short leg there now. And another person fielding there just behind square on the leg side. He hasn't been tempted so far. It's fended away. Brilliantly caught.
Oh, what a catch.
Brilliantly caught. I suspect that's Ollie Pope under the helmet.
Yeah.
It is. Oh, wonderful catch. It's fended off his body. They were bowling for that, as we described. And that one went up under the armpit. He fended it away well. Oh, no, it's a no ball.
It's a no ball.
It's a no ball.
Oh, no.
Oh. What a shame. It was a brilliant catch. And they'll now count for nothing. Let's have a look at the replay. Let's have a look. That's a no ball.
It's a no.
Clear as day, that's a no ball. Oh.
What a shame.
All that effort. It was a fantastic catch.
Oh, that is an amazing
It was absolutely fully outstretched to his left. Absolute reflex, but athletic as well. And it was the main man. It was Bennett.
He's had 2 lives now, hasn't he? Root and when was Root? He was on about 87,
89.
89. Oh, that just knocks the stuffing out of him as a bowler. I've had a few of them.
Yeah.
Wickets off no balls, big wickets as well.
Well, come and do it again. Bennett survives. Tongue moves in, bowls. Jimmy has ducks under a short ball, which is taken by Smith, and Tongue will be furious. 2:46 for 5. We've got 26 overs to go today, and we'll go all the way through to 6:30. It's a beautiful late afternoon here. Bennett 139, Seager has 17, and we've got Ali Mitchell coming in here. After some thoughts from you, Tuffers.
Well, he might be getting a tongue lashing from his skipper for bowling that no-y. Oh, it does knock it out of you as a bowler. You've been working all day in the heat, slamming in the dirt, and then you get the breakthrough, you get the main man, and you just nip over by an inch. Oh, Ali.
And get the main man by a screamer of a catch as well.
Beauty. You'll never see that again now. That'll just be...
That was a one-off.
Well, you won't. That will be deleted from highlights and everything.
Well, 2:46 for 5 then, Zimbabwe. Remember that their follow-on target there to avoid that prospect of following, they would need to reach 416. Here is Cook in now too. Seager comes forward, guides the ball towards a short mid-wicket. Harry Brook is there fielding. Ferry comes back in to the keeper.
He's played a nice hand, hasn't he, Seager? Just come in and gone about his business nice and quietly, hasn't he?
And he's faced that short ball attack from Tongue. He wasn't going to get drawn into it, was he, when they planted those fielders back on the boundary?
I think England were thinking, right, OK, we've got a real opening here. And he's just come in and supported his mate and gone about his business quietly. And what's he on there? He's just nipped up to 17 off of 39 balls. And he's looked very secure.
2 slips. As Cook is in again, and Seager plays and misses past the outside edge. Just a bit of nibble and movement that Cook's able to get at 77 miles per hour. Through to Jamie Smith it goes.
77. We sort of were wondering, weren't we, what his second, third, fourth spell might be with an old ball. 77.
You want it a bit?
A
little bit.
Want it
up.
A little bit.
A little bit up.
A little bit up. Another 3 or 4 miles an hour, perhaps. But it's been a hot day, long hot day, flat pitch.
He got the wicket of Ben Curran early in the piece for his first Test wicket, full and driven forward, only back up the pitch and into the hands of Cook in his follow through. And there's no run. But how good has Brian Bennett been? I've been doing a little bit of research on him, Tuffers.
Oh, lovely.
Trying to find out a little bit more about him. And I did know that he had a twin brother, David Bennett.
Right.
And
that's handy. You could go out and field for it.
all sorts of things you could do, right, with the twin. I'm not sure whether they're identical or not.
Oh, okay.
Photographs, yeah, have a look at the results, whether they're identical twins or not. They're the same age, Tuffers, I'll tell you that.
Yes, correct.
But they both played together in the Zimbabwe Under-19 World Cup 2 years ago.
Right.
Catcher at short mid-wicket still here. Cook is into Seager, comes forward, and it does go to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. But then they took very different pathways at that point. So his brother opted for the university route, decided, right, I want to get an education sort of under my belt, I'll do that. Apparently he's now at college in Cirencester, I read.
Right.
Brian went down the cricketing route, so put all his eggs in the cricket basket, and his family backed him to do that. I mean, what rewards today? Test match under the sunshine at Trent Bridge in 139, not out. Forward is Seager driving firmly into the pitch, and one-handed stop by Cook in his follow-through. 2 chances, wasn't there? 88 when Root put him down, off Stokes when he'd come on for his first bowl, and then just now the no ball off from Josh Tongue, who's on 139. Here's a photograph. Okay, not identical, no. But, as you would expect, similar.
Yeah, yeah. Go on, anything else?
Well, that's the sort of family story that I've gleaned so far.
Right.
He represented, well, they both did, but hockey and squash for Zimbabwe as well at youth level. Forward comes Seager again. Cook picking up in his follow-through as he plays very straight, and there's no run. End of the over, 246 for 5. Seager on 17, Bennett on 139, and still 319 behind.
Wow.
A sporty family, both
yes.
boys. I mean, we've talked so much about siblings in Zim cricket in particular, and the competitiveness that brings. So these two, growing up as twins, both obviously highly talented in sport, and it probably sounds as if David could have also pursued, a professional cricketing career as well, but opted not to.
I just did some stats, some research before the test on this.
Go on.
Zimbabwe have had 136 test players. 22 of them have had a brother or a father/son also played test cricket. So that's 1/6 of all Zimbabwean test cricketers have had a sibling or a parent/child who've also been in the
family. And is that greater than any other member nation? not to stretch it too wide for you.
Let's say yes.
Let's
take a punt.
I wonder what Ireland is actually. It's a family sport in Ireland, isn't it? Short ball, taking it on, but into the ground and to backwards square, and there's no run. This is Bennett on strike, 139. You taught Zimbabwe Tuffers, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. You played. You got Henry out. Do you remember getting Henry out?
No. I must admit, I don't.
Here's one I looked up as well.
Go on. I think I did all right.
Bulawayo.
Yeah.
Henry got a pair.
Oh, right, lovely.
First innings out to you.
Yeah.
That was also, and here's something that Andy might have already looked up as well. Around the wicket here, short ball again dug in, he's gone for it, but it's whistled over the top edge of the bat and through to Jamie Smith. The field very much spread and set for this short ball approach. That was the first ever test match to end as a draw with the scores level.
Yep. Yes, I know. Amazing. It was an amazing game. They kept bowling wides at us, and we nearly got there, and that was the infamous Bumble.
1996.
We murdered them. We murdered them, he said. Flipping murdered them. Well, we didn't actually. It was a tie.
No. Here is a Tongue around the wicket, dug in once more, and it's ballooning away into the air and then safely into the hands of Ollie Pope that time. Josh Tongue looks back to the umpire, gives him the thumbs up. And it is the end of Brian Bennett. What an outstanding innings from him. He departs 139 not out, having entertained the crowd with the fastest Test 100 by a Zimbabwean batsman. And he's getting a rousing ovation here, and absolutely why not? I wonder whether his family are in the crowd here or if his twin brother is in the crowd. Certainly will be watching. But he has shown real fight and flair here at Trent Bridge today. Quite the ovation for Brian Bennett. Zimbabwe 246 for 6.
Yeah, listen to that. They loved it. They've been fantastic, the Zimbabwean support. They've been singing and chanting all the way for him, Brian Bennett. And what a feeling. Looked like he was just getting a bit tired of that short stuff into the ribs from Josh Tongue from around the wicket. And this time just couldn't get out of the way and poked it straight to Ollie Pope. A pretty straightforward catch, but Fabulous innings. Just made it look so simple, wasn't it? It's just, economy of movement. If it's short, get back and punch it. If it's full, stay nice and still and head over it and punch it straight back past the bowler. What a feeling. He'll be absolutely buzzing with that. And a decent England attack. Okay, it's a flat pitch and everything, but some fine bowlers out there. And he got on top of them.
Yeah, and that one just came onto him too quickly. He went to try and pull it around the corner. Teague had been quite sort of disciplined, hadn't he, around the short ball, just leaving them go. But I think that mindset of Bennett and the attacking nature of his batting, he went for it, cramped as well, and the ball ballooning up. And a much safer catch, more orthodox from Pope than that spectacular effort that came off the no ball. But goodness me, the relief when he looked back to the umpire and he's like, it's all right. And then Stokes, both arms in the air. Well done. Well done, Josh Tongue.
The final numbers on that fantastic innings, 139 from 143 balls, 26 fours, so 104 runs in fours. The century he reached off 97 balls, as you said, smashing the Zimbabwe record for fastest century, which was previously 106 deliveries, in all the 6th fastest 100 by an opener against England in Test cricket. The 4th fastest by an opener against England in England, and is also one of the youngest openers to score a century against England. In fact, the fifth youngest opener ever to make a Test 100 against England.
Yeah, brilliant. Great knock.
Years of age. Well,
how old is he?
21.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, what further opportunities he's going to get in Test cricket? They've got 2 at home against New Zealand and 2 at home against South Africa later this year. So an exciting prospect. This Muzarabani coming out, facing Josh Tongue, who's pushing this one across the right-hander, had a little dabble at it. So Muzarabani, 6'8" out there, so he's towering over Josh Tongue even.
He looked at that, looked like one of mine, that shot. Not quite sure how their tail is, but he didn't look too comfortable with the pace of Josh Tongue.
Now, is Richard Ngarava going to be able to bat? We haven't had any official word of that. I did see him at tea time, Tuffers, with his pads on and bat in hand, getting into the lift near the nets. So I presume he'd been having a net. Didn't actually see him having a net.
Good signs.
Tongue at the end of his mark, moving into Muzarabani, who stands tall with his bat raised, a fuller delivery, scoots through and bounces in front of Jamie Smith. So the field they've got set here, they've got a leg slip for him, and they have a man down on the boundary at deep third, 2 gullies, extra cover catcher, mid-wicket. Pope is still there at short leg, 2 men out in the deep for the hook or the pull, the deep square leg, or more a deep mid-wicket. He's in front of square, and a fine leg as well in front of the crowd and the grandstand in that far corner of the ground, with the giant scoreboard that looms over the outfield. Over the wicket here to Muzarabani. That's honing in on the stumps, got his bat down, Yorker type of length, maybe needed it to be a touch fuller. But that would be a decent way of trying to get Muzarabani. He's so tall, Tuffers. He'd be able to get the bat down to ground level.
Yeah, looks like a little toothpick in his hand, doesn't it?
It really does. Yeah. Saying to Henry earlier, I saw him around the hotel last night, and just moving down the hotel corridor, he had to stoop. His neck was at a sort of 45-degree angle just to walk to his room.
Well, I don't think there's obviously there's a regulation for a bat's width. That would be slightly unfair, wouldn't it? But I don't think there's a regulation for a bat's length.
What about the handle? Do you remember the
long handle, short hand
mongoose bat that was brought out?
Yes, but for the length,
the actual blade.
The actual length of the blade.
Well, there must be.
I don't think there is, you know.
They've certainly got the bat gauge, haven't they, for the
the
thickness.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about the length, because I think John Carr, who used to play for Middlesex, had an extra inch or 2 on his blade.
Well, I certainly know from playing hockey, you can have a longer or shorter stick.
There you go.
You know, it's not saying that directly correlates. 2 slips here then. Seager on 17, facing up to Atkinson. So change from that pavilion end. He's flicking this away nonchalantly off his toes, and he's found the gap beautifully between deep backwards square and fine leg for 4. Played with an amount of flair, that shot. And a 250 is up for Zimbabwe, so another reason for the crowd here with the colourful Zimbabwean flags, the gold, the red, the black, the green, flying high. You went down and met some of the fans, didn't you? Opposite team.
Lively. It was lovely. Very tuneful singing down there. Yes, no, it was lovely. It was lovely. They were thoroughly... I mean, first time in 22 years since Zimbabwe have played here.
Atkinson moves in over the wicket to Seager, drops it into the ground towards a vacant short leg region, and Brook moves in to pick up no run.
Very knowledgeable. Had a nice chat with them down there, and then just finished off with a couple of songs, and yeah, lovely.
So were they wearing hard hats?
Yes, they were.
Yes. So was this the proper Zimbabwe Cricket Supporters Association?
Yes, because and the answer was that.
It's to do with the miners, isn't it? So
well, no, I think it's because they're very innovative. They said.
Oh right.
You know, they like creating things.
Atkinson in now, just slightly back of a length, has Seager slightly fending at one, drops into the ground towards the leg side again, a dot ball.
I think it was, but I mean, to be fair, I was sort of like engulfed by him.
I saw an image of you emerging.
I need to be dragged out.
The wrong of supporters with mobile phones, everyone wanting to get a photo with you.
I know, but it was great fun. I mean, the passion was outstanding.
Well, that's what's been evident when you see footage of a lot of tournaments. A lot of ICC events have been staged in Zimbabwe in recent years. A lot of qualifying tournaments, and they've got the African T20 qualifiers coming up soon. Atkinson in, turned way down towards fine leg by Seager, and jogs through for a gentle one. And when you see the stands there, and Harare in particular, yeah, full crowds, wonderful singing, vibrant atmosphere, plenty of colour, great energy. I'd love to go. It's one country I've never been to in the cricketing landscape.
We had a nice time. We had a nice time when we were over there. I think did we draw the series? I can't remember.
Oh, that was in '96.
Yeah, but we had a great time. We were royally looked after. Shown all the sights.
Yep. Both matches were draws, in fact, Bulawayo and Harare. Yeah. You see, what the footage I saw from one of those qualifying tournaments was an interview with some of the supporters group, because they were en masse wearing sort of orange or red boiler suits and these hard hats.
Yeah.
And then the explanation was that the boiler suits were in honour of the miners. It demonstrate hard work. Bouncer here with 3 slips in place, and it flies away towards Jamie Smith down that leg side. So that was the explanation then for the
there was a bit in that, that
kind of the grits
and creating, building,
building something. And
hard work and building something. I mean, that's what I managed to glean between the chorus
and the hugs.
And the hugs.
I'm glad you got a lot of love down there, Tuffy.
I got a lot of love. Yeah, they were having a belting time.
Mazarabani then. 6'8", faces Atkinson, big swing and a miss. Well, he absolutely went for that, trying to heave it over cow corner. Through to Jamie Smith it goes. He scrapes away at the crease as Atkinson takes his cap from the umpire. End of the over, Zimbabwe 251 for 6, 314 behind with Mazarabani and Seager out there. Brian Bennett, the last man out for a magnificent 139.
There is a restriction on the length of cricket bat.
Oh, is there?
It's apparently law 5.7.1 of cricket says the overall length of the bat shall not be more than 38 inches, so 3 foot 2 inches.
Yeah.
And except for bats of size 6 and less, the handle shall not exceed 52% of the overall length of the bat.
Oh, crikey, Rhonda.
I don't know how they came on that number, but that is...
Well, I wonder who's monitoring that, because unless that's a manufacturing thing.
I certainly know that John Carr used to have a slightly longer blade, but percentage-wise it might not have been, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, because the umpires have the bat gauge, don't they? And they've actually been really clamping down on this in the IPL, testing bats.
Well, they were getting kept just huge, weren't they?
Yeah, but I don't think I've ever heard an umpire sort of going around with a measuring tape. No. But I presume that all the bat manufacturers out there know what the limit is, and therefore don't make a bat to exceed that. I should know. I went round the Gray Nichols factory not long ago. I'm going to give a shout out to Alex, the master bat maker down there. Right. So I actually saw that whole process of. I mean, it's such an art form. Creating a bat, I mean, everything from the chopping down of the willow. Here is Bashir Nuove, he's into the attack, he's bowled him, he's got Seager, it's turned back beautifully to get through the defences. Last time we saw Shoaib Bashir, he'd missed a caught and bowled chance, hurt his finger, wasn't able to complete the over, but he's come back and he's got the wicket of Seager, 251 for 7.
Absolute beauty, the perfect off-spinner's delivery, little bit of flight. Just outside the off stump, that's the line that I like to see him bowl, and that did turn. Took a puff of dust. Taking a puff of dust. Perhaps Josh Tongues followed through his footmarks, and that ragged back through the gate and pegged back the middle stump. Beauty, absolute beauty from Bashir.
Oh, he'll be delighted. It's his 3rd wicket now in the innings. He got the 2 left-handers, Craig Irvin and Sean Williams, earlier. Now he has the wicket-keeper Tafad Tsitsiga.
He'll be eyeing up another fiver here, because I'm not quite sure what this Zimbabwe tail's like. But, you know, Muzarabani looks like he's only going to play one way, and he's got 3 already. He'll be hunting down another little five for Mr. Bashir.
Well, it could be that Crawley and Duckett need to start getting their heads around opening again before too long. 3 more wickets needed. It might be 2 if...
What's the follow-on?
416 was the follow-on target, so they're a long, long way off that. Would need to get to 416 to avoid the follow-on.
I don't think...
251 at the moment.
Oh, do you think they might have another bowl? They look a bit tired, don't they? They look a bit weary. Would they have another bowl or just have another whack?
They've only bowled 56 overs.
Well, yeah. Have they? Yes.
Yeah. Surely.
It's been going on, hasn't it?
And we want to know, is it only a 4-day game? Potentially some weather around tomorrow, although the word was really that it was mostly overnight, that it's going to rain tonight. And hopefully we'll clear up by the time play starts tomorrow.
Yeah. Rain before 11. Well, no, what is it?
Fine after?
No, something. There used to be a saying.
There was. I can't think what it is off the top of my head.
Rain before 7, play at 11, we used to say.
Here is Chivanga. So he's come out to bat, the bowler. Tanaka Chivanga, the 31-year-old. As you mentioned yesterday, he was a bit of a late starter to cricket, 27 when he made his first-class debut. And he's facing up to Shoaib Bashir here, slipping a leg slip. It's outside the off stump, takes a big stride and allows it to go into the gloves of Jamie Smith. So 2 batters, both on naught. Wickets have been coming a bit of a pace. We saw Wesley Madaveri bowled by Stokes and Inducky, who was out for naught. Here's Bashir in again. It's a lovely length and a bit of turn into the gloves of Smith.
Always handy when your big fast bowler comes around the wicket and he creates nice footholds for the spinner to bowl in. That one really did take a piece and jag back.
Bashir into Chivanga again, lots of flight, and he goes for the drive to a fuller length ball, flighted up and drives square out along the ground. There's protection there on the boundary. Atkinson sends the ball back into the middle. And Chivanga is off the mark, 252 for 7. Zimbabwe 313 behind. Bashir's figures 3 for 50 so far. With 2 wickets since tea. Zimbabwe were 210 for 5 at tea. Since then, Brian Bennett caught by Ollie Pope off tongue for 139 as Bashir is in again. A flatter delivery and Muzarabani pushes it back up the pitch. And half stop there by Bashir. Welcome back to Henry Olonga.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Ali.
What a wonderful ovation that Brian Bennett got, wasn't it, when he left the field? Bashir trots up to the stumps, bowls, and a big heave from Muzarabani. Vacant area of the field there, or is it? Stokes is chasing back. No, the ball beats him. He's able to gather it in the deep, that it went high. And Muzarabani feels, Henry, from the few expansive attempts we've seen so far, that he wants to play in one way. 254 for 7 at the end of that over.
Yes, Ali, coming back to Brian Bennett and the appreciation for the crowd. I wouldn't say it's a uniquely Western trait, but whenever we travelled across to the subcontinent, they didn't really applaud the opposition doing well. Whereas, you know, in more westernised countries, they tend to appreciate good cricket, so irrespective of who's playing, and the other countries are a lot more patriotic and only want to support their side. At least that was the case in my experience.
Certainly England Test grounds has always, I think, been a sense of appreciating good cricket and a good performance, and you want your team to win, but also you acknowledge when somebody else does well. So
it's a rather tame dismissal in the end, wasn't it?
Well, compared to the drama we just had with the outstanding grab by Pope, it turned out to be a no ball, and then the reprieve when the short ball popped up and Pope able to take it. I'm sliding away. Here's Simon Mann to pick up commentary.
So 254 for 7. This is Atkinson bowling to Chivanga. Chivanga shovels that away into the onside. Straight ball, not played particularly convincingly out towards mid-wicket. I'm interested at Muzarabani's approach to batting.
The big heave-ho?
Massive heave, yeah. He's had 2 of them now. But if he connects, he'll be hitting them at the ground. That tall frame of his and long levers. Yeah. Zimbabwe still 311 behind. Atkinson looking for his first wicket. Goes into bowl to Chivanga. Chivanga gets another straight ball. He goes leg side to play it. He plays it with hand-eye coordination rather than sort of technique. He's exposing his stumps. He's sort of heading a little bit leg side-ish there, a bit like when Aggers used to bat.
That's
heading out towards a square leg umpire.
That's a bit mean. Did he really do that?
Yes, he did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
harsh but fair.
Guess it's not mean if it's true.
No. 254 for 7. Chivanga on 1. Atkinson bowls to him now, and he has a mow at that one outside the off stump, short and wide from Atkinson. He missed it, went underneath the bat through to Smith.
I think it's pretty clear that the batting stocks have been severely depleted. Just looking at the last few shots that we've witnessed, and this could be all over rather quickly. So, and Andy, any stats to talk about with the batsman to come? I know Teague scored a first-class century, and he's gone.
Here's Chivanga facing out to Atkinson, and he gets the bat on that one and runs it down towards Duckett in the gully area. Not quite an orthodox gully, almost short third, backward point. Short backward point. 254 for 7. Muzra Rabbani averages 15 in Test cricket, but the thing is, you look at the Test averages, they haven't played that much Test cricket.
And not much against top flight teams. They've played a lot against Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Ireland, etc.
Yeah, similar records for the tail enders in first class cricket. Muzra Rabbani averages 14, has 1 half century.
Chivanga waits for Atkinson. Bowls now, and Chivanga defends again, not particularly convincingly. The ball goes away on the offside and stops. Picked up by Pope coming in from cover, no run.
And Chivanga and Ngarava both average 11 in first class. In tests, Ngarava averages 10 from 9 matches. Chivanga this is only his third match with a highest score of 7. So not a lot of evidence to go on there. And Nyauchi averages 6 from 10 tests. So
we don't know whether Ngarava's going to bat. Here's Atkinson bowling. That's nicely played by Chivanga, opening the face, running it down, but straight to Duckett in that short third position. It's the end of the over. I'm looking forward to Bashir bowling to Muzra Rabbani now. I want to just lob one up and tempt him.
Just a little more on Bashir. We've talked about the extraordinary difference between his record for England and his record in other first-class cricket outside the Test arena. Now he has 52 wickets for England in Test average 38. Outside of Test cricket, 19 wickets at 83. And he's been, this is 26th innings bowling for England, the 10th time he's taken 3 or more wickets in an innings, and he also has 3 5-wicket hauls amongst that, including one on this ground last year against West Indies. He's only twice taken 3 in an innings in 21 non-Test first-class matches. It is an extraordinary difference. You expect Test cricket to be that much more difficult. I think it's testament as well to Stokes' captaincy and how he's often managed to extract great performances from new players.
Right, here we go then. Bashir to Muzra Rabbani. Come on, Blessing. He just leans forward and turns that into the onside to mid-wicket.
I'm with you, Simon. Like back in the day when I played, you brought your spinner on when you knew that you were into the tail, and you got him to lob it up. But the thing about Bashir is he is getting some genuine turn out there.
Yes, he is. Bashir bowls to Muzra Rabbani, goes back and guides it away towards backward point. There's no run. England have put a man back on the deep mid-wicket boundary now after that big shot in the previous over that had Stokes scrambling back. There's a long on in as well, deep backward square leg, deep cover, and just one slip, even though it's 254 for 7. There's a bit of turn out there. Bashir bowls. Muzra Rabbani leans forward and plays that perfectly respectably into the onside.
I guess with Muzra Rabbani, if he takes half a stride, it's about 3 metres worth.
A very tall man. If he connects, it's going to travel, isn't it? Just Bashir's goal here, if he does go after him, is just trying to make him miss-hit it. That one's nicely played away into the offside. He's off strike now. He plays it towards a deep backward point off the back foot. Actually, just the way he's played this over so far, there's no need to actually go out there and slog it, is it? You just play normally, see what happens for a bit. See if you can inch the team forward. 255 for 7. A difficult situation in the match for them. 310 behind. Last session of the second of 4 days. Outside the off stump from Bashir. Again, more turn, but it's quite wide. Chivanga was able to leave that, and it's spun back, but not onto the off stump. Not taken cleanly by Jamie Smith.
It's still a great batting surface, Simon.
Yeah, there's some spin out there, a bit of spin for Bashir, but we've seen Zimbabwe resist well today. That was tossed up by Bashir, clumped into the offside on the drive by Chivanga towards deep cover. Gets him a single and also gets him the strike, because that's the end of Bashir's over. 3 for 54 for Shoaib Bashir. 256 for 7 Zimbabwe. We've seen a fabulous innings today from Brian Bennett. A wonderful effort before he was caught a short leg off Josh Tongue.
It was kind of an unfortunate end because they had a short pitch bowling plan to him, and it came off the first time they stuck the short leg there. It was first ball. So one thing's guaranteed, going forward in his career, you know what's going to happen as soon as he walks in.
Yeah, it was. Well, they went to that plan B eventually, didn't they, England, with the short pitch bowling. Atkinson bowls to Chivanga, and Chivanga is hit somewhere on the body, falls back onto his backside. It's hard to tell whether that was glove or arm guard or chest. Anyway, he's okay, he's back on his feet. He's not looking that convincing. I think it was glove, actually, wasn't it? You don't see a batter that often end up just falling back onto his backside, then onto his back. That's how he ended up.
God, you see footballers doing that all the time.
Well, footballers, yeah. You see cricketers very often. Chivanga on 2. And Atkinson tries again. Still looking for that first wicket. He ends up on his backside again. He falls over as he looks to run that down. It misses the glove this time on its way through to Jamie. So there was an appeal from cover from Zach Crawley, who's saying, I thought he hit that, but no one else did. And the DRS timer is up. That's ticking down 8, 7, etc.
Oh, tell you what, it's not impossible it came off the face.
Well, that's 2 now. He's played by falling over. Certainly the umpire's asked for the ball. The game has come to a standstill for a moment. Have England reviewed it?
I think the one umpire swapping ends because of the sun.
Right, square leg umpire's going to point. Oh, England have reviewed it. Well, that was a really odd one, that. It's based on Zach Crawley appealing at cover there. No one else reacted at all.
It did look close-ish to the face. He could have run it off the face of the bat. That's a possibility. But might be a little gap there.
Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please.
So this is our third umpire. Is there anything on ultra edge?
Keep rolling,
No.
flat line. Keep rolling, flat line, flat line. I can see gap between ball and bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Kumar, stay with your original not out decision. Stand by. I'll let you know when you are on screen. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Well, I think that was one of the most extraordinary reviews I've ever seen. It was just on the basis of Zach Crawley at cover hearing something. No one else appealed or reacted at all. Atkinson bowls. He goes through Chivanga there, trying to get the bat down on it a bit late. On its way through to Jamie Smith. You feel as if a wicket could come at any moment with Chivanga out there. He looked completely unconcerned. He knew he hadn't hit the ball before. But Crawley was saying, I think I heard something, and he was quite close to Stokes, and Stokes thought, well, the 3 wickets left, we've got 3 reviews left, we don't want to let one go away. They might not use them all.
Well, it makes a lot of noise when he's falling on his backside every time he plays the ball.
Atkinson bowls to Chivanga. Chivanga gets a straight ball, which is in behind this time, playing that nicely. Back up the onside of the pitch. And there is no run.
There's a real sense of inevitability here, isn't there? It's just a matter of time. It's very unlikely that Zimbabwe will chase down that follow-on total.
Well, it's 416. Yeah, it's a long way off. What they can do here just for a while is just try and frustrate England, stick in and see what they can get. Atkinson to Chivanga, who tries to pull that away. The ball goes off his body to slip. Brook dives to his left and claims the ball. I'm not sure whether it got him on the full, but the key thing there is that it did not come off the bat or glove. At least I don't think so. Another one of these reviews where someone heard something. But Chivanga, they were looking to hit that into the Fox Road stand away to our left-hand side, not making much contact. And the DRS timer clock is on again. It's hit him on the shoulder that time. And did Brook take it cleanly? Not sure. It would have been one of those where if he had hit it, it would have been debatable about whether it actually carried or not. Probably just as well, just getting on with the game, that he didn't hit that. Here's Atkinson bowling on short of a length delivery, which Chivanga just about negotiates with a flinch. Drops the ball onto the pitch, so he survives. He's on 2. Zimbabwe 256 for 7 with the tail out there at the moment, and after advancing the game quite a lot throughout the day, they're not able to do that at the moment, just kind of hanging on, these two. England working their way through. We have got an hour and a quarter just under of play left today, 19 overs to bowl. So just projecting ahead, we may, as the players take drinks, we may be in a situation where it might work quite well for England, because teams don't like to enforce the follow-on these days very much, but with the break for a night's sleep, actually if Zimbabwe were all out the next hour, enforcing the follow-on might well be something that England do today, simply because of the overnight break.
I think you're right. I don't think any of the bowlers feel they've particularly had to work too hard. I don't think it's a tired set of legs out there, and Stokes hasn't bowled that much. But he looked the most threatening of the bowlers, so he's got a little bit of gas up the tank.
Yeah, although they'll want to, and he will want to as well, just limit the amount he's bowling on his return. That's the one thing. Just a reminder, you can watch the highlights of today's action. Plenty more highlights today. Wickets, runs, brilliant 100 from Brian Bennett, some hitting from Harry Brook this morning as well in his rapid 58. Go to the BBC Sport website and app, go to the live page, and you'll find the highlights as part of the text commentary. Today at the Test, which is our hour-long highlights programme, is on BBC Two and the BBC iPlayer from 7 o'clock tonight. And 2 England teams in action today, so when we finished here, we'll take you to Hove for the second women's T20 between England and West Indies. So the England players taking drinks. 3 more wickets to get in this Zimbabwe innings. A lot for Zimbabwe to do to avoid the follow-on. And the other thing as well, do we know if Richard Ngarava is going to bat or not?
Well, my guess is, as he was put down in the batting order ahead of Muzarabani, the initial batting order was suggesting that he would, but I heard a little bird whispered in my ear that he'd sort of gingerly gone down to the nets to have a hit to see. He had pads on, so it waits to be seen. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, if they're 270 for 9, is it really worth it if you've got a really bad back? Anyway, well, we'll see. We'll find out in the next probably the next hour. Jonathan's coming in with an hour and 20 minutes play left on this second day as the players break away from their drinks huddle and return to the action.
Indeed, thank you, Simon. We've got actually, having said that, the number of overs has vanished off the screen. 19 to go, and I suspect we won't get all of those either. But we'll go through to 6:30. It's a lovely late afternoon. Certainly no problems with the light or anything like that. And the only question, I suppose, is what England are planning to do in their minds. Do you think that they'll make them follow on if there's only a little bit of bowling tonight? Like if you've got half an hour, you bowl again, and then you come back fresher tomorrow?
Simon was alluding to the fact that they have an overnight break. I wouldn't say the bowlers have been particularly fatigued.
No, I would have thought so. We're not used to 4-day games.
That's right.
So you've got to. I mean, I think if it were a 5-day game, they'd bat again without question. But 4 days. However, the forecast tomorrow is good.
Yes.
There might be a little bit of lingering rain first thing in the morning. Bashir's on his way. He's bowling to Muzarabani, who leans forward and defends that. Ball rolls up the pitch for Bashir to pick up. So, but otherwise, I mean, it's going to be a fine day.
And I think the other thing, Jonathan, what'll G England up is if they get through the top order, there's not a lot after that.
I'm looking at these two and thinking,
yeah,
what's to come? Bashir bowls, Masrabani leans forward again. Bashir will pick that up. So we don't know if Ngavara's going to bat either, do we? Or do we?
No, there's no official confirmation that I know of, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Bashir swings his arms, moves in, bowls a flatter, quicker one, a little arm ball there, which Masrabani aiming initially at least to flick away through mid-wicket, but then played with a straighter bat than that, and Stokes appeals down to our left here at long off with his long hair poking out behind his cap, white sunglasses on the peak of his cap, and that's a tempter, and Masrabani there was in, about 4 mines, I think. I was going to say 2 mines, but I think he was in more than that, and ended up with a rather ugly poke. The ball picked up in the offside, but it was given much more air, that, and Ray Illingworth, great cricketer, always said with his bowling off spin, get it above the tail ender's eyes, toss it up, get it up there. Bashir bowls, and that's a nice shot actually. Gives himself a little bit of room, played off the back foot out to cover for a single. Yeah, get it up.
You realise he's 6'8". It's got to be higher than normal.
Obviously, no ball's going to go so high. That's a very good point, Henry. I hadn't thought of that. But then Bashir's also.
Yes, he is.
He's taller than me, so I think he's 6'5".
Wow.
Bashir swings his arm. He's got 67 on his back. Oh, goes straight past the outside edge there. Chivanga, who I must say wouldn't necessarily fill me with confidence. If I were next man in, if I were number 10, I think I'll be watching this kind of behind the chair or something. I wouldn't be watching much of this. There's a lot of groping going on.
There is. There's lots to like about Bashir.
Yes.
I think he's crumbs. He's tall. He turns the ball. I mean, this is a day 2.
Yeah.
And he's getting significant purchase out of the wicket. So
he is.
Looks like a one to watch for the future. And obviously, Andy, I've forgotten how many wickets. Has he got 50 yet?
Yeah, so he was 49 coming into this game. So his first wicket today was his 50th. And as I mentioned earlier on, he's the youngest England Test player ever to reach 50 wickets, beating Stephen Finn's record in a few months.
So Atkinson's going to continue. He's going to bowl to Masrabani, who's standing round about off stump by the look of it. A bat raised, Atkinson on his way bowls to him, and he started off stump and ended well outside leg stump there, trying to essay a very nice forcing shot off the back foot through the offside that didn't quite come off. But, yeah, there's a fair amount of groping going on. So this is number 9.
I reckon with his high backlift, I mean that high backlift is probably about 1.5 meters above the stumps. A good Yorker surely has got to be an option. Surely.
So let's stick a Yorker in there. Atkinson comes in, bowls a bouncer, in fact. Masrabani just fades out of the way towards the leg side. Ball thumps into Smith's gloves. A pigeon flies low overhead. 2, in fact, heading off over to our right.
My word. I haven't heard the pigeons in 22 years, Agnew.
Haven't you? Well, no, I don't normally mention pigeons, but one happened to catch my eye. It's Blowers was always the pigeon man.
Yes.
He loved his pigeons.
He did. And double-decker buses.
Yeah, and some of them were actually there as well. 257 for 7. In comes Atkinson again, bowls, and he's hit that down the ground from an interesting position, Stokes Fields. But they've taken a single, but he was again heading off towards the leg side. But they take one, 258 for 7. Oh, Blowers are busted.
Do you know what he's up to now?
Blowers.
He got together with a lovely lady called Valeria.
Oh, Valeria, yes.
Yeah, are they doing well?
Very well. Yeah, they're a very good combination, actually. He used to dress normally, Blowers, with suit and bow tie often.
Yes.
Went off, married Valeria. He now wears yellow, light green.
Oh.
Yeah, here's Atkinson bowls. There's the Yorker. And his opinion played before wicket, actually. Umpire Darmasina says no, as if he's thought that's gone boot or pad into bat. And Atkinson's quite confident about this. In fact, he's so confident he's calling Ben Stokes over for a conference about this, and they're going to have a look at it. Well, that's interesting. It was very full. It looked pretty straight from here, although we're behind the batsman.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
Right, Mr. Raza in charge here, and we can have a look. Well, we should know fairly quickly as to what's happened here. We're watching the replay now, and let's see if it gets boot first. He's off the middle
Ball
of the bat.
is close to the shoe
Yes.
or the pad to confirm ultra edge, please.
It could have shaved the front part of the pad.
Have a look.
Keep rolling nice.
I
Maestro.
think it has.
Yeah.
It is pad first.
Can you roll back? Yes. Freeze. Yeah. Clear ball. Hit the pad first.
Just flick
So
the pad.
satisfied.
Will
Go
it
for
hit
ball
the
track number
stumps,
ready,
though?
please.
It's leg side-ish. Let's have a look. It certainly hit the pad
Original
first.
decision not out.
Oh, let's have a look. Very, very
Impact in
tight.
line.
Hitting.
Oh,
Wicket
hitting.
sitting. Kumar, change your original not out decision. Stand by. I'll let you know when you are on screen.
That's a great review.
You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
It's a great review, and I don't
Yes.
blame the umpire for not giving that out because it all happened so fast and up there and full, and it just grazed the pad. But Atkinson knew, and he called Stokes over, and he persuaded him, and he's got a wicket. 258 for 8. Zimbabwe 307 runs behind, and Tanaka Chivanga's rather interesting, unorthodox innings has come to an end.
He never looked comfortable.
No.
In contrast to Brian Bennett, who looked like he was made to play here. He just never looked comfortable.
He actually looks like he's hating every minute of it, if I'm honest. But anyway, he's on his way. Number 10 will now come out. We're not sure if Zimbabwe will have the full 11 complement because of the injury to Ngavara. But Ngavara was scheduled to come in before Musrabani. So we'll wait and see if they're going to go. He's had a scan that's confirmed a back injury.
Well, it's not him.
Right. This is this Nyuchi? It
Yes,
is.
it
Victor
is.
Nyuchi coming out. He was scheduled to be number 11. And on the basis of what we've just seen,
Yes.
number 10,
Yep.
this might not last long.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah, I think, you'd think a full straight ball
Yes.
should do it, but you never know. It might be his day. Musrabani's come down to give him a few tips, thump of the gloves, that sort of thing, and and a slap on the back. That's rather reassuring.
But yet, what a brilliant review, because, as you said, everything was so close together. But the bowler knew, he had that sense that...
Yep.
The interesting thing is, do they still have to do that sort of T sign to review? I don't think I saw Stokes do that. I don't know how he did. He does it very discreetly.
Very
does he?
discreetly, yes.
Ah, there you go.
It's
Do
always
you
a
want to do
verbal
it discreetly, though? Because then the umpire could say, I didn't see that. Or do they have a camera on the captain every time there's
That's a good
review?
question. I mean, he was quite close range, so he might have said. Might have been a verbal.
Ah.
Yep, we'll have a go at that.
Yep.
Might have been. So, we think this is probably the last pair of this innings, but we shall wait and see. But we should probably have seen Ngavara by now. Right, this looks rather an unpleasant field if you're a number 11. In fact, it looks like a very unpleasant field if you're a number 11. In that this is basically, you look at this, you're out there and you know the ball's around your nose.
They want to break your ribs.
This is horrible. It's a short leg, there's a sort of wideish slip. There's a third man very fine. Atkinson comes in, bowls, and in fact he pitches the first one up, and he plays that very well. Having read the field, he's there on the front foot and has pushed that away up to mid-off.
This might be an unpopular opinion, but I think he looked more organised than Chivanga.
Well, based on that one delivery, I would agree, but I wouldn't like the look of this field, would you?
No. I wasn't the best batsman myself. In fact, if I was batting, we were probably in a big spot of bother.
Were you brave? I can't remember. Were you brave?
Was I brave? Yeah, ish.
Here's Atkinson, comes in, bowls, hurls that down, and has played carefully away to duck it in the offside, and then he walks away, chest puffed out, saying, what's the problem? So maybe he should be higher up the order on what we've just seen. But anyway, 258 for 8. There's a wicket for Atkinson. He's had a tricky day today, but that was a brilliant review. Very full. It's just flicked the bottom of the pad before hitting the bat. And I say that's not one that an umpire can really give out. You can't. But it's technology doesn't get everything right, but ones like that, absolutely, it gets right.
So, back to how brave I was.
Yeah.
I did face Wasim Akram, Waqar Younis and Shoaib Akhtar in a test match.
Yeah.
And if I wasn't brave, I wouldn't have walked out.
Well, no, I think you had to go.
So you have to,
I think you had to walk out, Henry. It's a question of how you played it when you got there, and from which part of the pitch you played it from.
Yes.
But that's not nice facing them.
Oh, they were mean. They were fast. They swung it. Oh.
Yeah. Mosrabani then, is he going to play some shots here? Let's see. Oh, well, he's hit that in the air.
Could be a chance.
Bashir, I think it probably was a chance. He's looking at his hand, which he's damaged once. I think that was probably in the air as it went through his legs. And Stokes is saying, what's going on? It was 4 runs. He really hit it. He hit it nicely. But I think this... let's have a look. Yeah, let's have a look where it goes. Oh, well, he's...
Just under.
Yeah, I mean, it went past it at a catchable height. That was shin high. Bashir runs in again, bowls. Mosrabani tickles him round the corner. He'll want 2 here, and he'll get them as well. The fielder runs round there to Atkinson down in the deep, picks the ball up. And 2 more it is, 262 for 8. Michael Vaughan smiling about something.
Well, I've just realised I've got a new pair of Tuffers muffers on.
Yes, well, you got one.
One, he's only got one. It's an orange one, isn't it?
It's a bit of crochet work. Bashir bowls, and that's sliced away down to third man nicely. Oh, as I say, nicely fielded. He did all the hard work there, Tongue, and then rather like a scrum half throws the ball to the fly half. He threw it away double hand.
It's been a funny old day for England, hasn't it? Because
are you bowling again or are you batting?
Oh, I'm bowling. I'm bowling. Yeah, just get the job done.
I think I'm bowling now because there's not a huge amount of time, so you can actually give them a short spell.
Yeah, England have had times today where they've looked pretty good. But then there's been times, particularly in the field, they've let balls through the hands.
Yeah, a couple of chances for Bashir of his own bowling. I mean, that's
a couple of drop catches. And no ball with the wicket.
Yeah. No, it's not been a flawless performance, that's for sure. Right, Nyochi, how's he going to play this? I think he might have a go. Bashir on his way bowls, and it's gone straight through him. Straight through him. I don't know how that didn't bowl him. This went over the stumps.
Yeah, again at times today, Shoaib Bashir's bowled some really nice deliveries, and there's been other times when it's just looked innocuous. This spell really, he's bowled that perfect ball to go through the gate.
Yeah. He goes again, bowls, and that's played quite stylishly actually, out to cover.
Phil had to go down and get in amongst the Zimbabwe fans at tea time.
Who's down there?
The Cameron's Phil, in amongst them singing. He did a nice
Phil
little...
Brown? Oh, no, you're
Phil Tufnell.
Phil Tufnell?
Oh, yeah, he was in amongst them, singing.
Was he?
Yeah, that'll be on the
bowls, tossing it up. And let's go out to cover's left hand.
You can watch Phil's singing in amongst the Zimbabwe fans on the highlights tonight at 7 o'clock.
I'm not sure I want to. I'll be on the road. I think it's probably the best place to be.
It's quite a sight. I wouldn't say he got into his strictly finest form with his dancing, but he certainly was right in amongst them.
They've had a great time down there.
Fantastic.
Yeah, they have. They thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Yeah. It's been a very good crowd. By Friday, Zimbabwe Test match. Yeah, they have done very well here.
Yeah, it's been a really good day actually. There's been so much happen. I mean, we've witnessed a special century. That was,
yes, it was
a really good century from Brian Bennett. At 21 years of age.
Yeah.
And you actually look at what he's done as a 21-year-old. I know we keep going on about Jacob Bethel. And I just wonder whether England missed the chance to just say, look, you're coming back to play Test cricket. You're on number 3. It's a perfect chance to you, Jacob, to go and get your first Test match 100.
Here comes Atkinson, bowls, and that's clobbered away down towards mid-wicket. Mosrabani gives up a little bit of room. Well, that's I can't understand it myself, but there you go.
Just the psychology at this level that if you've got an opportunity to give a young player that boost, and I don't care who you are, what you're made of, if you're given a chance to go and get a big score in Test cricket, does your confidence levels the world? You've got a Test match century.
Yes, it's the cap. It's a cap. And then in comes Atkinson. Bowls. Mosrabani's bowl has cleaned him up. Well, we think that might be all out, but we'll see what happens up at the other end. In fact, the bails, I think, are being taken off. Let's have a look. Oh, no, he's leaning on his bat. Nilchi at the other end, so maybe...
Yeah, I think he's coming out.
Maybe he's going to come out and bat, but he's got a bad back. Actually, they're just clarifying here. The umpires are clarifying, saying, is he coming or not? And Ben Stokes is saying what's going on. No one seems to know what's happening, but if he were to bat, he would have come out earlier, I think. Right, what's Stokes going to do? Let's have a look. The official way of doing this is that you go and inform the captain of the other side what you're going to do. And, he's batting, I think.
Where's Ben Duckett? You see, you're looking at Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett. Zach Crawley's still out there. You generally would have your openers sprinting off. Where's Ben Duckett? Zach Crawley's still there, isn't he? Just giving a few high fives and low fives.
Watching for any signal. But what generally happens is that the fielding captain waves towards the other captain.
They've got to be bowling. Zach Crawley's still there, look.
Yeah.
He's not sprinting.
They've been forced to follow on.
Yeah.
And that makes sense because it's a 4-day game and there's going to be 45 minutes of play or thereabouts.
That's why 4-day Test cricket is good, as you see. His teams will be able to enforce the follow on and get on with it. I can see Andy agreeing already, look, shaking his head going, absolutely.
Not the only, one of the things to worry about 4-day Test cricket, if you lose a significant time to rain and it's an early day, the rest of the game's gone.
Yeah, you could add an extra day.
But you won't, because there'll be a T20 match organised for the next day.
Well, I get that.
The Badgers will be playing the Rhinos somewhere, so you can't possibly.
The Vikings will come out and play.
Yeah, so you can't. I mean, you could get some very pointless games if you lose a day of rain early on.
Well, I just added a day. That's for another conversation. England got that job done well at the end there. They finished off the tail. Atkinson with a couple.
Yeah,
265 at a time in the afternoon when Bennett was going. And there was a nice partnership with the captain to start with. You thought, oh, hello. And might have to have a long day and come back tomorrow.
I hope Ben Stokes has got them sat down and said, look, well done, we've done that job. Come on, let's tighten up a second. There's some work to do here. There were aspects there. The seamer's direction wasn't great, the lengths weren't great. We know how Bennett plays now. We're going to stick it up him, frankly, and he's not going to. We're going to get under his ribs, and we're going to feel better. The catching wasn't great. Come on, that's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I look at someone like Sam Cook, and I've seen him bowl a lot in county cricket, and he bowled more bad balls today than I've ever seen him. And that's just this level. It's the nerves, and I just wonder whether he's run out now. He's now got the experience, not a lot of experience, but he knows what it is, and I wonder if he'll bowl a little bit better in the second innings. If he gets it right with a new ball, he can get 2 or 3 quick wickets.
They haven't bowled that many overs. So they Cook's bowled 17, to be fair. Atkinson 13, Tongue 13, and Stokes has only bowled 3. So Cook's got a few overs in his legs, but he's only got a shortish spell to bowl here. Heavy roller has been called for, chugging slowly up and down. The fourth umpire is there just monitoring proceedings. Ground staff, shorts on, green tops. Just looking on, the creases being marked and so on. And Zimbabwe have got to get through these 45 minutes or so. We mentioned the highlights. That's on at 7 o'clock. BBC 2, BBC iPlayer. But all the best clips as usual on the BBC Sport website if you haven't been able to be with us all day today. And following play at 6:30, we're off to Hove. Second women's T20 there, England against West Indies. So they're all in position down there. Alex Hartley sent me a selfie of herself down there, enjoying the sunshine, I would say.
Very nice. I had a nice few days down in Hove in April, watching a bit of county cricket.
Yeah, it's a lovely ground. I mean, it's changed.
Fantastic. I've not been there for years. Had a
nice,
lovely bag of fish and chips on the front.
I used to wake up there.
Went in the sea every morning. Just went for a swim.
Did you?
Oh, absolutely.
What, this April?
Yes. Like my cold water. It's good for your body, good for your mind.
Yeah.
Freshens you up in the morning if you've had a couple the night before.
Well, that's true. I remember waking up there, and you'd wake up in a hotel bed, and then you'd hear the seagulls, wouldn't you? Or the gulls, we call them seagulls, gulls, squawking, and you think, oh, I'm down by the seaside. That'd be the first thought. Second thought, where am I? Oh, of course I'm at Hove. Third thought, Imran Khan.
Oh no.
Fourth thought, Garth LaRue. And you get back under the duvet again.
Yes. Well, Yorkshire, we used to generally play at Eastbourne.
Oh, yeah.
Also than
flat there, wasn't it? Nice place. The Saffrons.
Saffrons,
yeah. Yep.
They've got so they had a development at Hove where they built some flats just on the entrance of one of the gates, and then underneath they've got where the old pub was. They've got this amazing sports bar.
Is that underneath there?
Brand new one. It's a lovely sports bar. I mean, if anyone's around Hove and fancies watching a bit of sport on the telly and having a few pots, it's
where that pub used to be.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah. It's really, really nice. The ground's great. On the deck chairs.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's a fantastic venue to watch cricket.
I don't think the eggs are still there, are they? They had those eggs around the ground when we played. And if you hit an egg, they're big eggs. I think the sponsor must have been some sort of egg company. So they had maybe 4 eggs around the boundary edge. And if you hit an egg, well, I think you might have got a tenner or something like that.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Well, you had to hit the egg on the full?
You had to hit the egg on the full. And yeah, you got huge bonus, about £10.
I don't think there's enough of those kind of promotions around cricket anymore. I mean, we used to have the fastest ball, you know, and they used to have the speedometer on the side of the pitch, and Goffey was sponsored by the company, and surprise, surprise, the fastest ball every summer was Darren Goff.
He used to puff his chest out and look at the
absolutely.
speedo. Yeah.
Then in Australia, they used to have, you could get a load of chicken for life, couldn't you? If you caught it if you had a bucket on your head.
Oh, that's right.
The chicken brand, and if you caught the ball in the Big Bash, you got pretty much chicken for life. There's not enough of that anymore.
Well, Jack got his glasses for life.
I like the eggs. What?
Jack Leach got his glasses for life.
He did, yeah.
You're pointing. I've not done the bowling figures, but I sort of did them. Cook 1 for 72, Atkinson 2 for 58, Shia 3 for 62, Tongue 1 for 56, and Stokes 2 for 11 from 3.2 overs. A bowled actually really rather nicely.
Well, I actually thought he was the pick of the bowlers. 3.2 overs of real quality. You can just see with Ben Stokes when he's bowling like that. I can't put a percentage of what he brings to the team, but when he can bowl like that, he just adds so much to this England cricket team. I'm actually happy he only bowled 3.2.
Yes.
I hope in this innings he only bowls 6.
Well, every ball he runs in, in
every spell you think, he's just going to bowl a 15-over spell like he did in New Zealand.
Yeah.
So it was good to see him bowling to that standard and to get that movement and that zip. I would say that he.
And he's filling the covers as well. I mean, he's clearly pretty confident.
It's Colossus, isn't he? He just moves around the field with so much kind of agility and rhythm. But he was the pick. But I'll be very interested to see how they go in this second innings, because they'll be better for the run out. And they've seen all the Zimbabwe players once. They've seen Brian Bennett now. They know that he drives the ground down the ground nice. He's got a great cover drive. He's got a good cut shot. But he looked vulnerable into the left arm.
Certainly did. And I suspect we'll see a fair amount of that. Zimbabwe are following on then, if you're just tuning our way. They've been bowled out, and they're going to follow on 300 runs behind, bowled out for 265 in their first innings as, 45 minutes or so.
How many overs remaining? I mean, I know we generally lose a few, but...
Yeah, it's gone from the screen. It's infuriating, but have a look. Andy?
It'll be 13.
13, I don't know where we get those.
Ellie on 5 Live. I've just been on with Ellie. She's got the listeners thinking about Brian's age 21. Do you know anyone called Brian, age 21?
A 21-year-old Brian?
Well, we obviously know Brian Bennett, but do you know a Brian? And I went back to my school days. Did you have any Brians at your school? I believe that Brians usually come out when they're 40. They hide until they're 40 and then Brians arrive. Do you know any Brians?
My opening partner, bowling-wise, for village cricket, Rufford Park, was Brian Baggy Bagshaw, who had one eye and was a brilliant seamer.
Was he good?
He was absolutely outstanding. So I don't know many more Brians than that.
Do you know a Brian?
I know Brian Johnston.
Do you know a Brian that's 21?
21-year-old Brian. So it's like a 20... Yes, I know what you're saying. It's one of the sort of old-fashioned names.
Yeah, you kind of know Brians when they're older.
Yeah, like Colin.
Well, you do, don't you? You don't know many Brians when they're young.
Well, there are a few. I mean...
Brian Lara.
How many 21-year-old Bernards do you know? This has got silly. Michael, Isha's queuing up to get in, but I don't know.
I didn't have any Bernards at school either.
That sounds like one of the weirdest police interrogations you could ever get. How many
21-year-old Bernards? Isha, did you have a Bernard at school or a Brian? She's trying to get her cans on. Andy, you wouldn't have had many Bernards or Brians at school, would you?
I don't remember any.
Ish, did you have any Bernards or Brians?
I was a big fan of Bernard Fanning, the musician.
Yes.
At 21.
But at school, did you have a Brian?
Well, I went to an all-girls school, so...
Right. Possibly not. There's not many. There's not many.
Yeah, okay. I'm not going down that path.
Not many Brians.
Not many Crispins.
No, there isn't.
We could go through a lot of names here. Andy?
Well, just looking at the Brians who played Test cricket, and a heavy preponderance of Zimbabweans amongst them. So obviously a more popular name in Zimbabwe than other parts of the world.
Well, Ben Stokes has just had the team in the huddle, and I don't know what he said in that huddle, but they were all laughing. Don't know what the chat was, but England have got a chance here with 45 minutes remaining to get 2 or 3 tonight. And Joe Root tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, he will hope that he'll be watching his football team playing a playoff final. I just wonder whether that was the team talk from Ben Stokes to the bowlers.
Trailing by 300 runs, Zimbabwe, and England have enforced a follow. When was the last time they enforced a follow-on?
It was in New Zealand, the test that they ended up losing by 1 run.
What a great game that was. I think Jimmy Anderson got out at the end, didn't he? That's right.
There was that famous test in Kolkata between Australia and India.
VVS Laxman.
Yeah. Hitting Warney out of the rough.
That's right, yeah.
I think there's only been 4 tests where a team has followed on and won. Those 2 that we just mentioned. Headingley 81 and then a test in the 1894-95 Ashes.
Well, here he goes again. Brian Bennett is setting up once more after his century to Sam Cook. Gets a little bit of nibble off the pitch, off a good length. And it's deja vu for us up here in the commentary box because he opened the bowling at the start of the first or the second innings of this match. 3 slips in position as he just lets that one go.
And Brian Bennett hit Sam Cook for 12 in that first over of the first innings. 3 slips away at the outside edge. It's a packed offside field. There's a deepish gully, a backward point, extra cover and a mid-off.
Bennett gets across and just dabs at the ball to the offside to point no run. Might be feeling a little bit more relaxed now, Sam Cook, after debuting with the new ball in his hand. Gus Atkinson wasn't given the first over, it was Sam Cook, and he did look a little bit nervy, just trying to get his rhythm up. As he shuffles forwards now, coming in on an angle. Past the stumps, he bowls to Bennett, who's turning the ball out to deep backward square. Bashir charging in, he's off the mark then, Bennett. In Zimbabwe's second innings, in fact it's been given a leg bye. But Zimbabwe won for no loss, so Ben Curran now on strike. And as we saw in the first innings, Sam Cook is going to operate round the wicket. With 3 slips in place. And a leg slip as well. Ben Stokes has positioned himself at point. There's a wideish mid-off, mid-on, and a deep backward square as Cook, England shirt out, pushing away. Past the stumps to the left-hander, who turns that ball round the corner, down to backward square. They think about the 2, but will settle for the 1. 2 for no loss then, and trailing by 298. Fairview win today here at Trent Bridge. It's been bright sunshine. They've seen a lot of cricket.
Yeah, there's been a great atmosphere. The Zimbabwe fans, well, they're scattered around the whole of most of the stands, but they've made a huge amount of noise. I don't know if you saw Phil going in amongst them at tea time. That was intriguing to watch.
I missed that actually, but it will be available on the highlights tonight. As Cook is in to Bennett on the back foot, punching to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, I think the forecast tomorrow was pretty poor, but I think it looks like it's coming in earlier. And we might get a bit of rain overnight. Might be a little bit hanging around in the morning, but we should get a full day play tomorrow if it's required.
Bennett taps his bat down gently. There's a big gap at cover, but that is well bowled. Lovely bit of shape from Cook on a good length that's just defended back to mid-off. No run at the end of the over, and a much better start from him at the start of this innings. 2 for no loss, Zimbabwe. Has control of that away swinger, which he didn't necessarily do in the first innings. He was nipping back a little bit more, but seems to have found that rhythm and that action to get the shape away.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what England do with Sam Cook. Obviously, Chris Wokes is back playing. He's playing for Warwickshire. Was announced in the Lions team to play India A as well. So you'd think that if Chris Wokes comes through the next few weeks, he'll come straight back into the side for that first test at Headingley. You think Gus Atkinson, Brydon Cars, you would think he'll get in the side. So maybe Sam Cook may miss out that first test, but a 5-match series over the course of 6 or 7 weeks, there will be rotation required. So he's just got to make sure he's kind of the one waiting in the wings.
1 for 72 from 17 overs in the first innings for Zimbabwe for Sam Cook. Gus Atkinson 2 for 58 with 13.2 overs bowled by him. So here he is standing at the top of his mark at the pavilion end to Ben Curran. 3 slips in position. As that's bowled, it's just gone along the floor, is it? For good length, slightly fuller than a good length. And he's let that one pass. Has been some uneven bounce on this pitch on day 2 here. Certainly looked a lot more threatening when he was looking to be aggressive with the ball, Gus Atkinson.
I'm just looking in the crowd here. The television cameras have panned into Tom Curran, Ben's brother, who's here watching again today. Sam's actually playing at the Oval for Surrey.
Ben Curran allows that one to pass across him. Yeah, it was a lovely touch being able to speak to them both yesterday, and how proud they were of their brother playing for Zimbabwe, but first opportunity to play here in England. Curran drives, but straight to mid-off.
It's remarkable, really, when you think about it. Father Kevin played. Sam, Tom, Ben, all professional cricketers. What they had for breakfast when they were young. Incredible. It was quite competitive in the garden.
No pressure on Archie.
Archie used to bowl me out in the garden, that's why I retired.
What were those tweakers?
They were bowling seam.
Ben Curran allows that one again to go through in the channel.
I thought it hit a weed, but it actually hadn't. I just missed it.
So when did he start bowling spin?
COVID time in the garden. There was weeks where we were all at home doing not a lot. So he just got out the back and he tweaked it one day. So that's not bad. Better on your body as well.
Atkinson in to Curran, who's driving, and that's stopped by Atkinson diving to his left. Left hand outstretched, falls on the floor in the process. Lots of clapping from the skip and Stokes at point. The fielding has been a bit up and down today.
Yeah, I would say 50-50 today. Yeah. They had some moments, but they've dropped a few chances. They've let a few through their legs. No ball from around the wicket. Josh Tong, the wicket at Brian Bennett, brilliant catch from Ollie Pope, but luckily it didn't cost them too many. But yeah, they've had an iffy day in the field.
Open stance from Curran, who again just in the channel allows it to go through. So 2 for no loss Zimbabwe after 2 overs, maiden bowled by Gus Atkinson. He's got some good pace up.
Yeah, the one thing that we're lucky enough each to go and work in Australia, and there's always talk of the cordon and the catching. And I just want England to really focus this summer that we look down at the cordon and we know exactly who stands where. You know, so far today we've had Ben Duckett at 3rd slip. Now Zach Crawley's at 3rd slip. I want to know exactly who England's cordon's going to be, because that's going to be a pivotal play in the Indian series. It's going to be a huge play down under. You have to catch everything.
Well, I guess it just allows consistency, doesn't it? And trust.
Well, you go back to 10-11 when England won that. I recollect right, I think Strauss was at 1st, Swan was at 2nd, Collingwood was at 3rd. You had Pryor behind the stumps.
As Cook is in now to Bennett, who's defending to the offside, no run.
And you just knew.
that was the cordon, and it'd been the cordon for quite a while. And I just want England to really work on that element of skill and that cordon, which is going to be so important.
Joe Root dropped Bennett earlier on. What was he on at that stage, Andy?
89.
Pretty regulation catch at first slip as Sam Cook in on an angle to Bennett, who's looking to work that leg side, but it falls onto his thigh pad, and he's now picking it up and tossing it to Ollie Pope. He's giving it a really good shine. He's got to be feeling good about himself after that century at number 3. A lot of talk about how that lineup's going to look for the India series. There's some questions around that number 3 spot as Cook shuffles forwards, pushing away now past the stumps to Bennett on the back foot, looking to punch the ball through cover, but finds the inner part of the bat and trickles towards mid-on, no run.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting few weeks for the England side. They've obviously got some white ball cricket, and then the Test series against India. And it's how that makeup's going to work. How they're going to bring Jacob Bethel back in if they are. Does Ollie Pope, has he earned the right to play at number 3? What's the bowling quartet going to look like? Are they going to play a frontline spinner?
Bennett tucks that ball out to deep backward square for a single. Just leans on it as he comes through for 1. He's off the mark. 3 on the board then.
England of late in recent times have had a really good record at Headingley, so it's a good starting point for the England side. But I know there's no Virat Kohli or no Rohit Sharma, no Ashwin, but you can guarantee that this Indian side that will come will be desperate to prove a point. There'll be a lot of young players with that eagerness to.
Cook round the wicket to Curran, who's dabbing at the ball to the offside. He's coming through for a single, but point is steaming in. It's Stokes there, who's able to get a grip of the ball. In the meantime, Curran has retreated back to his crease.
Yeah, that would have been a tight one, particularly when you're up against someone like Ben Stokes. I'd suggest that you just say no. You see Ben Stokes anywhere near the ball, just go, nah, not risking anything. Yeah, the young Indian players that will come will be so talented, so desperate to try and follow in the footsteps of the likes of Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma.
Curran defends the ball to the offside for good length, no run. At the end of the over, it's 3 for no loss, trailing by 297 Zimbabwe. They've been asked to, or England have enforced the follow on, so they've been asked to bat again. Shubman Gill to open the batting and captain.
I think they may go with Jasprit Bumrah to be the captain and leave Shubman.
Is that the right decision?
I think so, yeah. I thought Jasprit in that first test in Perth as the leader was outstanding. And Shubman's average of 36 in Test match cricket, there's a little bit of work to be done there. So just for the short term, I think Jasprit would be the best captain with Shubman working alongside him, just to try and focus on his batting. It's KL Rahul, Yashasvi Jaiswal, Sai Sudhavasan, Nitish Kumar Reddy, Rishabh Pant. They're going to bring plenty of talent.
Ollie Pope just shifting out to deep backward square. 3 slips for Gus Atkinson. To Brian Bennett. Bennett struck on the pad. That looks really close. It's been given. It didn't look like it got up that much. The batters are having a chat to each other. It's a long conversation, and Brian Bennett has decided to go for the review, but it looked pretty straight. It was quick.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
Not going over the
Close to the
top.
bat to confirm ultra edge, please.
Big Marks has stepped in place of Michael Vaughan. Hassan Raza is the third umpire.
Keep rolling. Keep rolling. I can see gap between ball and bat. Roll up to the pad, please.
There's no bat involved. It's hit him on the knee roll.
Satisfied? No bat involved. Go for ball tracking. We're ready, please.
It's just the angle that Gus Atkinson creates coming into the right-hander.
Alauddin, stand by. Waiting for ball tracking. Ball tracking is coming up. Original decision out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Alauddin, stay with your original out decision. Stand by. I'll let you know when you are on screen. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
All the Reds, so good decision. And the highs and lows of Test cricket, Brian Bennett, who scored 139 in Zimbabwe's first innings, now out for one, having been asked to follow on. 3 for 1 Zimbabwe.
Well, it's an unforgettable day for him, that's for certain. And I'm sure as time passes, he'll remember the first innings and maybe sort of wipe the slate clean with the second. There's almost a sense of inevitability, actually, that having played so brilliantly throughout the day, with such aggression, and then he's got to get up again and go out and bat. Almost worth thinking about sending someone else in, really, but that might be too radical. But there was, don't you think, it was always going to happen. He was going to be out twice in a day, once for a wonderful 130 and now for a single. So, sad end to a great day for him.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal knock of 139. He played brilliantly on this wicket.
Just nipped back a little bit, didn't it? And it was well below the knee roll and thundering into leg stump.
Well, the lack of bounce as well. I mean, it wasn't the easiest ball to play.
Yeah.
Gus Atkinson's day is improving. He had 0 for 58 at one point in the first innings, then took 2 for 0 in his last 6 balls. Now 1 for 0 in his first 7 balls of the second innings. And Bennett's day, he was 139 odd out of 133 balls since when he's 1 for 2 off 20.
And who do you think was the last Centurion to be out twice in a day? It's a good question at 6:05 through a long day.
Just throw you that one, Andy. Atkinson to Craig
tell us
Irvin, the
next
skipper, who's up on his toes trying to play the ball. It was a spicy delivery, works it to the leg side. And he's off the mark. So Zimbabwe to 4 for 1, trailing by 296.
Yeah, well, he had a bit of a ropey start to the day, Atkinson. Had to wait a long time for his wicket, but now... Well, he's like all bowlers. Once you get one wicket, you kind of relax a bit and you're not straining so much and your rhythm seems a bit better.
Yeah, that was a nasty one.
It was.
Really rose off the pitch.
Yeah.
As Curran's on strike, turning it to the leg side, no run. As Atkinson steams forwards to collect the ball. It's very casual and relaxed when he walks back to the top of his mark, isn't he?
Yeah. And he's not one of these fast bowlers that sort of breathes fire and brimstone in a sort of, lily-like.
It's very Jofra Archer feels, isn't
Yeah.
it? He sort of comes in quite casually. But there's venom behind it as he angles that across the left-handed Curran, who just lets it go. Big open gap on the offside. Delicately places his bat down. Curran now set up as he dabs at the ball to backward point. Ben Stokes' position there, no run.
And he has very short steps, doesn't he?
He sort
As
of
he walks
shuffles
back.
forwards,
Yeah.
doesn't he? But he gathers steam as he gets to the crease and he's able to send it down at about 90 miles an hour. So And it's been an incredible start to his Test career as he's passed the stumps to Curran, who's gently defending the ball back down the pitch for no run at the end of the over, 4 for 1. Trailing by 296 then Zimbabwe. And the crowd have just calmed down ever so slightly, Vic.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a good day. They've had some really good batting, especially from Bennett throughout the day. Plenty of incident. A few have drifted off home, I think. And England they had not a big problem, but at one point Zimbabwe were 150 for 2 and looking like they were going to get a really significant reply. But sort of the old order has been restored a bit in the last session or so.
It's good to see a bit of fight.
Yeah, oh no, I think Zimbabwe they've shown some spirit, top order, and they've really contributed.
Cook bowling to Irvine, who defends the ball, but he's quite late on it. Inside edge out to deep backward square for a single, moves to 2, 5 for 1, Zimbabwe. Ali Pope started the day on 169. He was out for 171 in the end, just 2 that he added. The bowling of Chavanga. Harry Brook entertained with his 58. Ben Stokes came out, played a couple of shots, but then was out for 9. England 565 for 6 declaring before Zimbabwe setting about their work. Brian Bennett, the star of the show, with 139 of 143 deliveries. The fastest century for a Zimbabwe cricketer as Cook continues round the wicket to Ben Curran. He's pushing forwards and defending to the offside. And you can watch the highlights of that 100 on the highlights tonight on BBC 2 at 7 o'clock. Sam Cook on debut, picking up his first wicket. The one of Ben Curran. Just angled in and caught it slip, looking to play the ball straight. That's what he'll be looking to do again here. And that beats the edge. There was interest in the slip cordon. It was a good length delivery, lots of rhythm behind him. Angled into the left-hander. And then just a bit of nip away.
Yeah, it was a similar ball to the one that got him this morning. Quite taking the edge this time.
Cook past the umpire. Curran tucking this around the corner. Leg slip, rushes around to take the ball. No run. That was a little bit uncomfortable, maybe a bit of extra bounce there, Vic.
Yeah, he took his bottom hand off, didn't he? He'd like a good second innings though, Sam Cook. He got that early wicket, but nothing else after that. And a little bit more expensive than normal against Bennett, who seized on anything over-pitched.
It felt like he was able to settle into a bit of rhythm in his second spell from the pavilion, and he's bowling from the Ratcliffe Road end now with the new ball. Definitely a lot more consistent at the start of this spell as he bowls again. It's struck on the back leg. They've gone up, England. Kumar Dharmasena unmoved.
He's going to have a chat with Smith. It's a new problem for Smith, actually, because he's the key man as the wicketkeeper. He doesn't keep very often, sorry, anyway, but are they going to have a look?
There were some conversations around height. I just wonder where the impact was. Was it outside the line of off stump?
TV umpire to director.
Well, we're going to find out.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is no doubt. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
He let us know what's happening there rather well. It's hit the back pad.
And he's playing at the ball.
No bat involved. To confirm ultra edge, please.
It looks...
England don't look that interested.
No, they've parted ways.
Because he hit it.
That's right.
Roll back. Roll back.
He's got bat on it, and then it went on to hit the back leg.
And freeze.
Outside the line of off stump.
When ball is next to the bat, no gap between ball and bat. So satisfied. Kumar, stay with your original not out decision. Stand by. You're on screen, make a signal, please.
So this is the first time, I suppose, Cook's had the opportunity to use this review system. So he wanted to have a go at it.
There wasn't much going for it, Vic.
Not really.
Bat. And even if it had missed the bat, it was hitting outside the line of off stump as Cook goes again to Curran, who's delicately playing this with an angled bat to the offside off the front foot, no run.
But he spent his formative years watching Stuart Broad, didn't he?
A few more words from you, Vic, and then it will be Alison Mitchell.
So it's a good start for England. They haven't got that second wicket, but they've got Bennett, who caused them a lot of problems this morning and this afternoon. He has gone. And in the evening sunshine, England are pretty content with the way things have gone. But there's quite a rustiness about some of their out cricket today, which I'm sure they want to work on.
Hello, Vic.
Hello, Ali.
A reminder that at 6:30, very quick after the close of play tonight,
We're
we'll be going off to the women's T20.
In
Hove.
In Hove.
Tonight, yes. England-West Indies. They won the first game under the Charlotte Edwards, Nat Siver-Brunt's new partnership, so boding well. So we're bringing you that after the conclusion of this day's play. Atkinson into Irvine, then right arm over, very straight and full, and Irvine getting back down to it, drops into the onside, and there's no run. You couldn't help but feel for Brian Bennett. I mean, all in the space of one day. Doesn't cricket give you everything? He's had all the adrenaline of the highest point of his career, a Test 100 against England, and then he's had to calm himself down. You know, he couldn't just go to the dressing room, put his feet up and be like, oh, that's it for the day, and I can sort of wallow in my 100. He then had to come back out and face up again.
Yeah.
Atkinson at the end of his mark. Irvine, 2 runs to his name so far. Atkinson in, and forward solid defence, getting in behind it. No run, 5 for 1 Zimbabwe.
It's not quite the appropriate response, but I think he can have a drink tonight now.
Sure, he'll still enjoy and revel in the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a great day. It just didn't end quite so well. We won't forget. You remember that first innings, and he's permitted to have at least a half a shandy later on.
In answer to your question about players who scored a century but been out twice in a day, I'm going to have to do a bit of homework.
Oh no, you don't have to. You don't have to.
3 slips, Gully, and leg slip here. Irvine lets this go outside the off stumps, and good lift and carry through to Smith.
You know, Andy, I don't really want to know the answer. I'd just like to see you agonising a bit and just trying to get your system to
Beads
adjust.
of sweat are starting to
But
appear
I don't
late
want you
in
to
the
spend
day.
the evening. I can wait until,
The poor man's already
June.
spent one evening writing up scripts for the news quiz on
I know,
Radio 4.
I know.
We need to give him a night off.
Which you can hear in 17 minutes.
17
There you
minutes.
go. There's a good plug too. Atkinson running in. Some high cloud above Trent Bridge. Watery evening sunshine now. Atkinson in. Defence outside the off stump. Reaching forward. Ball rolls up to mid-off.
The good news, I don't know that there's been a major story since you recorded it last night, I think, and it's
No time to go out on a date.
So that's another plus.
I highly recommend the news because I went once to watch Zoltz record it live in front of the live
must be
audience.
fascinating.
Great entertainment.
Well,
not too many retakes either.
Right, how do we?
First time
You were only
comedy.
there for 2.5 hours then.
Atkinson past the umpire, back of a length and ducking underneath it. Irvine not troubled, allows it to pass through to Smith. No run.
So the alternative is for BBC listeners, you could go and listen to what's happening at Hove, or you could go to Radio 4, if I'm permitted to say that, and
It's also
hear
will be
Andy
available
on the news quiz.
Although you could get the news quiz as a podcast later on after the live
Absolutely,
sport.
via BBC Sound.
You can get it all.
I'm
via
not
BBC.
usually very good at these, various platforms. Is that the right word? No, it's not, is it?
There's only one platform you've got to think about, BBC Sounds, and then you just scroll through the
Oh,
little
of course.
dial and you'll find whatever you want. Outside the off stump, a little bit of movement away, left alone by Irvine. So he's on 2 from the 3 balls that he's faced. Ben Curran at the other end, 1 from 18, and Zimbabwe 295 behind in second innings, 5 for 1. Got an awful lot of batting to do if they're to make England bat again. They're going to have to bat for longer than they did in the first innings, get more runs than they did in that first innings. But Brian Bennett already out, LBW to Atkinson for 1. He'd faced 9 balls, only just got off the mark, in real contrast to the sparkling way he began that first innings, en route to becoming Zimbabwe's Test cricketer with the fastest 100 under his belt. He made 139 from 143. And you can see highlights of that on Today at the Test, which will be, so we're just throwing content at you at the moment. Today at the Test will be on BBC Two from 7. But then that'll also be on the iPlayer for you to watch at your leisure, whenever you want as well after that. Sam Cook continuing, searching for his next wicket in Test cricket. And it's Curran who waits, the left-hander. A little dabble outside the off stump. The ball drops into the ground behind square. Duckett moves forward from the slip cordon to pick up. And there's no run.
A very different inning so far. After 6 overs earlier on today in the first innings, Zimbabwe were 38 for 1. And now 5 for 1.
And that one over from Sam Cook that went for 12, wasn't it? Boundaries were just going bang, bang, bang.
His first over, I think.
That's right. And then he recovered well.
Yeah.
Got the wicket of Ben Curran.
Well, I'm sure he's a bit more relaxed actually bowling in the second innings.
Shadow starting to lengthen beneath Cook's feet as he bowls there, full to Curran, turns it along the ground, and Atkinson is there mid-wicket, and he picks up alongside those centre wickets either side across this long square at Trent Bridge. Crowd is starting to thin out a little bit now, I think particularly in the big stand that's in the shade. It's, again, markedly chillier in this shade that it is in the sun. I think it's still quite pleasant if you're in that evening sunshine. But it's been a beautiful day today. It began with clear blue skies. It has been a good batting pitch and good batting conditions. Up on his toes this time, trying to force it away. An inside edge rolls out towards Atkinson on the onside. No run.
I found a player who reached 100 and was out twice in a day. Darren Bravo for West Indies against Australia in 2015, but he was 94 not out overnight. Reached his 100 then, and the follow-on was out. So it's not quite the same as scoring a whole 100.
No, but it's a pretty good response. So that'll do me, if you like.
Has anyone managed to score twin hundreds in a day? I mean, actually make twin hundreds. Cook in, angled outside the off stump, out towards point. Surely there's not enough time in 90 overs for someone to score 200s.
I might be able to reach 100 that was, if you're saying 99 not out overnight, you're out.
Yeah, and then
follow on.
You get to raise your bat twice in a day. That might be possible.
That would require a lot of digging, Harry. I'm going to have to start charging for these.
We'll let you off, Zols, for now.
It's getting more and more like Frindle.
Here's Cook running in. Short crop of blonde hair, trimmed beard outside the off stump, angled out towards point again in controlled fashion by Craig Irvine. So 6 for 1 Zimbabwe. The supporters have been in good voice throughout the day as well. But I was just talking to Henry about the Zimbabwe flag. Just notice how big the badge is on the helmets of the batters. You've got the red star, and then you have the image of a bird on a stone. And the bird is known as the Zimbabwe bird, which is not a real bird. It's based on a statue that was discovered from the medieval ruined city of Great Zimbabwe, which is in the southeast of the country. Around the wicket again, defence on the ground out towards gully, and no run. 6 for 1 Zimbabwe at the end of the over, following on, and a long way away from making England bat again. Started the innings, they lost Brian Bennett. So you've got the Zimbabwe bird, and then when you see the Zimbabwe flag, you've got the white triangle, so multiple colours. You've got white, green, yellow or gold, red and black. The white triangle is a symbol for peace. Red symbolises the blood that was shed during the struggles for independence. Yellow and gold, or yellow or gold if you like, that symbolises the mineral wealth of the country. Black to indicate the heritage of black Zimbabweans, and green, the rich agricultural and rural nature of Zimbabwe. So that's the Zimbabwe flag and the bird.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I've learned a lot.
Henry had to sort of go back to his school days
to
get remember the lowdown on the flag.
There's a lot there in one flag, isn't there? Or
a lot of symbolism, and carried with an enormous amount of pride. Josh Tongue, this is now replacing Atkinson. That ball just kicks up a little bit on Curran, takes him by surprise. They're scampering a single here because Irvine set off very quickly from the non-striker's end, and Curran was a little slow to react. I don't think he quite knew where the ball was to begin with. He's got a bit of a smile on his face now down at the non-striker's end. He's sort of run almost down to the end of the bowler's run-ups. He was sprinting so hard to get down the other end. 294 behind.
It's actually a very good run that from Irvine, quite a sort of selfless one. That struggled to play that ball. It was a nasty delivery, but he's got him up the other end, as well as getting him probably a run as well.
So Irvin surveying the field. He's saying Ollie Pope is getting a helmet.
And the back pad's coming.
Yep. So one of the 12 men have just brought that over the boundary rope. So a little bit of a pause while Pope gets himself into position. The 3 slips and gully are there. Backward point. An extra cover. And a wideish mid-on as well is Sher Bashir. He's rolling his arm over there as well. Bit of an air bowl as Pope now gets the helmet on at short leg. So we saw some short balls from Josh Tongue in the first innings. He's much more burly looking now, isn't he, from when we first saw him 2 years ago. Look down the leg side, pops up and into the hands of Pope. Well, there you go. Short leg in straight away. Tongue gets his wicket. And the captain, Craig Irvin, is on his way. So Zimbabwe following on, already 2 down, with only 7 runs on the board. So 7 for 2, trailing by 293. Tongue has a wicket and Irvin's gone for 2.
Well, there's a lot of smiles out there because, as you described, they've just put the man in at bat pad, and it was not a vicious delivery, but he was trying to turn it on the leg side, but it kind of got it on the splice of the bat, and it just ballooned. It's a very straightforward catch at short leg for Ollie Pope.
Not dissimilar to in the first innings.
Yeah, it wasn't such a lethal delivery, I don't think, though. It was a lower delivery anyway. That's very satisfying for all concerned on the England side, for Ben Stokes for getting the man in there, for Josh Tongue, who's got an early wicket, and Craig Irvine has gone, one of the leading batsmen. So it's proving to be a trickier proposition batting in this second innings.
And the game is now moving on at pace.
At pace.
Simon Mann is here to join you, Vic, to take you through to the close.
Yeah, so after a very good morning and afternoon, Zimbabwe are struggling in this final session, and the England attack is starting to impose themselves, having shown signs of rustiness, maybe a little bit of nerves, just a little lack of control now and again in the first innings. Not allowing many liberties now, and suddenly batting seems like a tough proposition.
Yeah, England have sort of broken the back of Zimbabwe now in terms of their batting. It's the follow-on, 300 behind, a couple of early wickets, and Zimbabwe under significant pressure. It's always going to be a difficult game for them, and it feels as if it's taking an inevitable course. But here's Williams out there, 6 minutes of the day left. Here's Tongue into bowl to him. It's down the leg side. He flicks it away. It's a nice looking shot. He's off the mark first ball. Hits it down to fine leg. No one at home there. 4 runs. Zimbabwe into double figures in their second innings. 11 for 2. Still 289 runs behind. Williams played solidly earlier, out for 25. It's a weird one, isn't it, being dismissed twice in a day? Did it ever happen to you in your career, twice in a day?
I'm sure it did, but I can't necessarily remember it.
Yeah.
And I don't want Andy to bother. You'll probably say it happened 23 times.
53 times. Tongue bowled, defended by Williams into the offside. There's no run. Was it Monty Lynch who was dismissed twice?
It was twice before lunch.
Twice before lunch, yeah.
Famously, that's right, when Middlesex were playing Surrey in a sort of rain-reduced match, and a Selves written about it, and there was some talk of trying to get an arranged game, but instead Selves, it's going to move all over the place, and they bowled them out. This was when Monty Lynch was playing for Surrey before lunch. Monty Lynch opening the batting, and he went in just before lunch.
Frank Foster Williams was a nasty short ball. He played a flinching shot on the back foot. There's no damage done. It must have come off the glove rather than any fleshy part of the body. He's having a quick chat with his partner. Well, that's what Tongue can do. He's got that extra pace. What is this? Yeah, it was the glove, yeah.
He played it quite well in the end, but it was a nasty delivery. It just shows you, it doesn't matter who you are. I used to think this happened to Jimmy Anderson, for heaven's sake, but once you get a wicket and you're on a bit of a roll, you just relax a bit, the rhythm comes, the ball comes out better.
Tongue to Williams. Williams swats that away into the leg side. That's a nice shot. That's 4 as well. Plenty of wide open space on the leg side. And clouted away by Williams. The ball after being struck on the glove. So 15 for 2. Williams to 8. Curran has 3. Zimbabwe 285 runs behind. I saw Bashir loosening up. Is he going to bowl? I think he is. He's had a reasonable day today, Shoaib Bashir, taking 3 wickets and a couple of nice dismissals as well.
Yeah, and he's got a couple of left-handers in, which tracks the off-spinner. And he has had a nice day. He's got 3 for. Nasty return catch he put down, and he went off, and I thought, oh, this could be trouble, but he's obviously okay.
And actually, it was that incident that got England moving, really.
It did, because it got Stokes into the attack, who got 2 quick wickets.
Yeah.
But, he's had a comforting day. He hasn't got any wickets this summer. Now he's got 3 more in a test match, and the more he bowls, the better he'll be. Slip in a gully. Did get a little bit of turn, not all the time, but some of the time. That's all you need.
He's going to be bowling to Curran. Yeah, so 2 close catches. You could call it a slip in a gully or 2 slips. Here is Bashir bowling to Curran, who goes back there. He's a fraction short there, Bashir, to bring those slips into play. Played it quietly off the back foot. So the one caught it slip today, one off the inside edge onto the stumps, and then one that spun back onto off stump through the gate. Bashir bowls, again that's a bit short.
Oh, yeah,
on the
it
back
was
foot.
short, but it zipped through, bounced.
It'd be interesting to see this pitch, say second half of the 4th day.
We might not do that.
No, we won't, I don't think. But
it's quite a good cricket pitch, I think.
It's started dry, and the ball has turned on the 2nd day. Here's Curran right forward, playing it defensively into the onside. And there's no run. We were talking off air, Victor, weren't we, about if England were playing Australia and they were 300 behind and there were 2 days left, or if there were 3 days left in a test match. So after 2 days, you made the opposition follow on, or you had a chance to make the follow on 300 behind. Here is Bashir bowling. Curran drives towards mid-off and sets off with a single and gets it as well. Duckett can't stop that. Although, then a wild throw, and it needs a tumbling save from Tongue to prevent that going for 4 overthrows. And Duckett applauds Tongue there, almost an apology for throwing it so wildly. Yeah, would you enforce the follow-on if it had been the same situation and you were playing an Ashes Test match? I mean, there's total logic in doing it. I think in this game, especially with 4 days, perhaps a bit of weather around tomorrow morning. But would you have kind of nailed down the test match?
Then we put in a few more conditionals. What's the state of the series? Obviously, if you've... The logic is... Anyway, we'll watch.
Let's watch Bashir bowling to Williams and float up. Williams is forward, playing it firmly back to Bashir. And there's no run. Time for 1 more over after this. There's only 1 ball left in the over. Perhaps a bit more time to discuss that option or potential options in a similar situation in Ashes Test. Or against India even as well. Bashir bowls, pushed through and brushed away by Williams for a single towards mid-wicket. So 1 off the final ball of the over. Not a particularly threatening over, that one by Bashir. 17 for 2, Zimbabwe. But okay, after 2 days, if there were 3 days left of the Ashes Test match and you were 300 ahead on first innings, would you enforce the follow-on?
What's the score in the series? What's the wicket doing? I need to know.
Okay, it's the first test of the series. It's 0-0.
300 ahead.
300 ahead, 3 days left.
Cricketers of my generation like to enforce the follow-on to keep that game moving. So that would be my first inclination, I think. The problem is, if you enforce the follow-on, the perception is, and it's probably right, is you slightly enlarge the chances of losing the game.
Yeah. Here's Tongue round the wicket, bowls 4. That's hit firmly down the ground by Williams. Nice looking shot to chase for Bashir. It won't go for 4. Wasn't perfectly timed. And they come back for 2 runs. Anyway, it was a hypothetical question we were discussing next door. I reckon 3 days don't enforce. 2 days, like you.
You haven't told me what the weather forecast.
Okay, the weather forecast as well. Okay, anyway,
we'll forget that.
Forget that for now. Let's. We're going to go off to the women's game at the end of play. So I'm just going to wrap up the day's play here in these remaining balls. Of course, there might only be 1 ball left because if there was a wicket, say. Here's Tongue bowling to Williams. And Williams gets one down the leg side, helps on its way. And that's 4. Williams rapidly on to 15 from 8 balls. and Tongue losing his line there, but Williams catching up with it really well. So this morning, play started at 4.98 for 3. England batted on. They lost 3 wickets. Pope was out for 171, caught behind. Then Stokes was caught on the fine leg boundary by Curran of Muzarambani for 9. Harry Brook played several scintillating strokes, and then he was out for 58. Played on to Muzarambani for 50 balls, and then England declared at 5.65 for 6. Tongue bowls to Williams. Williams doesn't exactly get in line there, but he's going to get more runs off a thickish outside edge, running it down towards deep third. Duckett's after it. He'll catch up with it just inside the rope. Oh, there might be some hesitation. There might be a run out. They set off and they just go back in time. Well, that would have been one of the mix-ups of the season, that, if they'd gone for a third run in the final over when you're following on. And Duckett chased it down and sent in the return. So Williams survived. He dived back into his ground. He was setting off for the third. So Zimbabwe started a long way behind and needing 4.16 to avoid being asked to follow on. Bennett plays splendidly, a magnificent 139, and at one stage they were 156 for 2. Then Bashir bowled Williams off the inside edge for 25, and England gradually began to work their way through Zimbabwe's batting after Cook had taken a debut wicket inside the first 5 overs. Williams again deals well with Tongue, forcing him off the back foot, square with the wicket for 4 through the covers. Another high-class shot takes him to 21 and Zimbabwe to 29 for 2. And then we had that incident that I talked about where Bashir dropped a return catch, went off the field. Stokes came on, hadn't bowled, and he got Raza caught behind, and Madaveri played on for 0, 199 for 5. Bennett was out at 246 for 6, and then Bashir with a wicket. Atkinson with 2 finished off the tail. Nigarava didn't bat, so 265 all out. Zimbabwe forced to follow on, 300 behind. They lost Bennett, LBW Atkinson for 1, and then Irvine was caught by Pope, short leg off Tongue for 2. Here is Tongue going into bowl to Williams, and Williams turns that away off something, possibly off the glove, backward a square, gets the non-striker's end. That might be his day done.
It's a novel way of seeing out the last couple of overs for Williams. He's got 22 off 11 balls, all with good shots actually.
And his 21 off 10 is the most a Zimbabwean players ever had after 10 balls in a test.
Did we ask him that?
Well,
thank you very much.
Little stat at the end of the day. We had Brian Bennett as well, the fastest 100 in Test cricket by Zimbabwe, and 97 balls, and actually the fastest in the match as well. So that's the day's play wrapped up. Wickets for all the England bowlers, 3 for Bashir, 2 for Atkinson, 2 for Stokes. Tongue moves into bowl, and that's defended by Curran into the onside. That's the final ball of the day. A day ultimately dominated by England, but we have seen some spirited cricket from Zimbabwe today, not least in that wonderful 100 from Brian Bennett, who scored 100 or over 100 runs in boundaries.
26-4, so 104 in boundaries.
And Irvine making 43. There we go then, 30 for 2 at the close of play. Zimbabwe are 270 runs behind. You'll be able to hear our normal review with interviews, analysis on the TMS podcast tonight, which will be available shortly. Today at the Test, 7 o'clock, BBC 2, BBC iPlayer. But now here on 5 Sports Extra, we're taking you to Hove for commentary on the second T20. England taking on West Indies, and we can join our team of Melissa Story, Alex Hartley, Ebony Rainford-Brent, and first, Henry Moran.
Thank you very much indeed, Simon. Welcome to a sun-drenched Hove where blue skies overhead greet this second T20 international between England's women and West Indies. England 1-0 up in the series, comprehensive win in the first match, and they once again will be bowling first against a West Indies side whose performance in the first game was dominated by a century, unbeaten from Hayley Matthews. They need others to contribute today. England chasing down their target The 148, just 2 down in the 17th over last time out. England unchanged. A couple of changes to bring you from the West Indies side in just a moment. But Lauren Bell is at the far end, the Cromwell Road end of the ground, ready to go. And ready to go alongside me is World Cup winner Alex Hartley.
Good evening. What a beautiful evening for some cricket as well.
Isn't it?
Oh, it's a little bit warmer than the other night.
It was chilly, wasn't it, in Canterbury? We were sort of outside. The window was wide open.
Yeah, maybe it's just warmer because we are inside. We've shut the door.
You've also wrapped up in your big jacket tonight.
Yes, obviously. Not
And
my
it is
first rodeo.
second of the summer.
Yeah.
It is a lovely evening, though, and Hove is one of the great places to watch, isn't it? And it'll be Lauren Bell running down the hill from the far end to kick things off. As the countdown goes up on the big screen, and Kiana Joseph will be on strike, England's nemesis in that first meeting of her at the T20 World Cup back in October. She only made 2 in the last game, and here comes Lauren Bell over the wicket, and Joseph plays a really incredibly unattractive stroke, and I do not overstate that. That was feet nowhere, wafting bat past the inside edge. That was not elegant.
Nipped back a little bit potentially, but it was awful. Absolutely awful. Stayed low as well. A little bit low, but
a little bit.
Yeah, I think you described that shot perfectly there, actually.
I don't want to overstate things too early in the evening, but I'd be surprised if we saw a worse looking shot tonight. In comes Lauren Bell again, and Joseph has a meaty blow into the leg side, and there's 4 runs. Well, that's more like it. That's more of what we saw in Dubai on that famous evening for West Indies cricket. That whistles away, 4 without loss.
Yeah, there was a difference, wasn't there, between watching England in the T20 World Cup and then watching them the other night at Canterbury. They just didn't bowl into Joseph's arc. So this time, this is just back of a length, and she pulls it really nicely in front of square for 4. But England will have learned a lot of lessons since that T20 World Cup.
We'd hope so. Rose Dovey, the square leg umpire, was just for a moment in the firing line. In comes Lauren Bell, bounding in towards us once again, and fuller delivery goes back to the bowler, who takes a simple catch. And Joseph knew she'd got it wrong immediately, looked up with horror in her eyes to see Lauren Bell crouching forward. Boundary, wicket. The West Indies are 4 for 1.
Yeah, another weak shot there from Joseph, to be completely honest with you. Lauren Bell not giving her any width, not giving her any room, just hitting the top of middle and leg. There's that delivery, and she just pokes it back towards the bowler, I don't reckon she will ever drop that.
I agree with you. And so, the changes I mentioned for West Indies, experience has come in to replace some of the youth of the first match. We see Stefanie Taylor, former captain, and Shemaine Campbell coming in to bolster a batting lineup that did look a little bit callow in that first game. Out go Raeliana Grimond, who made a debut in that first match, and Janalee Glasgow, who I actually thought had a decent game, particularly in the field. But she also loses her place. So West Indies line up with Hayley Matthews, Kiana Joseph, Zayda James, Shemaine Campbell, Stefanie Taylor, Shabika Gajnabi, Aliyah Aline, Ashmini Munasar, Cherry-Ann Fraser, Afi Fletcher, and Karishma Ramarak. England with Danny Wyatt, Hodge, Sophia Dunkley, who made a brilliant 81 off 56 in the first game, unbeaten. Nat Sivabrant, who actually was out for a duck second ball. Heather Knight, who was excellent with 43 unbeaten. Then it's Amy Jones, Alice Capsey, Em Arlott made her debut in the last match. Izzy Wong, Charlie Dean, Lindsay Smith, and Lauren Bell. England unchanged. And